I wouldn't have imagined it, you know, a few weeks or months ago, but now that we're here, it feels like we belong here.
I know that they're going to think we're a very easy target, and I think that might be their downfall.
You know, I've never done anything like this big in my life. Definitely excited to, you know, meet these teams, you know, been watching them for a long time. So yeah, being, you know, next to them and even competing in the same event is pretty insane.
Yeah, it was only until I started competing in Rainbow that I really knew what I wanted to do.
I personally am very confident in my team's ability to be able to take this entire major.
We just need to play strong siege, we need to play together, and we need to be very switched on game day. We have very, very strong individuals that can flip a switch and be the best player you've ever seen.
Jigsaw is like the quintessential young gunner. He likes to think he's better than everyone, and a lot of the time he actually is, so I respect it a lot. He likes to also tell everyone that he thinks he's better than everyone.
He's definitely going to try and get into people's heads this major.
God, he's one of the sharpest players I've ever seen touch the game.
I know Jigsaw likes to playfully antagonize some of the teams on Twitter or, you know, in the lobby and be a bit of the villain.
Definitely a bit of a brat when I was younger.
There's a lot of tension, I think, between other regions and us.
To be honest, the main point holding us back is that we haven't had a competitive Oceanic team in a long time.
I think we do have a lot to prove, and not only just for ourselves, but genuinely for the entirety of Australian Siege.
We're definitely one of the titans in Australia right now.
We're always going to be considered a waste of a spot by other regions.
Making the major and competing together is basically why we play. We come to prove ourselves on the world stage.
I don't think Team Bliss fears any team, to be honest. Not even the world champions.
I would say the sacrifices are worth it if you make it to the top.
Basically, you could be the best team in the world one stage, and the next stage you could be out of the league.
I personally don't fear anyone.
We're just kind of we have to deal with what we have.
We would definitely be in the underdogs in this major because we've literally proven nothing. We're a fresh team, no one knows how we play.
It's like we do have the best 5 that we can produce.
Keep energy up, because in the end, energy carries everything into winning.
Definitely don't treat us like a lower tier team. We're just going to take it game by game like we have been all season and do what works for us. And if that's not good enough, then we'll just come back and be better next time.
Yeah, I got no idea.
Oh, brother.
I'm losing my mind.
Shoot, this is a weird one.
Okay, what is this?
There could be so many possibilities.
I'm gonna go with Villa Kitchen.
Villa Kitchen?
Is this next to Vault Door on Villa?
I'm gonna guess that that's a Villa.
Maybe Cafe? Probably Oregon though.
Oh, I know what this is. It's Oregon.
Maybe like Oregon? Oh my god.
I'll be ready for this next one.
There's lots of maps with offices.
This could definitely be like 2 of 3 maps.
Consulate, admin, a lot of files in that room.
This would be Canal.
I'm gonna say Top Small Tower, Oregon.
Logistics on Clubhouse.
I'm gonna go with Consulate in the admin room.
I don't know where, but I'm just gonna say bank.
Bank?
No!
There's no way I'm guessing that right.
I've literally never seen that, so...
I know there's a chunk of statue on Villa Art.
I don't know any of the casual maps, so probably Oregon kids.
I think Pool. I think it would be Pool and Unhaven. Maybe like Stadium Bravo.
I have no clue, to be honest.
I'm gonna go Oregon Junkyard.
The only place I've seen Chibis is when I do T-Hunt on House in the kids' room.
It would be House the Playroom.
Oh my god, man.
I am not good at this.
I've seen this before.
It's like a washing machine. The wall looks like it'd be consulate or bank.
It's gotta be like Consulate upstairs and like admin.
I'm just going Clubhouse. I have no idea.
I'll go Oregon laundry room.
The brick is making me think it's like Consulate.
Is that in the spawn of bank by alley?
I think it's Chalet basement, like beside the car garage.
That's Chalet and like the trench hallway area.
First one on the board.
Wow, not even close.
I've been playing this game for like 6 years. I feel like I should know these.
I would not assume clubhouse because it's like a biker gang. What, there'd be never gonna be a teddy bear there.
It's on a leatherback chair. That's okay. That's a good thing to think about.
I had to guess. That's just Oregon kids. Cafe and like the VIP.
It looks like a leather booth, so I kind of want to say like cafe.
Leatherback chair. Leatherback chairs. Leatherback. Where are leatherback chairs?
I would assume it would be cafe. It looks like it'd be from cafe.
Wait, that's a bench it's on. This is cafe, like tables.
My first initial thought is like this is somewhere on cafe.
Dining room cafe.
Yeah!
I had no idea.
At least I got one.
Ram's got one of the sickest loadouts an attacker could have.
It's the R4C with the 1.5 scope, probably one of the best guns in the game.
You got a secondary shotgun, which is always useful.
Like so little time to play with her, I think there's going to be a lot of new ways that people are going to utilize Ram.
That gadget of hers is absolutely insane and really fun.
Her Ram drones, which nothing really is stopping those things other than a reinforced wall.
It is ridiculously loud.
You can just walk in somewhere and it will completely cover the noise. It like covers the Amaro repellent. You wouldn't even notice like some person behind you.
Because of how heavily players rely on the sound. You could definitely walk through a barbed wire with a Ram drone going near you and they would have no idea you're even there.
If you panic when there's a Ram near you or above you, I tend to feel like that gets you killed more than the Ram itself.
That's especially on the new mass console and Nightheaven coming in to the map pool. I feel like she would be really, really strong on those.
That's a hard one, bro. It's a hard one. Wait, I mean, there's two obvious ones, though.
Yeah, he just doesn't care enough.
I remember there was once, like right after we had a talk about being late and stuff, like you were late like 3 days in a row after that happened. Like he's just really late in general.
He's usually the first one in, so he just has a better, he just takes more first engagements than Gomez does, so he's more likely to get the first pick than Gomez. Well, Diaz is just the obvious entry, but I think the reason why I put Dave is because when he clutches, and he does get a good amount of clutches, like he was the person who clutched the most at a SI. He gets some good ones. We're almost.
Yeah, shot. Okay, almost. The Phantom bear.
He gets some clutches that, like, when I'm watching him play, he would do the opposite thing what I would do, like the complete opposite.
He does something I would never think of.
You see things in a new light, you know.
Sleeps like 11 hours.
Yeah, he sleeps like 12 hours a day.
That's not even easy.
Bro, Dave did it when the stakes were higher, bro. He did it twice in the same map.
I killed a person as Boss walks in front of me. And then I killed another dude as you walked right in front of me, bro.
Look, I'll put it this way. In scrims, Kuna TKs the most with his shotgun. Dave's team kills when this, like, not on purpose, like someone runs into his crosshair. And I TK just by turning around one tap of my teammate.
Just flicking people.
Yeah.
Winning money is not a big thing at all. I'm just here to play, you know, win trophies. That's what I care about.
I was like playing to not lose and playing to not make mistakes, and now I play to play. I play to win.
I would say I'm living the dream in my current role. I would say I'm one of the best in the world.
Just being in that flow state of like, I'm playing in front of this crowd, but it doesn't feel like there's anyone else in this room but me and my teammates and the people I'm playing against.
There are a lot of pros with egos out there. I don't really care about them. I'm just focusing on myself, focusing on my team.
For me, you know, being able to do this on a day-to-day basis doesn't feel like work to me.
With Marco, you know, he's kind of like the person with all the answers, all the connections, who can he just makes stuff happen. And you don't know how he does it, but he's just him.
Iconic, the heart of the team, I would say.
Diaz is a babyface killer.
We have 5 very good players, 2 amazing coaches, and an amazing analyst, perfectly built together.
At the end of the day, like, if you don't have a good relationship with your teammates, it's not gonna work out.
Yeah, I mean, we're a family, you know. We have fights, we have arguments, we go through ups and downs, but at the end of the day, we have each other's backs.
I mean, there's no skill ceiling on this team. We can do it all.
I think we're more than prepared to win it all.
There's always a way to come back, and you just gotta believe in it and come back.
I don't know what my enemies think of me. I don't care either.
I like to kind of be at a calm, kind of tired state before the match, and then when the match starts, my body just gets amped up and just ready to play.
Dave, Iconic, is just, you know, got tired of losing to that guy, and he is just the best IGL in North America.
That's our secret.
You're surrounded by people that love you, by fans. It's indescribable. It's one of the best feelings I've ever felt in my entire life.
You know, we always want to beat G2. Obviously, they won SI. You know, they took us out in SI.
I can't speak for everyone, but I don't fear anybody.
We have what it takes to make it to the end and win it all.
Being just ordinary, I think, is pointless.
You know, there's only one Will. He's unique. For him, Siege is life, and, you know, it's what he does and what he does really well. And I think, you know, by the time it's all said and done, he'll probably be the best player of all time.
It's gonna feel like a new map, but feel familiar at the same time.
It's a really big map and just like so many rooms.
It has a ton of narrow chokes.
The piano room and the server room underneath tellers, I think those are 2 key areas that might have been overlooked in the past that are gonna be way more vital to the actual take itself on any site on the map.
On the defensive side, it's a lot of contesting the initial like entry points, so like it'll be Visa, admin, and then maybe the garage side.
And then what a lot of teams will do is stacking uppers like traps and Fenrirs for those narrow chokes, as well as abusing shotguns in the limited space.
I think on the attack side, it's going to be important to kind of confuse the defense and like break down and make the defense look at more things and worry about more things before you just do it like a linear style of attack. So
the offset would work really well in concert. Doe could be Jacko line, so basically we'd be going back to the old meta.
If you want to go in there and really have a good time, play a bunch of shotguns, play a bunch of Monty, play a bunch of Ying, right? And I think you guys will all have a blast.
This is the Blast R6 Major in Copenhagen. Are we ready, Copenhagen? 24 teams from all around the world made the trip here to Denmark.
Okamesh is straight on inside. He finds one, looking for a second. Okamesh is just eating him up for lunch. Gomez, as he plays behind one of the remaining Kiva barricades, to be a big nitro down here, and it's massive.
Trying to get ahead of it, spots it moving down the stairs, and there it goes for VP. The 3 go for VP.
Everything falls to Sploit down in the 1v2 here. They're both focused on him. No matter.
We are now down to our Elite 8.
Surely not resets. He's making the 1v4 look so winnable. There's no way. Resets to ace to 1v4. Esk is trapped in a corner.
The next can collect one, a second, a third.
Oh, he's just insane.
Something feels a little bit different today. It's Championship Sunday! 24 teams made the trip, 2 remain.
The defense, there comes 1 kill and 2. It looks like there's one left standing. It's Volks against his old team. It could not be any more bittersweet.
Are they going to be able to close this out here and now?
Have you ever wondered how our professional players go pro? Or what happens between our regionals and majors? During the Tier 1 off-season, our Tier 2 scene kicks off with 5 separate regions hosting their own T2 competitions that have the opportunity for anyone and everyone to enter. Now let's get started and welcome you to the Tier 2 ecosystem of Rainbow Six Siege. There are several regional events around the world, which are the Japan Invitational, Liga Start for Latin America, the North Regional Rumble, and R6 Central Combine from Europe, and Element 1 for North America. Let's start with Element 1. In the first phase, you have 2 open qualifiers, so that's 2 different chances to register your team. You will need to quickly sign up since there are only 32 slots per qualifier, and it's first come, first served. This phase is over 3 days with the first 2 Swiss format. If you lose 4 games in this phase of Alpha, you're going home. And if you're in the top 12 teams on day 2, you go through to our closed qualifier. During the closed qualifiers, teams face single elimination matches, with the top 4 teams from each open qualifier moving on to the next stage. In phase beta, 8 qualifying teams will meet Element 1's 8 invited teams for a classic Swiss format knockout bracket. 3 strikes and you're out. But win 3, and congratulations, you just made the final phase. Phase Gamma is our playoff bracket, where the top 8 teams from the open qualifiers and invites will face each other in a single elimination bracket until we get to the grand final. At this stage, everyone gets a share of the $25,000 prize pool, where the winning team will take home up to $10,000. These events aren't just about the money though. Our Tier 2 events give you the platform to showcase your talent to the world. The matches are live streamed on our official channels with the best upcoming analysts and casters that BR6 has to offer. Win here and your Rainbow Six life could change forever. Do you have what it takes to step up and be the next big name in Rainbow Six? Prove it.
Yesterday, we qualified 2 teams directly to the Atlanta Major, 2 teams that are now going to have the opportunity to defend home soil at the next Rainbow Six Major. Today, we get 1 more on the board, send 1 more team down to the last chance qualifier, and crown our Stage 2 North American League champions. Welcome back to the NAL on what is technically the final day of the league for the year, so let's break this down. I'm Caliber Jacob Anderson, joined by North American aficionado Jesse Chick and former world champion and professional sexy boy Gabriel Laxing Miralez. We've talked about doing that intro for a long time, so I figured I might as well just break it out now. Laxing, you're now a professional sexy boy as far as the stream is concerned.
It was your idea, and I'll take it.
It was.
I'll take the compliment. I like it. I enjoy it. I hope you guys do too.
Jesse's also a professional sexy boy, for what it's worth.
Yeah, and I'm a little offended at this point, Jacob.
Why?
You're kind of stepping on my toes here with the Canadian tuxedo.
What do you mean?
Jumping on my drip.
Stepping on your toe. Dude, it's North American attire.
Let's not talk about your toes, because you didn't even know your shoe size.
That's a good point. He didn't know what his shoe size was.
You don't need to know your shoe size when you got good-looking feet.
Jesse has his shoe size in his notes. He wasn't sure if he's a 7 or a 9. I don't really know how you don't know that.
Something like that.
I feel bad for the shoe guy.
My notes app knows.
You have good notes for Siege, but like, why did you
I got good notes for everything.
All right, we should crack on with the day before we get into too deep on a discussion on Jesse's feat. Today is a very important day. One team will qualify for the Atlanta Major directly into Phase 1, and one team will be crowned Stage 2 North American League champions. And again, gentlemen, technically, if you don't count the LCQs as being a part of the main league, this is the last NAL play day of the year.
Yeah, the last day where we have kind of all the traditional North American League teams. Next week, we'll jump in with some of the Tier 2 teams who have come through the open qualifiers and see who finds that final major spot. But this is it, Jacob. As you mentioned, Wildcard DZ and Sonic's M80. Oh, boy.
And this, for my first time being up here with you guys doing this stage, it has been amazing. The matches have been fun to watch, go over, talk about. It's just been a great experience, and we still got 2 big games coming up to watch and see how it unfolds.
Speaking of games, in case you wanted another visual reminder of what we're going to be doing today, here's how the run of show shakes out. Dark Zero and Wildcard will be fighting for the final North American League spot that can be obtained through the normal playoff bracket. Today, the winner will go straight to Atlanta in Phase 1, and the loser will have to trudge through the LCQ bracket 3 days starting next week. And then when we are done with that, it's Sonic's and M80 to determine who actually wins this stage, gets more SI points, gets a bigger prize pool increase. So both games are equally important in their own way.
Yeah, and for that grand finals game too, kind of some beef on the line maybe, bragging rights obviously, M80 trying to go back-to-back North American League stage champions, and the Sonics, despite winning the NAL 1 season, 1 year they won the NAL finals, have never actually won a single stage of the NAL, so they're trying to make history too.
No, and it's definitely bragging rights. There's no better feeling than winning the stage, whether it's back-to-back or just winning in general and just saying everyone in your region, I'm better than you, you don't even come close. And then on top of it, making more money. Like, why not? But the biggest game also is then, in my opinion, the DZ and Wildcard. That is what's going to send you to Atlanta, what's going to make a name for yourself, and even make more money.
Money is a phenomenal motivator, especially in a world where video games can make you more than working a day job, which is pretty crazy.
Definitely.
And speaking of day jobs, both of the teams that we have facing one another in the games that we've got today, all 4 teams played yesterday in different matchups at different times, but the most important thing is going over them now, because when we talk about today, only the games today are going to be the things that actually matter for anything. So let's talk about DZ and Sonics when they played in the first semifinal just yesterday. We started on border, and this was a pretty back and forth affair, Lax.
Yeah, and one of the biggest things that I talked about on this map and how it was going to be decided was who was going to hold those positions longer and better than the other team. And we saw DZ do that. Specifically, a round that I want to talk about that was a back-to-back round was Pamba playing inside security in that box. He held the first round for about, I would say, roughly like 1.5 minutes, 2 minutes.
Yep.
Got a kill, got out. Perfect. Then replayed that same exact round. Noticed there was a buck below, dropped below, killed the buck, and installed even more time. Beautiful.
Yeah, obviously this was a really good map coming through to start things off on border for Dark Zero, but then they moved on to Consulate, and this is where we started to see the tides turn. Dark Zero were going for a lot of these very direct takes. They didn't want to take a whole lot of map control, and that's an environment where Grixer really started to shine. Had some fantastic rounds on the mirror. You see his stats now here on your screen as well. The highest rated EPS player in the entire lobby, 139, 2.0 KD ratio as well. Grixer played phenomenally throughout this matchup. I thought even when they moved on to attack after the half swap, Grixer was really instrumental. That one basement round where he's sneaking in the back as Zero, he made some really huge plays and cemented this map as a really strong one for Sonics where you cannot tussle with them.
Definitely. And then you go into that third map of Night Haven. It was a map that I said they had recent history on it. It was a back and forth. They both went defense up in rounds. Then I wondered, is it now going to swap? Sure enough, it definitely did. Sonics ran away with 4 rounds on attack and then closed it on defense and looked like a night and day difference team. I almost made that mistake the first time I rewatched that. Almost did it again. But no, again, it was a night and day difference team from this Sonics showing, and it was beautiful.
This was the first time that we'd seen Dark Zero play Labs before? No, it was the first time we'd seen them play Consulate. That was the difference maker.
Yeah.
And I think a big question was, if they can win Consulate, then great. This thing's an easy 2-0, but they couldn't. That was the first time they'd ever shown it. Sonics had more experience on it and more reps, and then when we got to Night Haven, we thought that was a decided Sonics advantage before the series even started.
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously one that they'd played before. Sonics won it. They won it a second time as well, but a lot more dominant fashion. I think it's clear Sonics had cleaned that map up even just a little bit more and looked looked very, very good on Nighthaven. So again, these new maps for SQ, this is something you really just can't take Sonics to anymore. If you're an opposing team, whether you're going to be at Atlanta or one of the North American teams here, it's very, very dangerous taking Sonics to a new map right now.
And is there anybody on either of those teams that stood out as like a match MVP, so to speak, that we can start talking about before we get to their game later in the day?
I think Grixer for me was a pretty big standout, especially switching into that second map and going into the third map. I just feel him and his presence and what he was doing on those flanks and discombobulating the other team, interrupting comms, plays such a significant factor in a lot of those successful rounds.
Yeah, and if we do want to give DZ some props as well for that match, in their first game border, which they did win, I thought Pambazoo played fantastically. We talk about Pamba all the time, but I mean, he was very, very good on those border defenses in particular.
Well, we're going to pay attention to both those guys, Grixer and Pambazoo, for when we get to their respective matchups as the day goes on. Wildcard and M80 played in the second semifinal to determine who was going directly to stage 2. And we started on Bank, and oh man, dude, this entire series was fantastic.
Yeah, it was. I mean, for M80, this was their map pick, right? And they came through on Bank with some really strong defenses. They were roaming really well on both the open area bomb site and down in the basement. I thought Spoit had a fantastic game. I thought Gomez was really good as well. Diaz, you can see his EPS, 134. Absurd rating for him to be putting up, 2.4 KD ratio. So really good numbers coming through from M80. When they swapped the sides, right, when we got to see Wildcard play on those defenses instead, it was a little bit more even. There were some cool ideas coming through from Wildcard, but M80 still had so many great answers. That Amaru Zofia rush into the top floor in particular was chef's kiss.
And we talked about Kino not having the best game overall. There were a couple of areas that we thought maybe he could have did a little better on the shield, but then we go into the last match, which was Border, and Kino popped off specifically. He had tons of clutch rounds throughout that set his team up for success, but a lot of these guys were clutching, whether it was Diaz, whether it was Iconic, whether it was Kino. The biggest one for me was Diaz clutching that 1v4, because had they lost that round, then they immediately got swamped that next round, and it would have been a 7-5. We would have been going to that third map. That game specifically was a nail-biter, went to the very last round, and a lot of those clutches played massive into that success.
Do you call Kino your MVP for M80 on that one, or do you have someone else in mind?
Easily, I would say Kino is my GOAT for that map.
Sounds good.
And if we have to pick somebody again from the losing side, because we will see Wildcard again today, Adam. Oh my God, Adam put in so much work. They still didn't win that second map on Border, but Adam put up a ridiculous game still.
We'll see Adam in just a little bit, and we'll talk about Kino for when we get to the grand final. But for right now, in case you somehow missed it on the Twitterverse or the Redditverse or even on this stream from yesterday, Master Chief is in Rainbow Six Siege. Seeing Master Chief cross over into Rainbow Six is still something I know all the original Xbox kids from back in the day are still having a little bit of time trying to get used to. So go pick up that Sledge Elite skin in store right now if you haven't. Now we get to some serious stuff, not just because the games themselves are obviously going to be mega important today, and specifically for DZ and Wildcard, the implications are simple. You win and you go to Atlanta, you lose, you go to the last chance qualifier. But before we touch on anything there, before we get to today's first game, we would be remiss not to touch on something that happened in the community as of last night, and set gaming aside for just a second. Last night, while his son was playing in Wildcard's match against M80, Merc's father passed away. There are very few experiences in life, regardless of relationship standing or family dynamics, that can affect a human in the same way as losing a parent. To put aside competition for a moment is the least that we can do today for Merc, whose commitment to the game has been unwavering for years on end. Our hearts go to the Wazirk family as they navigate what has to be one of the most difficult weeks that they will ever endure. So if everyone can please send your love and energy to them, as only the Siege community is able to do. Because of this, it is entirely understandable that Merc will not be playing in this match against Dark Zero, and in an act of extreme kindness, we would like to welcome back to the North American League, if only for just this game, former Six Invitational World Champion Jason Bolo Doty, who has graciously offered to volunteer his time to play for Wildcard in this qualification match against Dark Zero.
Certainly, and it's a tough time, of course, for Merck. Our hearts go out to him, but coming through here, you couldn't have asked for a better sub, right? Bolo coming forward, putting in this extra effort. He is retired, but to come back now in such a high-stakes game, too, where everything's going to be in the line, you got to give props to him.
Yeah, and I just got to say, from a player to Merck, my deepest condolences to you and your family and everybody here. Wishes that for you guys, but Bolo coming in, if you want to replace a world champion, why not bring another world champion and a really close friend?
Yeah.
I think it's tremendous for Bolo to be stepping in and filling shoes that need to be filled to help this wild card try to push into Atlanta. And again, it's an amazing thing that that is a feature for the team, to have Bolo, have that experience, have that player specifically. So I am glad to see that be happening.
Obviously, to be able to talk about Bolo for this entire pre-match would set Twitch chat alight. I'm sure everyone would be delighted if we were to do that for right now. But because we haven't seen him play for a little while, let's talk about somebody who actually had a phenomenal performance yesterday, who actually is still a current active player. We can't not talk about Adam for what he did, not just on Border yesterday, but Border is where all the highlights came down.
No, Adam has really, truly improved a ton throughout the beginning of the stage, and his team has been performing overall, but him specifically I have been watching, and he has just been improving, and I love to see that. I've talked about it a million times. Consistency, 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 and even with the role he is on a support role, putting up the number that he put up yesterday in that Border game is so impressive to me, and he never let up. He never gave up. He fought tooth and nail, and that's even what he's been doing in every single game. I just love to see a performance from a new player like that to really showcase their talent and why he is here in the Pro League.
Adam played absolutely insane on the defense yesterday. He was so good. The 1v2 on Armory, a huge 3K to win that post plant in bathroom. I mean, Adam was incredible. The primary sites, they put Adam in tough spots, and he was always performing. You see his stats now, 1.88 KD ratio. Adam was absurd yesterday. You'd think it'd be enough to push them to map 3. You'd think it'd be enough to win on Border. It wasn't against M80, but it was not for a lack of trying.
Genuinely, any other day, it might be a case where that kind of performance from Adam does push a team over the line and actually get to map 3, but M80 is just another beast, so that ended up being too much of a problem for them. But he is not the only rookie that started their Pro League career in this stage. Rice from Dark Zero, the man on the other side of the table, is another guy who we were grading as the stage was progressing, and this is what their head-to-head looks like and what's their last game of the stage like.
Now, everything does look a little similar here, but I did want to get these two comparisons because these are two rookies that are on very strong teams, that are having strong showings. But for me, Adam does stick out the most in what he's been putting out. Not to take anything away from Rice, I think he still has tons of potential and tons of things to show and improve. But I did just want to show everyone and showcase these two players specifically because now this is the game. This is what decides. This is going to be your first major ever. Who wants it more?
Rice had some great games for the North American League. He's had some rough games, too. I think towards the end of that final series, Dark Zero versus Sonics slowed down a little bit, was trying to push through Night Haven. It's a big map, trying to roam clear on the Dokkaebi. Wasn't finding too many kills there. So I'm hoping we get a good game from Rice today. Everything is on the line. It's do or die today, unlike yesterday. So we need a big game from Rice today.
Well, you need a good game from both the rookies and the vets. And to not talk about Troy is to do a disservice to Troy and his legacy. But his impact in this stage has been a little bit different than normal.
Yeah, I mean, so Troy is kind of consistently playing this role for Dark Zero where he's on these defensive operators, where he's always trying to gather that information, right? He's always trying to be that player who can go through and give that intel to the rest of the team. He has a 58% pick rate on the 3 operators of Pulse, Valkyrie, and Solus. He's been so consistent in that role, and there have been games like their LG match where he's really doing a good job. He only got 4 kills in that LG match, but he's done such a good job of feeding frags to the enemy team, or to his own team, giving information on where they can jump out, where they can aggress. And then we've seen some times where maybe that information's not been as impactful. I think you go back to Consulate yesterday in their match against the Sonics, and he wasn't really able to land a lot of those C4s, wasn't seemingly able to feed that same information that he has in the past to his teammates. And then even on Night Haven, you know, a lot of early deaths, low impact rounds early on the defense when he's trying to roam on those upper floors on the Solus. So for Canadian, I think he has a very tough role. There were some struggles in their game against the Sonics. Against this wildcard squad, I'm hoping he can work more of that magic, though.
Yeah, and I think it goes into kind of how we went in with Kino. I'm more than positive Canadian is aware of what's going on, but overall, I am confident that he can fix that going into this game and have a big improvement.
Is going to need to, and it's not just going to be what happens in the server, but what happens outside of it with the veto, because this is the ultimate game for these guys. There's no other match after this. Are we surprised by what we see here?
I'm surprised.
I don't think it's crazy. I think this was a really tough map ban to predict. I didn't predict these maps in particular. The thing that sticks out to me is these are kind of conservative bans coming through from Dark Zero. They banned the border, Wildcard's best map. They banned the skyscraper. DZ have shown consistently that they're a little bit afraid of this sky. I thought maybe they'd leave it open because I didn't know if Wildcard were going to go for it, but they banned both those out. And then again, kind of a bit of fear in these early map bans coming through from Wildcard. Both Consulate and Nighthaven Labs, they've yet to play either of those, and obviously with the substitute coming through as well, it's going to be one where maybe they're just not super comfortable. They leave Bank open for Dark Zero. Dark Zero smoked Wildcard the last time they played on Bank. It was a dominant showing. And then on the flip side, since Dark Zero, they have to ban out that skyscraper. Oregon is up for Wildcard. Not a bad map for DZ, but I was maybe expecting we'd see DZ ban a map like that out, because it's going to be very basics. It's going to be an easy map to play with a sub relative to other maps that you could have gone to.
Sure.
So that final map, or those two maps there, I think they're definitely going to lean in the favor of the teams that picked them.
Yeah, I wasn't surprised by the border ban. That was obvious to me, but the skyscraper ban, I thought maybe DZ was maybe going to pick that just to challenge, maybe throw something in the loop there. Granted, Wildcard have shown it, but overall, what is like questionable to me from Wildcard is why let Bank go through, knowing when you just recently played them, they dominated you. They like completely tore you apart, discombobulated you. We watched that game. It was a completely different Wildcard than what we were used to seeing. Granted, they are a great team on it. I think it just DZ did read into what they were doing and did their homework. But still, to let it go through when these matches are so important, it really does confuse me. Cafe, I thought maybe that was going to end up being the decider. Yeah, but then
me too.
It's just going to be it's going to be interesting to see what the Bank looks like for me.
This entire thing is going to be interesting, not just because this matchup on paper prior to changes coming today was already going to make this one an interesting watch, but because now we get the pleasure of welcoming a world champion and probably the game's most prolific content creator back to the professional space, if only for one game. Does Wildcard have the Bolo buff, or are Dark Zero going to Atlanta? We'll get into map one. It's Parker and Taro Mackay and Nicholas Pengu-Mortensen with the call.
Thank you very much. A lot on the line here between these two teams, and I know the desk talked about it, but I would like to extend my condolences, and I'm sure you will as well, to Merc and Merc's family. As Jacob so eloquently put it, there are probably no worse weeks than this week that is being experienced by Merc and the rest of his family. I have not lost a parent, but I can only imagine how that would feel. So my heart and our hearts obviously go out to Merc.
Yeah.
It is bittersweet in a way, because as much as I'm sure people are excited to see Bolo back, literally almost any other circumstance would have been better for him to show up. So with that said, all the best to Merc. Our sincerest condolences, and nothing but love going his way. If you have not taken the time to either tag him, what do they call it now, on Twitter, contact him in some way and just extend your condolences. I can speak from experience and say that an outpouring of love really does make a big difference. So if you, the viewer, were to do the same, I know it would probably mean something to him. With that said, under, of course, that cloud that hangs over this matchup, there is a major spot on the line. Dark Zero versus Wildcard, fighting for the last spot available through the North American League. We'll start the operator bans here on Bank, map number 1.
Things start off in a pretty normal fashion. So operator bans, the floor is the only really kind of question mark coming out here. And you know, soft destruction, clear out utility, and it's an operator that attackers can just use to simplify processes that normally can be troublesome. You know, you only get 2 grenades or 2 soft breaches on Ash or Sophia. With Flores, you get basically double it. You get 4 repair drones to deal with those issues. The desk kind of spoke out the maps as well. You know, when you're playing with a sub player like Wildcard is currently with Bolo, going to maps that are complicated is always going to be a great thing. So I think DC starting a map that is a relatively large map is a great place for them to go first. But that second map of Oregon, I am like, it's a map that anyone can play. Whether Bolo's been out for a little bit or not, he knows his way around that map. We'll start things off on Bank first, of course. DC starts on defense and Wildcard on the attack.
Well, this was a map that was played yesterday by Wildcard, for those of you that need a refresher, and of course, there will be some spoilers as we reference these maps. M80 and Wildcard tussled on this map, and it was a map picked by M80. Despite that, Wildcard still put on quite an impressive showing, most particularly in the second half. The M80 wildcard matchup went all 12 rounds. It was a defender-sided map for the most part, but only slightly so. Wildcard lost it by a score of 5-7. But still, against an M80 team, Wildcard were able to stay competitive. I will say that there were a litany of mistakes committed by M80 yesterday on this map. The big one that you and I, well, actually it was Demo and I talking about it. The one that we kept referencing was Kino on the Monty. Being relatively ineffective round through round through round. Spirits loves the Monty, so Wildcard being on attack first, they're going to bring out the Mountain. I don't know if DZ are going to bring a shield operator on their foray onto attack, but let's get through the first half first. And with this very first defense from DZ, no real surprise to see a dramatic extension upstairs. Rice might be the first one on DZ to get punished. It is a rare server or Teller's Archives defense, which is not something we see every day.
It's not, but it forces the attack to problem solve a very big portion of the map. You know, you gotta worry about the top floor, the basement staircases, the primary floor as well. So I like the fact they bring Monty for this. Gonna force Rice into an uncomfortable position here. Move too much, you get shot, but Monty can also hit fire you down. It's a tough spot for Rice to be in. Oh.
Rice engaging, Gavin down. He's caught by Packer. Great entry from Wildcard so far. Now Spirits will continue to lurch forward. Panbazoo is the star player for DZ that we reference quite often. E and NJR can put up points all over the place for this team. Packer dies, and the advantage that Wildcard had in terms of numbers is down by 1, but they've got time left to play with.
Big thing to look out for here is, of course, Wildcard missing Merc and one of their IGL, their big experienced players. Bolo sure got experience, but not typically the leader of this team or a big voice for it. Playing that iconic Ash operator, do self-destruction towards the bomb site itself, and this pushes Darks into a very hard spot to deal with. The ceiling above you is disappearing, Monty's yellow pinging you, you have nowhere to go, and if time keeps burning down like this and DC keep falling backwards, then Wildcard can just walk on in. Spirits or Adam just plant down that diffuser, because look at this, Monty can block the door and there's no way in for Dark Zero.
Adam waiting. It was a 21 kills he dropped on Border yesterday, all for naught. That same level of performance, absolutely keeping his team competitive on its own, but he dies to Canadian. Canadian might not have the greatest shot in the game, but he makes those shots count. Now it's just Surf and Bolo remaining for Wildcard as Panbazoo is off the board.
Attackers have
2 remaining players from DZ, both with a kill to their name, looking for 1 more apiece each.
10 seconds
As there goes the plant by Surf, by the copier. Bolo needs to cover. He takes down Canadian. He's just so goddamn good. It doesn't matter if he's taken a year off. The final 2 kills are none other than Jason's. And round number 1 goes to Wildcard.
You can see the nerves there from Bolo though, right? Like he was very hesitant that round, didn't really get into any like gunfights, didn't take any risks, but when it came down to it, he had to just cover the plant there. And I will say Wildcard made that round a lot more difficult than what it should have been for them, because surely Spirits and the Monty can just pick up the diffuser and start planting way earlier in that 4 versus 2, but instead it goes all the way down to a 2 versus 1 instead, you know, with not much time left in the clock either. So it looked like a done deal relatively early on, but then Wildcard again, that late round, those small details not really lining up, but it doesn't matter. The bomb set of Archives Tellers, the reason why we don't see it very often is because the bomb set itself isn't super playable. That's what we just witnessed right there. Vertical destruction above, you walk in from lobby, and there's just not much you can do about it as a defending team. You have to kind of live on the roam and try and find those early opening duels, but when you lose those engagements like we saw from Dark Zero, you tend to struggle. The thing about Bank and the fact that DC can play, you know, that 4th bomb site is that their bomb site rotation is a lot more, or sorry, a lot harder to predict. And attacking against that means you gotta bring that extra prep work. Say, okay, we gotta deal with the stable 3, the basement, the top floor of CO, and open area. But all of a sudden, you also gotta deal and prepare for the 4th bomb site that most teams don't tend to bring. Wildcard, given the fact of how new that bomb site is in pro play, did a pretty good job for their first round here.
Yeah, I gotta say, I mean, I think the general consensus would be it's harder to adapt on attack, because if there are specific set strats, Bolo will not know them. On defense, I think there's an ebb and flow of most maps where you can put Bolo in a particular position or have him roam and hold a certain spot and he'll do well. I mean, on bank, the one part that always comes to mind with Bolo is when he would hang out by the stock trading room, and there would be the deployable shield looking towards square stairs against the double panel. That was Bolo's spot on TSM, and this is a very comfortable map for him where that second floor will be defended on almost every single bomb site. One caveat might be the downstairs bomb site, which is where Dark Zero is defending now. Wildcard have already taken top floor control. Pushed off whatever from DZ was up there. Now, main floor is their focus. This is the exact same predicament Wildcard put Dark Zero in last round. Get the first 2 picks, have a big numbers advantage, and have plenty of time still to go. This is 2 for 2 for Wildcard, having an excellent start to this map.
Also the same issue DC had yesterday, right? Those opening engagements just not really going in their favor. Pambo's having a hard time, and Gavin also with that. DC down to just 2 members. Canadians on their own because this is such a hard round to win that playing on site's not gonna work out, but Wildcard, they got the read, they got Yellow Pinks, they know that something is up and something's not quite right in this area of the map.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Canadian is he's the X factor. Or the Twitter factor.
Twitter.
Canadian can't buy a kill. Through the wall, punished by spirits. NJR, the one man to stand against the horde. What's getting accomplished? 45 seconds to go. Droned out. Terrible predicament for him, Nick.
Oh yeah.
Time just ticking away, but Wildcard can throw bodies at the problem. What can NJR do? There goes one of the Goyo canisters patrolling the hatch. A flawless round for Wildcard. Goodbye, NJR.
Is this you in 20 years still casting Siege, or
That's me if I had a semi-transatlantic accent. Casting on radio.
On radio
me.
specifically.
That round was so
great.
over, man. That
No, it
round
was so- it was.
over. What was the point? What is the point of giving it the good old college try and actually casting it with sincerity when NJR is just gonna get absolutely slaughtered?
The honest truth right there.
You're playing basement bank with hatches open, walls open, no utility, and an SMG-11. You're gonna get 1 to 2 kills at most, then you're gonna get mopped. You didn't even get 1 kill. There's no point. Listen, I'm gonna talk to the audience right now for a second here. Audience, listen to me. Hi. Interrobang here. I respect you. I respect your intelligence. I'm not going to lie to you and try to make it seem like it's a more competitive round than it is. So I hope that my previous cast of leveling with you and giving it the energy that a hopeless situation for DZ warranted was acceptable. Thank you very much.
Attacker's objective is to defuse a bomb.
I'll speak out of the chat and say, you know what? You're all right, Parker. You're all right. You're forgiven.
Did you? I don't know if you listened to any of my cast with your cohort, Fabian, the other day.
Oh, Fabian.
Fabian and I casted the Virtus Pro Wolves match for EUL, and it was great. Honestly, I gotta say, like, I'm never gonna compare you and him, obviously, as talent, but given the fact that he and I have only ever worked together once, and that was for like a North American Challenger League that I did for my apartment in Poland in 2017. He's not a caster, and we were remote. I thought he did an exceptionally good job, but I couldn't help but chuckle. Somebody sent me a screenshot afterwards where he and I were just like roasting the ever-living hell out of each other.
Attackers recovered the bomb
At one point, and he roasted you too, which I know you saw. But
oh yeah,
we were roasting each other, and somebody sent me a screenshot, and it was just like, "Casters need to focus on the game." It's like we're 20 seconds into the prep phase. What the hell do you want me to talk about? Shut up.
Yeah.
Anyway.
The time and it plays. No, I heard a couple rounds, but not. I want to go back and watch the full thing. To be fair,
that was okay. We had 1 round of tech issues, but that was it. Surf with the leadoff kill, Wildcard, getting first blood all 3 rounds. Not just first blood all 3 rounds, but they've actually gotten the first 2 picks all 3 rounds. Not just 1, but 2. EZ's Rome has been absolutely impotent. Now, this looks more like round 1 than round 2. Mostly because round 2, DZ didn't get a single kill. But in round number 1, there was an early pick from Wildcard, followed by another. DZ answered back with 2 of their own, equalizing the numbers. That's exactly where we find ourselves now. If it does emulate round number 1, Nick, it doesn't necessarily bode well for Dark Zero because Dark Zero has yet to win a round.
Bit of a standoff in lobby between Bolo and Canadian. He's kind of waiting for make the first move. The intel is there. Bolo's reloading, unfortunately for him, but Canadian now is going to be stuck inside of Taylor's archives portion of the map and has to either fight its way out of it, just simply stay there. Spirits on the Monty, of course, could go down there and push him out of his position and duo up with Bolo for the kill. Looks to be the case. Find those isolated defenders, get that number ever so more in your favor, and then slowly approach the bomb site afterwards. Oh yeah, Canadian, you gotta clutch it up.
Lobs this position. Canadian out dueling Bolo now. Spirits charging in at him, trying to keep the Monty at bay, but it's a fight for the ages. Spirits, health just, Winnow down, but still standing. Now accompanying Adam towards this open area bomb site. Not a lot of time left. And there's no hard destruction. There's 3 smokes on the board, however, so they can conceal their advancement, though the Monty will make an awful lot of noise in the process. That smoke a bit overthrown. That might give NJR an opportunity to see Adam, and indeed, that's what happens. Gavin and NJR work together from their positions, and they get DZ's first round.
Bit of a shame that we didn't get to see exactly how Dark Zero found those 2 kills to make it back to a 3v3 after suffering those 2 early deaths in the round, because I just want to see if Wildcard, they were the ones to make a mistake and overstep their welcome, or whether DXC actually made a proactive play, because the only thing that we really saw was Canadian making a great effort here, finding not just 1, but almost 2 kills. I mean, he put Spirit solo and health at the impact grenade that comes flying right here, boop, takes him out during the plant. So even if the cover was semi-successful, the impact still denies the plant, the time will hit 0, and DC basically secured the round with that. We'll go into a short tech pause though, before we get back into the action. Just make sure everything works and everything is up to speed. Shouldn't take too long. Hopefully.
Oh, fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed, yes.
There have been 0 days without tomfoolery. What a story it would be for Wildcard to qualify with Bolo in this very pivotal match. There he is. Oh my god, when does he play?
When does Bolo play? It's always nice seeing, you know, old members back in action, whether it's a former player joining the talent side for like a singular event or play a day, or whether it's a player returning for a singular match despite poor circumstances, or a player who retired then comes back, then retires and comes back. You know, we've seen those a couple times. A little dip in, dip out. It is hard to leave playing behind once you do it, and I think a lot of, when you think about regular sports, you know, you grow up playing, you know, soccer, football, basketball, whichever sport really, and you do it from a very young age typically, and then you retire at, you know, late 20s, early 30s, whichever, and it's such a big change in your everyday life because all you knew was the game. You practiced, your life was centered around it, your plans in the weekend, the weekdays, etc. Always around the game. The same with playing. It sounds simple, but it's a video game, yes. But if you've been a Siege Pro player since you were 18, and you fast forward like 7 years, 6 years, etc., you've known nothing in your adult life than playing Rainbow Six Siege. And all your plans, your celebrations, your birthdays, your travel, etc., your friends, your relationships, all planned around it. And then one day it's just gone if you choose to retire or you get benched or whatever happens. So I can assure that somebody like Bolo, Jason, as we call him his real name,
10 seconds to insertion.
is very happy that he gets to just kind of dip in, I imagine. You know, just be in that position like one more time. You know, for him, this is not like a super high stakes match. Yes, if you know wildcard win, they go to major, that is a big deal. But for him as an individual, this is just because he dip his toes back in the water and enjoy that ocean waves, so to speak.
Not a day goes by that I don't see a new TikTok /reel/YouTube short from Bolo. I do not tick, nor do I, well, I guess I talk. Not spelled the same way. But I mean, I was actually talking to Lynx about this last night. Lynx has been doing a TikTok every day, and even Jesse Chick's been getting in on it as well. I don't know if you saw, Jesse Chick got like 250 or like 300K views or something like that. That's
I
very
saw,
impressive.
even he popped off.
That's the most, I bet it's the most important he's probably ever felt. I was talking to Lynx about this last night, and Lynx basically said, like, I have no idea how people do like 2 to 3 TikToks a day. As somebody who's never made a TikTok, I can't speak from experience. I don't know if you do, if you use the platform, but oh my, hold on a second, hold on.
Oh boy.
Easy
Oh, boy.
Fantasy runs straight into the wall. Well, I mean, the Blitz is a fantastic showing. That was true comedy. Great spectating, by the way, medics.
It's the good old they go Oryx, so we go Blitz instead of Monty because you can just move around a little bit more, and that maneuverability paid off for Spirits. Pambasu, of course, is often gonna find himself in those opening duels, but in the last few maps yesterday, as well as right now, finding himself on the wrong side of those. Down 1-4 right now, but the intel game from DC always on point. Easy yellow ping and pre-fire from Canadian that gets Adam cleared out of lobby. And DC with those 2 picks now in a stable position on this bomb site, but Buck is still destroying the floor from up above.
Canadian will hear that phone call ring in his back pocket and drop away as he now retreats downstairs. Just a minute to go. It's a rare advantage for Dark Zero. Now it might continue to grow as Spirits doesn't have the Monty, swapping it up and going with the Blitz instead. Surf and Packer last 2, but Gavin is holding court on the stairs. Goodbye to Packer. Now it's Surf to drop into the elevator. He's got first floor and 35 seconds to go, but no access to the diffuser. He also doesn't know that Rice is playing on main floor, not too far off. Rice still searching for kill number 1, but why not? Wait. Be patient. Surf will vault on over, but he's going to go through the other door. Ever closer to the bomb site. Teller's Archives site merging twice. There goes Surf with the diffuser in hand, falling off. Rice into action, but Gavin has a great round. Was that 3 kills for Gavin?
Yeah.
2 at least, maybe 3. Math is sometimes challenging. 2 rounds in a row for Dark Zero.
Surprised to went back to that Telesakos bombs because last time it really didn't look all that good for them, but again, it comes down to those engagements off the site itself when they extend to open area, up top floors, CEO, janitors, stockroom, etc. And this time it was a job well done. Gavin found those picks and immediately ran back towards the bomb site and played it safe. Canadian, we saw him shut down Adam instead of Lobby. All of a sudden, with those simple picks, it pays off, but right there, right into the wall, Pambasu goes. He gets blinded shortly after, and of course, can't quite fight back. And Spirit's really struggling with these impact grenades. It's also Gavin both times, I believe, being on the throwing side with those. And yeah, triple kill it was. Math was good. Math was right. Downstairs, it's again for Dark Zero. They've gone Teller's basement open, Teller's basement, and small changes here. Gavin just sitting nice and snug inside of this vault room, gold bars, etc. Just waiting
5 seconds
for drone phase to end so he can sprint towards the hatch and throw down those kite claws. Basically hiding the fact that this operator has presence in this round. And he does that because the attacker sees a Kaid, they're gonna pick either Thatcher or secondary MPs. And if we look towards Wildcard's attack and lineup, they do have Dokkaebi. And Dokkaebi does have those secondary MPs available if she chooses to. But the thing is, if there's no Kaid, why would you play EMPs when you got flashbangs? Dark Zero, they get rewarded for that smart bit of action downstairs, and no EMPs to the attack inside. Those hatches are gonna be near impossible to open up now.
Spirits is in! I like the operators he's played so far. Monty, Blitz, Blitz. Or Monty, Blitz. Amaru. That's the stuff that if I'm playing ranked, keeps me up at night.
Swooping bags!
Pambasu with that super shorty eliminating Packer. The Spirits gives his position away in small office. Still there, just steps away from open area. One player it looked like of DZ, was that Rice? That was there? No. I saw Rice's silhouette, but it's, yeah. That's what confused me. He was floor down. Canadian roaming above on this Solus, a very favorite operator for him. He's able to help facilitate whatever defense he needs from off-site while also wasting time, and he's on a collision course with Bolo again. He'll get picked off from Banana. So Adam and Bolo clear the top floor together, and now Wildcard have done their due diligence. They will know that they've got full control of the top floor. What about the middle floor? And then again, translating to the basement. It would appear that all clear for Dark Zero players on the main floor. And as we can see from this overhead view, once again provided by our observer medics, you can see that all 4 remaining players from DZ are nestled either in the site or around the site. Spirit saw that Q9 too and tried to stop himself.
Unlucky. But again, the Kite Claw is right in action. The lobbing hatch for backside drop, and of course the A hatch itself. Very important hatches for both the backstab and the mid execute. It's gonna make the attack a lot more difficult here for Wildcard. They gotta scramble inside, try and play for kills, or try and just play, I guess, a more risky round. Planning seems very impossible for them right now. They got time to work with, but again, those Goyo canisters also still popping. The ash charge from Bolo will not clear out the Kite Claw, surprisingly enough. That means NDR will be safe inside the A bomb site. Toss out those toxic babes, stall for more time, so does the fire. And meanwhile, Rise also finds a kill.
It'll be Bolo to charge in that main door as the diffuser walked in towards lockers. So this will be a drop through the hatch for Adam. Bolo sprinting in, trying for the kill. He knew he had to play it out. Wouldn't work. Spirits, how does he survive that? He gets the down, cannot secure. Adam twisting and turning by the elevators. He's last alive in the site.
5 seconds remaining.
Gavin with the down, still bleeding out. But Pambazoo with 2 super shorty kills in 1 round. You don't usually see 1, let alone 2. Easy putting in some good work. 3 rounds in a row for them now. They've blunted this early momentum of Wildcard, and DZ take the lead.
You know, I've been thinking about something. Now that I've been watching DC play, like, you know, today and yesterday as well, I always wonder, do you think Pambasu would benefit from getting a haircut? Because, like, how does he see through? Look at this. How does he see? Like, they're definitely covering some of his vision. There's no way.
I mean, you're talking to a guy who has very similar hair to him.
But your hair is usually up and back. No.
Yeah, well, because if I tried to look like that on a broadcast, people would think I was a Muppet. So instead, my hair is usually pinned back, or now it's long enough that I can put it in not necessarily a man bun, but sort of like
a man bun. Yep.
All right.
Definitely a man bun. I don't know. I mean, there's you know, I believe Pamba is an anime enjoyer. You know, not gonna, no shame there. I personally don't dabble, but yeah, no shame, no shame. No. I apologize on behalf of my co-caster. That's not okay. Okay, no shaming.
5 seconds left.
But you know, they believe in, like, you know, the hair and the.
Do it. Say it. Say the word.
Anime.
Heading out to defuse a bomb.
It's just, yeah, it's just a trigger thing. I'm sorry, guys. You know, this just happens.
It's just, I hear the word and it's just like this visceral feeling in my stomach. Prompts a dry heat. I don't know. I can't.
But there's this hair thing where it's like, you grow it out certain length, you're gonna go Super Saiyan mode, right? You're gonna be popping off. Well, I think Bambasu can't see how.
That's a Dragon Ball Z thing, man.
Which is also.
I know it is. I don't say the word. I know it is. But I make an exception for it. Okay? I will watch the original Pokemon. If I'm feeling nostalgic, maybe I'll throw on some of the original Digimon and I'll watch Dragon Ball Z. And that's where I draw the line. Okay?
Okay, you make the rules right here. Fair.
Well, I mean, I make the rules on my own life. I'd hope that most people do. Maybe Pambazoo gets stronger with longer hair. Maybe you're right. Who knows?
I mean, it looks like it. He was heating up, had a great stage so far as well. Definitely one of those MVP players off stage 2 in North America. Right now he's equal though, 4-4, and it's Spirits once again always leading the charge here, looking for the opening kill, and this time Pambasu actually gets away, but barely.
The first time that we see an actual bona fide rifle in the hands of Spirits. He had the shotgun on Amaru last round, and then of course was riding out the shield operators prior to that. But doesn't find anything for it. If you remember, Spirits and Pambazoo came to blows just a couple rounds ago, where Pambazoo ran into the wall when he got flashed by the Blitz in one of the funnier exchanges that we have seen at this level. It's a bit of a slower round by Wildcard standards, by the way. They try to tackle this open area defense set up by DZ. This is the final defense for Dark Zero, and they will have not defended that top floor bomb site, which is a bit interesting by my counts. And I use the word interesting because it can mean a lot of things, and I never get pinned down. I wonder what it means to you that they didn't go upstairs.
I'm surprised as well. I mean, DC, to be fair, they do like to play the map more, and when you defend that top floor bomb site, you're kind of stuck in corners. We see Canadian like always running around the map. That doesn't really happen at top floor bomb site. Canadian somehow got away. Spirits of Sledge opened up the floor around him constantly throughout that Taylor Zakav's portion of the map. Canadian just kind of walks out, doesn't even look at the ceiling, doesn't care whatsoever. These X-Kairos, if positioned correctly, I would say, will destroy the Kite Claw downstairs, and there, they get it. Second set, of course, will get the hatch. Wildcard then have a way in towards the bomb side, but with no smoke grenades to assist them and no nades left in Spirit's pocket, getting the diffuser down and getting that initial entry and foothold might prove difficult. See, Wildcard, they know that the rumors of Dark Zero are downstairs as well, so they gotta watch those flanks on all the staircases.
15 seconds to go.
Everybody's still alive, and there's 15 seconds left in the round. Adam will drop. Obscured, nearsighted, but not before he can take out Pambazoo. Bolo in and doing Bolo things. But Canadian is there to shut down the defuse plant. A second attempt by Adam, and Canadian is down in the basement, and that lean back is all that we need to know. Another flawless round for Wildcard as they send us through the first half. Wildcard, their last 2 rounds, both won flawlessly. However, that first flawless round came all the way back in round number 2. They let DZ hold the lead for a single round, and now we emerge from the first half tied at 3 apiece. Dark Zero moving to attack. Wildcard will now try their hand at defense.
I mean, it was so close there for Troy and Dark Zero, right? About 2.5 seconds left in the timer, and I was keeping track of, how much further Troy could have waited before popping that yokai, and he only had about another second to spare, so he pretty much min-maxed it to near perfection, and ultimately, it wouldn't have, changed the outcome of that round. Yeah, it's a 5v5 execute, but Dark Zero are mostly playing off the bomb side. Server stairs, main stairs, Canadian, of course, on those staircases in the basement of all places, very far off the side itself. The second that Wildcard they drop the hatch and don't really die or take any damage in the process, it's usually a really good sign for the attack inside. Because getting in is the hard part. Once you're in it, you're okay. Defenders gotta walk into your angles all of a sudden. You're forcing down that diffuser like we just witnessed. So first half, DC, they picked the map. That means that Wildcard, they chose the starting side. So of course, you have to assume here that attack is where you want to be. That's what Wildcard chose, and Dark Zero, they're not sloppy out on their attack usually. They got it all figured out. They love their intel, and lately, we just tend to see a lot of shield play in general. The last 2 NAL play days, the Monty and Blitz play rate skyrocketing from most of the teams that we've seen present. It was Spirits on Wildcard's side in the very first round. Gavin will also try his turn with the Blitz.
So that's what? 5 rounds of 7. Technically, we're not finished the 7th yet, but this is the 5th round that we are seeing a shield operator emerge.
4th, right? Amara and Sledge. 5, 6, and the 7. No, you're right. Yeah, you're right.
I thought Denmark was supposed to have a good education system. If you were, say, an American, I could have understood your lack of understanding of math, but...
I didn't attend it. I dropped out. But I also found the error myself and corrected it. That must count for something.
That is true. Gavin. I'm very impressed with that. And now Gavin will send the smoke running for the hills. Adam doesn't want any of that. Oh, I could have said doesn't want any of that smoke. Man.
Oh, man.
Blew it!
Lost opportunity.
I know.
Bit of a...
Get it back.
Decision there from Adam. Do you stick around, risk the life of the valuable smoke and those toxic babes, or do you just simply run, right? Dying early in the round with smoke is not where you want to be on the basement defense. You're a very, very valuable operator to the team. You still got the roaming presence as well from Wildcard, so Dark Zero, they're gonna have to fight multiple things here, both horizontally and vertically, unless they choose to go for the roam clear. That's normally what Blitz provides you. You can actually go and find those roamers, take them out, etc. You have a way in. But half the round burnt, more than that actually. DC, they're rotating. Gavin was in the basement, then he was inside a square, and now he's running towards the lobby. So they might try and actually either distract some of the roamers from the defending side, or simply just try and go for a chaotic backside hash. I'm not sure what Gavin is onto here.
Yeah, not entirely certain. DZ will be slower on attack than Wildcard. I think that's a given. But Rice gets a relatively free kill as Surf peeks through the doorway, gets smoked. That is not the Teller's Archives bomb site, though those are the 2 places where we saw DZ go to defend twice. Wildcard still controlling open area. It'll be a challenge, not impossible, but will be a challenge to take that bottom floor bomb site without conceding open area. Canadian is amidst the smoke, and he's just going to suffer through it.
Troy? What?
I wonder if maybe on his screen it was not visible, but it was very steadily ticking away at his HP. Now Bolo drops. He's punished for it. Not finished off yet, though. Hacker will have to deal with the blitz. NJR in a 1v1. He drops, he sees him, but it's Packer to win. Hard pressed to beat a Vector at such short range. Wildcard take their 4th round, and they take the lead with it.
There are so many times in the last like 24 hours where NTR he's in these like 1v1s and 1v2s, and he's so close every single time. A big difference here for Dark Zero is that typically NTR, he wins those. This time around, he does not. A valuable effort from Gavin though in the blitz, finding both the opening kill and the follow-up kill and the side kill, and just getting so much work done all across the map. And yeah, DC running low on time, but the big puzzling play that we witnessed was Troy staking the plant inside the smoke. If you're about halfway through and the Toxic Babe starts hitting you, you'll be okay. But if you're about half health and you just started planting, you're not gonna make it. Like, there's just no statistical way that that's gonna be the case. Even if you had a finger, it wouldn't matter, because finger will heal you up, but you also take more damage from the Toxic Babe per tick afterwards. And then, not only that, but, you know, Wildcard, they kind of overkilled it because they also tossed out a C4. They themselves thought the smoke canister missed onto Troy because he stuck the plant. Bit of a confusion there, but could be many reasons for it. Not paying attention, not seeing the visual animation, or not paying, you know, just not seeing your health bar. So many things can happen there for Troy's side, but oh boy, he didn't even leave the spawn.
Attackers have recovered their diffuser.
That's not good.
That's, you know, that's one of those, like, if you're playing Rend, you're leaving the game, you're closing it down, turning off your PC, and you're just not gonna bother with this anymore today. Because that sucks. Like 5 seconds of the round, you just die. You're a Thatcher, you know, highly valuable operator. The good thing is, as the IGL leader of the team for Dark Zero, Troy can now IGL better, right? He has all the point of views, has all those cams, the entry drones, the flank drones, etc. But they are down a player, and that's never good. Did see Brava hack one of those Maestro cameras inside the bomb site, forcing out an impact grenade from defense to take it out. Smart choice. But DC are gonna need to find an advantage earlier than previous round. Can't wait till the very last dire seconds here. They're gonna need to find something to even back the score. So Wildcard do that 5 versus 5 execute. Try and do it 4 versus 5. You'll be surprised just how much more difficult that is.
No Thatcher, no team leader. There's a nice nade, but Bolo sees the indicator and manages to dodge around it. But that's all he's gonna get. Dies inside of Archives to Gavin as Gavin searches for yet another kill. I guess the Thatcher not really that necessary if you're not bringing any denial on the panel walls leading into break room. You see the Selmas start to tear that open. Ambazoo waiting for the call to go on in. Also backup on the Brava drones. So if you need the Kludge to go in and maybe take any denial that could be on the board, as you can see from the right-hand side, there is no denial brought whatsoever. So in some ways, maybe you could consider the EMP to be a suboptimal pick, but I don't think DZ would think that, or else they wouldn't have brought it. Gavin punished inside of Archives because Surf is playing above. Gavin, the most kills in this lobby, tied with Spirits at 8. Most kills on his team, technically. You don't have that coverage that you need. Now Rice will just go in and start the plant in relatively safe position. If there's no gas canisters or nitro cells to stop him, you don't really have an option to shut him down. And look at Pambazoo quarterbacking the post plant. Spirits activating the smart goggles. He and Adam playing side by side inside of open area. Far enough removed from where that diffuser is, but Spirits creeps up on that position. Down goes Pambazoo. NJR will need to sneak in. Does he have an avenue? Neither of these players from Wildcard on the diffuser just yet. NJR will look for the one player. A nice shot onto Spirits. And now Adam needs to take the engagement. He cannot afford to go onto that diffuser or he'll be picked off the exact same way. Draws the attention of NJR, finds him and gets the kill. Can he get back in time? He's got 3 seconds. All he needs to do is hit 7. Ooh. Oh my God, it's gonna be a photo finish. Does he get it in time?
He's got it.
The skin of his teeth. Wildcard grabbed the diffuser.
Remember that thing where I said NGR, he finds himself in those positions and they're so close and usually he wins out? Well, it happened again. Back-to-back rounds. We're talking, what, 0.38 seconds left? I mean, so, fun fact, when you swap out your when you have your pistol in your hand in Siege, you actually run a little bit faster. but you also can't sprint while swapping weapons. So this is like, when you go a certain distance, it's always gonna be quicker with the pistol versus not. This single fact that he actually went for the pistol immediately to then sprint all the way in likely was the difference maker in that round to make it in time or not. Split-second decision making from Adam. Yesterday, he was gunning it out, getting so many kills. Today, well, he's still gunning, also making those excellent split-second decisions and clutching out for his team once more. DC take their tactical timeout. That's gotta hurt. That's really, really gotta hurt, especially if you're NJR.
The amount of times I have seen NJR almost celebrate, but then to throw his head back in frustration over the last day and a half. He's much higher than I thought it would be. I think it's like 4 or 5, which isn't a very high number in and of itself, but it's strange it happened that many times. It just goes to show you how scrappy DZ are in the final moments of a round. Adam is just on something. The buff that he had yesterday obviously has not worn off. I mean, he does it with only 6 kills to his name, but these are 6 impactful kills. I think it's always important to highlight the fact that you might have, say, for Spirits, you might have 10 kills. Yeah, Spirits have all been very important kills as well, but if you find yourself, you know, in 2 1v5s and you get 3 kills both times, you're gonna have 6 kills, but guess what? They're completely impactless. They had no bearing on the round whatsoever.
5 seconds left.
Not the case for Adam.
Attackers must locate and defuse the bomb.
This is DZ's map, by the way, and Wildcard are showing that after the way that they played yesterday here against M80, I imagine that for Dark Zero, it's a good DZ map, but also you've got a VOD to review of the way that they played against M80, and you can potentially play around that. I don't think Dark Zero would be very successful if that was their goal.
Not just that, but DC played wildcard during stage 2, you know, when they first squared off, and that was a 7-1 victory in favor of DC. I mean, it was an extremely one-sided matchup. Of course, you know, if something's very one-sided, odds are that the team who lost had a bad day, team who won had a good day, because there isn't that big of a skill disparity between teams right now in Siege for the most part. This is definitely a different look at that. Frustration for sure for DC, and they're gonna try and figure out the issues right now with that tactical timeout. Canadian onto Monty seems to be the stable go-to whenever they cannot find success. We saw the same from Dark Series yesterday. Lose a couple rounds, struggle on the entry, losing those early engagements. Monty it is. The stable for Canadian, but he's not, again, like your typical Monty player. He plays it solely because the team tends to struggle, more so than playing it as a thing to play around to find success. So this is usually a sign that DC, they don't have any other options left. See what he can do with it. He's up against the goo mines, the impact grenades, the yokais. Loads of ways for him to die and take damage in this round.
And there he goes. He's as good as dead. Hacker traded back, so DZ might lose the first pick, but there's no advantage really gained in terms of numbers. You're welcome to talk about whether the Legion is more valuable than a Monty. Now Bolo will die as well, playing on Castle, maybe a more sheltered operator, which stands to reason if he doesn't know the strats. Gavin will find a bunch of goo mines on the way into the Archives bomb site, and now have the diffuser at his disposal, but Spirits is trying to retake. Gavin eliminating Adam, the hero from the previous round. Spirits has an idea, but now so too does DZ, as those logic bombs will allow Gavin to know there's somebody not too far off. A swing through the doorway as NJR punishes Spirits, and now it's Surf from above. Supernova receiving a huge buff with the changes to that shotgun. You add the suppressor to it, and suddenly it can kill enemies with relative ease. Surf, it does have eyes on the diffuser, as you literally hear the game say. That's a bit unfortunate timing on my part, but he now needs to find the 2 remaining players. Is he be able to pull this one off? He has to head back to the bomb site, gain their attention first. Not expect Gavin to be so close by. Oh! A bit of a rodeo, no way! Oh my god, if Wildcard had pulled that off. Easy, and a nail biter wins it because of Gavin, who does eat a shotgun blast, but still keeps trucking. The gap closes. Wildcard still in the lead, but only by a single round.
Oh, NGR really typed in chat. That's crazy. I mean, if you're standing that far back, you know, DC were paying the utmost respect, saying, okay, last guy's got a shotgun, don't play close, and it was backs against the wall. And You see the replay in a second. That was Rise. Okay. NJR was not full HP. It wasn't all that bad. He was like 45%. But yeah, backs against the wall as far away as you can be. And again, DZ, they almost lose it. Very intense 1v1 once more for them. And they escaped that match point scenario for wildcard. It's 5-4. Still in favor of the wildcard side. Of course, DC's map, so not exactly where you want to be. The Monty died really early in the round, and we didn't really get to see exactly what happened, but that tends to be Canadians' way of playing the Monty. He goes in, and they get some map press, and he dies, but they somehow find success around that. It's almost like a distraction game from Canadian. Not sure that's the intended plan, at least, but Gavin, you saw, immediately just sprinting towards the bomb site, taking that control, trying to get something going. They knew that time was low. We gotta see some more value out of Monty this time, because Canadian is bored again.
Oh boy. We'll see what Canadian can accomplish on this operator. Nick, I wasn't very impressed with the Monty in the previous round. Spirits likes this operator quite a lot, and I mean, I don't think there was a single round that went by where Spirits was on the Monty nor the Blitz, and we questioned that decision. Yesterday, both Demo and I were questioning Kino on that Monty, and I think after just a single round, you could say the same about Canadian.
Yeah.
Now he's trying to draw out the Mira playing behind server. There's logic bombs to go. Spirit's taking some damage. Canadian losing half of his HP. I believe that's Packer's Nitro Cell that was in that spot. Bolo gets on the board first. Pambazoo answers back by eliminating Spirits. And now Bolo is dead too. DZ looking far more formidable on attack, especially with Gavin continuing to excel on entry. Now Canadian will see Packer aggress towards him in Dirt Tunnel. Pambazoo might have scrambled to try to make something work, but he gets punished by Surf. Adam getting the call towards Square. Surf is the one inside of open area. So DZ will have some struggles as the three remaining players from Wildcard are in open, blue, and server. That means that the bomb site is actually completely open. If Canadian wasn't stranded in Dirt Tunnel, they could scramble and just get into lockers and get the diffuser down. But DZ are stuck at this point. With 1 minute to go, they've now lost Gavin, and Canadian has no escort. He's gonna have to do this himself.
That's the weird part. Most teams they play around the Monty so heavily, but DC they leave him alone as again like a way to distract the enemy, but it's not working. Canadian suffering damage, time and time. Oh, look at this. Oh, that's
no.
ugly.
This
oh no.
It's so disrespectful. Leave him alone.
Got toxic babes. They could totally do it.
There's a shotgun blast waiting at the bottom of blue for NJR. He gets swung on. That's it for him. Canadian inside a Dirt Tunnel where he spent the entirety of this round. Packer gets it. DZ stuck, literally. Match point for Wildcard on DZ's map.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to think of like, let's say that's a typical bank, like quote unquote rank game, right? Like you pick Monty in Dirt, and sure enough, like most defenders are gonna come like, oh my god, Monty in Dirt, you know, the entire push is gonna be here. He's gonna have backup, etc. Let's all rotate and deal with that. But this is like some of the highest level of siege you can find. Putting Monty in Dirt without anybody droning behind him. No drones inside of server, no utility flying like nades, flashbangs, etc. No shots being fired. You're going to eventually realize that the Monty is alone. And the thing about Monty is that it's not like the Blitz where Monty is actually a threat. The whole threat part about Monty is that he walks in your face, shuffles you around, you feel constantly under pressure because the enemy knows where you're standing. Because Monty works like as a live drone. And that's the problem, right? But when Monty doesn't have anybody playing around him, it's just... This guy's kind of like one big indestructible drone looking at you. You don't really care about that. So that's why most teams, they put the Monty on the entry. You put guns behind him, or you force the defenders to move into their line of sight. You get those free kills. It's not what Canadian opted to do with the Monty, and it very obviously didn't really work. He died the first time as the first member of his team, and it's the very last one that previous round in the very odd spot and was stuck in Dirt Tunnel the entire round essentially. DC and Canadian will think, yeah, let's not do that again. On Twitch DMR he goes instead. DC might be looking for a quick round here as they're already inside a bottom square. Not exactly going for the bomb site, but the rooms next to it that tell us Archive's portion of the map. So important.
Hamizu the leadoff pick, and it's on to Bolo. An impressive 6-7 record for Bolo in this match. For somebody who hasn't played a game in, what, it's been over a year at this point, wouldn't it have been? Or closing in on a year? Very
I'll put my
close
base
to.
demo and say I'll figure that out. January 28th.
January 28th was Bolo's last game, is that correct?
That's when he announced retirement.
Ah, right. So they did not end up competing at SI, right?
No, they did not.
There you go. Hacker will die as well. Dark Zero fighting for their lives. The only way they win on their own map is through overtime. That means it will be a harrowing journey to get there for them, but I said it yesterday. I'll say it again today. DZ must hate their fans because it is not easy being a fan of DZ. I think you're definitely competing with Team Liquid to be one of the most abused fan bases in the entire game. Out Spirits to die, over from that printer window. Canadian slaughtering him after getting a Twitch drone into a very good position inside a break room. Also eliminating the yokai. So you've got information, you've taken a piece of utility away, and there you go. Canadian on that drone, giving information. They can hear the phone calls as well from the Dokkaebi. Smoke's tossed out to cut off a line of sight. And now Canadian is looking to see if there's an answer back. He assesses there is, and he baits Surf right into a Gavin, licking his chops. Now it's Adam to try and keep the round intact, but can't do it. Flawlessly done by DZ. They pick up their 5th round. We're going to need all 12 between these two teams.
Such one-sided rounds from both teams where DC, they can't figure out their problems at all. They have a big struggle. And then all of a sudden, it's just a flawless. They get the opening kill, they want to follow it up, they get great side in towards the bomb side, and nobody from Wildcard in a position to really do anything about it. And that's the thing, the opening kill seems to have a very big part in who takes these round victories, which isn't all that uncommon. And it has been a Wildcard leading more often than not, especially in that first half. Defending on Bang proving to be quite difficult, as both teams are struggling more on that side than that of the attack.
My. Timeout now taken by Wildcard. They are on the ropes. What a storyline this would be for Wildcard. Not just to take map 1, but if we continue onwards, to go to Oregon and take their map as well. Worst circumstances that are possible for Merc's family striking yesterday, and now Bolo is subbing in on last minute's notice. Got to imagine that as much as he's friends with people on the team, that his familiarity with the Wildcard strategy and what they want to do on attack and defense is probably next to none. So for him to come in and assume the position that he is, playing under the circumstances in which he finds himself, the fact that Wildcard have not completely imploded not just speaks to the testament of Bolo, but more importantly, it speaks to the rest of the team. I try not to trawl social media too much for the way that they think about things because it makes my brain drip out of my ears. But last night, there was a post on the subreddit about this matchup. One of the commentators said something along the lines of, I'm really excited to see where Wildcard goes because they have a really good core. And it's something that I genuinely agree with. If you look at the lineup for Wildcard, the term that we've used to describe teams like this in the past was, like the island of misfit toys. You take a bunch of players who got removed from their teams and have now been reassembled to find a new home. And they're all very talented players for a variety of reasons. They might not be competing the way that they were. You elevate Adam to this level. Most people will know him as Tra. And then you get some veteran players on the team. And suddenly, Wildcard are playing incredible Siege, given how little experience they have, The fact that they're competing for a major spot in and of itself, impressive. And now that they are doing so again under the circumstances of losing Merc and having Bolo step in, that is a huge loss. And Wildcard's recovery has not just been graceful, but a huge success. They could presumably win this round and then go to Oregon up 1-0 with their map in back pocket. We don't want to get too ahead of ourselves, though, because there is still a round to play. There's been about 45 seconds so far where we've seen utility work go. This is another open area defense. This is where Wildcard was last time.
Go back to the same side after losing flawlessly, then you're gonna say, something happened that really shouldn't have happened. And those 2 early deaths that Wildcard suffered, that might just be it. DC just ran into bottom square, they shut down Bolo inside that Telos Archives area, and that was really it. They get so much control of that middle section of the map, and it's so vital to hold on to as the defending team. Looking much better for wildcard though. DC back into their little bit more slow and steady pace here. Slow is fast and fast is slow is what they say. Intel is still very much required for Dark Zero. They have so many drones alive, still 8 up. So wildcard, they haven't found him despite playing Solus. That's Surf. He's not top side of the map instead of meeting, so he's not in the right position to find those drones. Can't do anything about it. Opening kills will be very important here for both teams. Good Nate.
This has been quite the matchup so far, and we're only a single map in. The stakes as high as they are. You're seeing incredible attacks from both teams. You're seeing stalwart defenses. Though Adam is far below the numbers that he found himself yesterday on that do-or-die matchup of Border, he has still been an incredibly vital member of this team. He looked like he would be the first line of defense upstairs, but for now, Dark Zero will leave him be. Instead, the focus was on the open area bomb site. Surf is there for backup. He's got intel too, and he can tell Adam exactly where DZ is coming from and when. Wild card, Adam in particular finding 2, but wait a moment, Dark Zero's flipped the script. They find 3 kills. Adam still standing. Phone ringing away. It might leave Bolo in a 1v3. He's down below an open area. Adam covering from above, but the diffuser will go down. Adam popping up, trying desperately to outduel, and he gets the down onto DZ's player of Rice. Bolo is gone. Adam will drop. He's got 2 kills so far. A third could be confirmed if Rice bleeds out. 2 more await Adam. He clutched on this site before. Lightning doesn't often strike twice. Will it here? Is there a storm brewing for Dark Zero? They're waiting. Patiently, NJR is on drone, spotting Adam. He takes the swing, Canadian pops up, and DZ hangs on. Overtime we go.
All the way. And it comes down to those very small gunfights where Bolo was vaulting the desk on the side trying to find Canadian in the midst of the smoke. And had he found him, all of a sudden, wildcard, they probably went out in that round. But the cover from Dark Zero, the smoke was tossed perfectly to shroud exactly where the plan was going down. And again, the second wildcard they lose control of Archive's tellers, things just fall apart from them. Adam found 2 huge picks early in the round, but that was really it. Surf kind of overstepped his welcome, and he was inside of Jander's in a stable position, dropped into CEO, and lost that gunfight. I do think that the Solus has to go into a more proactive player from the defensive side, because the benefit of Solus, you can find those cameras, shut down the intrusion, shut down the intel. And Dark Zero, they rely on those drones so heavily. But Solus is in a anchor position, not supposed to move, and always play in that same position. You want to be able to have the freedom to move around, or at the very least, be in range of those drones and say, hey guys, there's a drone over here. So even if you can't deal with it as the Solus player, at least you can communicate with your teammates so that they can deal with it themselves. I like seeing this more proactive setup from wildcard. Gonna go down to the basement bomb site, but with a heavy roam. Sometimes we see teams do like a soft roam where you just have like 1 or 2 guys in the open area. You fall back the second the enemies, they're near you. You have like the fake roam where you just kind of run up a staircase so that drone sees you. You run back down, and then they realize you're not roaming at all, and you buy like 10 seconds. That's it. And then you have this kind of roam where you're putting up castle barricades. You got mirror windows if you want to use them. You got the Solus for drone intel. All of a sudden, DC, they got problems to deal with. They got the Nook and the Monty, as well as the Dokkaebi. That trio, that's to deal with the roam, try and find those picks. We've seen Hot and Cold so many times find success with that operator. As we're the only players in North America to bring it out. Gavin, he's done a good job at flexing so far this stage. Happy to see more stuff from him like the Nook.
Shield operators will come. Can't stop them. Can't ban them. Well, I guess you could ban them. But instead it was the Ying and Flores that took up the 2 attacker bans, so that will allow both of these teams to run as many Monties or Blitzes as they so choose. Osa is also a shield operator that we see her used differently from time to time. Spirits, right now, inside of Tellers. Guns down Pambazoo, that is the ace. That's the only hard breacher for Dark Zero, and they now need to pull off a locker CCTV execute without any hard destruction at all.
That's tough. I mean, the good news is, if you roam clear, all the hatches are soft. The bad news is, the sidewalls inside from server, where Canadian currently is, well, the one of them, it is reinforced. So there are options here for Dark Zero. They're not entirely locked down because it's not that turtle defense that they could have opted for on wildcard side. But as long as they got the hatch control, as long as the roam is alive, it's going to be very difficult to plant, even with the Monty. Gavin and Nuke inside the garage is kind of stuck. It's not this easy. There is no way. No.
Come on. There goes the gas canister. Canadian had no HP left to survive that, and Surf finishes him off too. It looked like it was that easy, but you know what? It's like they say, if it seems that easy, it's probably not. Nades now from Gavin inside a garage as NJR just walks through the main floor, but he's got the attention of Surf, who also needs to be wary of the Monty down below. In comes the Dokkaebi of NJR. Surf gets the pick. He could drop at any point. Down goes the Nitro cell. Does damage to Rice, but now Gavin will need to flush these players out. Wildcard doubling up in numbers. Gavin spotted on main stairs. Rice alone. He's sent away by Adam. Wildcard on match point.
It's a great choice of a defense. When you go into OT, I always kind of wonder, which side do we go to? You know, do we surprise them, stay with the good old stable? Do we just show them what we already given them before? But they go for that basement roam, an excellent choice, and to make that cherry on top, they find the only Heartbreacher as they open and kill as well. Dark Zero, they have historically been known as a team that's great at the strategical side of the game, problem solving, playing the game in like a very set way on attack, but they never really run out of options or solutions. Lately, you know, with the meta shift being on that more like, you know, gun-oriented kind of side of Siege, going for those kills and playing more together, DC has also kind of upped away from that very strict style of Siege where they always have the same guy in the same spot during the same area. They too are more flexible now. The downside for Dark Zero, though, is that it seems like they're not as good as actually problem solving. They have like their initial plan going to a round, and then if they lose, you know, that vital part, it could be the Monty the last round, it could have been the Heartbreacher, for example. They don't seem to know exactly what to do after that. They plan for the ideal outcome, but the issue is, in this current meta now more than ever, you can't really rely on that ideal scenario to happen. It's great if it does, and it's a really quote-unquote easy round to win for you because you had it all planned out, but so many times the players die early to either gadgetry, utility, or a defender or attacker just running out the building saying, I'm going to look for this kill and just get it. And with how active Wildcard they are on the map when they're defending, you're never really gonna have a good time on attack against them. And this is especially true, you know, before Bolo was subbed in, when Merc was the IGL, because the way that Merc, you know, he works, like we saw on TSM with that incredible invitational run that they had, he likes to just get face first in the building as quickly as possible and just get that map presence. Wildcard, they very much live by that same philosophy. On defense, they're proactive. On attack, they're quick on their entries, much quicker than Dark Zero, for example. Sides are swapped. Wildcard, they're on attack on what could be their final round here to find the victory that they need.
This certainly isn't where Dark Zero saw themselves, and I got to imagine there's a part of Wildcard that probably didn't see themselves here as well, but they have looked like a mighty good team all stage, one of the best in the entire region. That's why they are competing now, and despite the struggles they had yesterday, well, today's a new day. Down goes Canadian, and then Polo drops to Rice. Gavin trades right back on the Spirits. So Wildcard lose too. Gavin dropped. Why? Because Surf is still upstairs inside of Conference. They have not been able to flush him out. And as he sees Tracers go through the wall, Surf knows there's another player from Dark Zero nearby. Another trophy for the wall of Wildcard. Bambazoo, NJR, Rice, now back down in the bomb site, so they've been able to get to safety. As the soft destruction and hard destruction on that top floor begins. The pacing set by Wildcard significantly faster than almost any of DZ's attacks. You pointed that out, and anybody who's watched Dark Zero this stage knows how slow they can be, much to their detriment on a number of rounds. This time, the pacing is not theirs to set, it's Wildcard's. And with a 3v3, I'd be happy with the position that Dark Zero finds themselves in. The Wildcard will have to move quickly to get all of their ducks in order.
Yeah, I think both teams are actually pretty happy in a 3v3 because, you know, you have enough attackers left to actually do something, but as does the defense. The big thing here is time. With the Vulcan canisters from Goyo up and alive, with 3 toxic babes from NJR, if Wildcard want to go for an easy plan solution, well, they're going to get stalled out for the remainder of this round. It's just not going to be possible. They have to go for kills or at least get inside either the A or the B bomb site. Deep inside the bomb site, right, that is. No default plans what's happening here. DC, they know this. They're playing far back, expecting those hat drops, and I think Adam inside of Garage is going to have to be the playmaker here for Wildcard.
Service dropped. He's got a line of sight.
15 seconds to go.
Looking towards red. Flash goes out by Packer. He cannot get buried in his position, but he does. Adam holds diffuser, though. He's in lockers, taken down by the Legion of Pambazoo. Now it's Surf to try to clutch. He finds 3, but vulnerable on the vault over, and DZ takes advantage of that. All 15 rounds needed between these two juggernauts.
Question is, where would you rather be here? Would you rather be on the defense or the attack? Because these rounds are so back and forth. And I really think it comes down to what bomb sites you have open up and available to you on the defense. Both teams in overtime opted to go basement. That's obviously locked in because they are both successful at defending it. Wildcard, this will be, the final round of this game. There is no more rounds after this. You get 3 bomb site options. You got that Telos Archives that they've shown but lost on. They got open area, or they got that top floor of CEO that we really haven't seen being played, which normally is the case. This time is not. So we've had a great entry in that round, found those 2 picks, but DC, they've been fighting back. That's been their big adaptation on their defensive side. They're not just solo roaming, dying, and then nothing comes out of it. No, whenever somebody dies, there's usually a member nearby to trade back the numbers or try to find an opening elsewhere so that wildcard can just run away with the round. They chose open area. They chose bandit of all operators. We don't see any bandit in action typically. We got a stat or a question for you, chat. Who's taking this map? Type 1 for DC, Chris, 2 for wild card. Final round right here. I heard you when you were casting a demo yesterday, Parker, you were talking about like putting up the bets and stuff. And yeah, well, you can't bet in this game right now. Those of you that did, about what, an hour ago or so, 50 minutes ago, some of you are gonna be mighty richer with the in-game or the chat points. Some of you will be mighty poor because we'll win 1 round in just 2.5 minutes. We'll have a decided outcome for the first map at least.
I have thoughts on gambling. I don't feel like sharing.
It's not about politics, Parker. Okay, it's about
If
channel
the people would like to gamble, I am not one to judge. I think that there's very low stakes for typing 1 or 2 in the chat. And I don't think that's a gamble. It's not like you're going to lose anything if you get it wrong.
Your pride.
Oh, for goodness sakes. If your pride is hurt by typing the wrong number in a Twitch chat, I beg you to go outside and touch some grass. I lost sleep. Honey, you haven't slept for days. Why?
I typed 2 for wildcard. I should have typed 1 for DC.
I'm breaking up.
Harsh reality. Breakups happening right now. Oh boy. Well.
Oh, that was me continuing onwards with the whole like, why are you crying, honey? I'm breaking up with you.
That's so
Half of the round already gone. DZ, not lethargic on this round. They're very active, even though it doesn't look like they're doing much, but they've already worked quite hard to clear out that top floor. You can see all these silhouettes. All 5 players of wildcard visible, 2 on the bottom floor, 3 on the main. Means that the playground of that top floor will be Dark Zeros. Some soft destruction over open area. That stock trading portion of the map. I imagine there's 1 of 2 ways that this bomb site is going to go. You're either going to go for the default take inside of B, which is to go behind the counter in staff area and break room, or you're going to drop the hatch and try to plant behind the cubicle. I think it really just comes down to whether DZ can get an early pick, but more importantly, whether they feel like there's a safer avenue to go with. Shake Packer off of his position on A. Down goes Rice. No could be no more. If Packer dies, it didn't look like there was coverage over by that hatch, so DZ could conceivably go for a drop, but the remainder of the bandit needs to be found first. DZ definitely stacking up for this A drop with 30 seconds left. There goes Canadian. He survives it. They've at least drawn out the attention. Pambazoo not good enough on the coverage, but down goes Packer. Gavin traded out by Spirits. Wildcard leading the way. Canadian bailing off. Now he'll try again. NJR drops. Every single player at DZ favoring this hatch. Canadian successful in the post plant. Tracers whizzing over the heads of NJR, gunning down Surf. Canadian and him will need to scramble. NJR so good. Spirits to clutch out. Playing inside a copier. Flashed. Activating the goggles at the right time, playing around it. His gadget will be of good use, but NJR gets all 3 kills. DZ survive a scare. No Cinderella story on map 1 for wildcard. DZ take it 8-7 on their own map. With no further delay, we'll go to a break and come back with what's next for these two teams.
I want M80 to be one of the most successful and dominant esports organizations in the world.
When the manager Golden reached out for a coaching position, I thought, why not? What could hurt?
You just got to take their soul away. You just got to destroy them.
It's definitely better to let the player do the talking, but tend to stay clear of the people that have big egos.
Energy carries everything into winning.
This is Rainbow Six at its best!
Try not to hold on to revenge too much the past. If we were to play them again, it would just be like just that urge of competitiveness to beat them.
We know our potential, we know what we are capable of.
The opponents could definitely take the title from us.
The past is the past, but in the moment you have everything you need to do to be better.
It's very clear that at least on some level, Wildcard seem to have a little bit of a Bolo buff, but it's not enough to overcome Dark Zero on their own pick, only because NJR saved that thing right at the very end with one of the covers of his life. You like winning your own map pick. You don't really like winning at 8-7, though.
A win's a win, Jacob. I don't think you're going to complain if you're Dark Zero. Maybe after the fact, when they go and look through the VODs, they'll point out some mistakes. And it certainly wasn't a super clean win by Dark Zero. There was a lot of hectic rounds going through there. But, hey, they pull it out in the end, and they go up 1-0 in the series.
Yeah, it was a very close game. That definitely could have went Wildcard's favor if some of those rounds would have just squeaked by. But Dark Zero did fight back. They did come back and close it out overall. NJR had multiple rounds where they probably could have ended that sooner. So it was good that he finally was able to just clench the round. He applied that great coverage over Troy and getting those 2 kills and just closing out the map. It was a beautiful display.
And we talked about Canadian having impact on the defense. And I thought he finally, or well, not finally, but he was doing that really well in this game. There was a round in particular, round number 3, where he's playing on the Solus and he's going up against the Monty. Now he misses the initial frag to kill Spirits. He finds the pick on a Bolo, who he knew was coming in through lobby, and then he uses both impacts here on the shield. This doesn't kill Spirits, but what it does is it gets Spirits down to 1 HP. That is actually the game-winning decision by Troy to land those 2 impacts, because look at what DZ have on their side. Gavin's got 2 impacts of his own, and right now, Canadian in the voice comms is yelling at Gavin, you've got to impact this Monty. He's 1 HP. You can just stop this plant. There's 7 seconds on the clock, and watch what he does. Gavin, impact in hand, flies through the air, gets the kill. Beautifully done to stop that plant. Even if the final kill doesn't go out there onto the player covering, that's the kind of impact that we wanted to see from Canadian. And we saw it throughout this game. There was some great shield play overall from Spirits, but I thought that was a particularly amazing clip from Canadian to really push them through that first half.
And because this game was so close, so back and forth, both teams did some pretty extraordinary things. What did Wildcard do so well?
Well, I want to talk about Adam and specifically that clutch round that he had. He does start it off by getting the first kill here, as you'll see on the board. Boom! Canadian off the board. See ya, old man. Then here comes the clutch. This is an NJR moment where I thought NJR actually played this beautifully, deciding to go for that 1 tap and hide. But Adam, with the hindsight, was like, okay, I got to go rush for this kill. Boom, grabs it. And this is what I've talked about Adam and harped on him. He is impressive. He has shown so much improvement as a player, and I love to see it. He is making a name for himself, and that is no better way of doing it than in clutch situations, dropping 21 kills. Love it.
Yeah.
So far, not a bad appearance from Wildcard in spite of not having everything work in their favor. If Adam continues to pop off like he is, great. He was the one that you wanted to highlight specifically in the pre-show, right?
Yes, definitely. I mean, I'm glad to see the consistency still across the board, that he is improving, because originally he was down 0-3 going into that 5th round.
Yeah.
And then I believe he ended the game with either 12 or 13 kills, not entirely sure, but that's clearly a huge improvement from those first 4 rounds. So I'm just glad, again, to be seeing that consistency from Adam and showing that he has what it takes.
All right, so really cool for Wildcard to at least have something underneath them and not just completely bottom out without not having Merc there. But there's a very good reason for it. It's because Bolo's in the lobby, and we should talk about him just a little bit. I talked to their assistant coach, CD, earlier, and he's like, there's a couple of reasons why we wanted somebody like that. He was like, it's because it's a veteran presence. He's won a trophy before, so pressure doesn't phase him, and he's still streaming all the time, so it seems like he's still relatively fresh. He wasn't too bad in the game, right?
Sure. I mean, Bolo, listen, he came through, and the first thing I noticed about Bolo was he is not Merc. He was not first into the building, immediately finding those entry frags, which is what we know Merc to do. He was still playing the Ash, but you saw he was a little passive. Go back to that very first round where he's covering the planter, right? He's getting those 2 impact kills. They're very impactful, good attacking rounds, but he's not, this is it. This is the 2 coverage kills that he gets. Round-winning kills. Fantastic from Bolo, but he's not that entry that we saw from Merc. Then what we see from Bolo is he plays great on the attack, he's clearing the roam, he's getting these late-round picks, especially running into site. There's an open area bomb site as well where he does well. On the defense, Bolo started to struggle, constantly getting picked off in the early round. The window play from Dark Zero, the roam clear from Dark Zero. Bolo went 5-3 on attack, massive impact. On that second half, round 7 to 12, he was 1-5 laxing.
And I think that goes into just from a personal experience. When you are playing on a brand new team and you're trying to figure out a defense, it's hard knowing what everyone does, where they're set up. Whereas when you're familiar with a team, you know who's playing where, you know where you can fall back to, to, and now playing in a role of Merc, of being that roamer. And that's the thing about being a roamer, you have to be totally aware of what every one of your teammates are doing around the map. So him slotted into that position, not knowing everyone's, granted they could have went over it quickly. That's where I see that hiccup happening, is because he's unaware of where he can rotate and where he can't.
Did Wildcard need to make any super serious adjustments not having Merc? Like, was it just try to move somebody into Merc's roles and have Bolo fill in where necessary? What did you notice?
I'll say this. I don't think there's anyone on that team that can take Merc's role. Merc is a big, strong figure for that team, and Jesse talked about it, being that entry, that Bolo, he is playing that same role in that sense, but he's not playing it how Merc played it at that level. And that's what really pushes Wildcard in those early rounds, is Merc just will take those gunfights, take that initiative and get it done. And I don't believe anyone can do that, but still, they are all playing extremely well.
And I think Wildcard recognized that going into it, and they came up with an interesting solution. It may not have presented great on the stat sheet, we saw it just there, but Spirits coming through with the shield play, I think was their attempt to be like, well, we're losing our primary entry, let's throw Spirits on the Monty, let's throw Spirits on the Blitz, let's throw Spirits on the Amaru, get him into the building fast, make him have this impact, create that space for us. And I thought Spirits played the Monty, the shields, really, really well. Better than what we saw from Canadian today, better than what we saw from Kino yesterday. He was doing a great job getting that space, and I think that was a decent substitute for Merc. It's not going to be as good as Merc just because he's so good on the entry, but it still was a pretty solid replacement.
Well, and to touch upon the point of bringing the shield, sure, they don't have someone that's spearheading it, but allowing that shield to then push them back, because they're all gunners. They all can shoot. So now you're just putting someone behind that shield, getting fed that information. It's almost relatively the same to that entry, not to the same degree, but still getting that information and getting someone ready to take those gunfights. I do agree. That shield play was beautiful, and they collapsed off of it.
It wouldn't be a Spirits game if we didn't play a bunch of shield operators, and it also wouldn't be a Bank game if there weren't shields in play. And it wouldn't be a DZ map veto if it didn't incorporate Bank somewhere in the midst of it. But now we go to map 2. It's Oregon. It's Wildcard's pick. But Jesse, to your pregame point, there's not very many places where it feels like Wildcard can go comfortably in this veto.
I mean, I would disagree with that, actually. I think this is a comfortable map for Wildcard, right? Like, they got to pick Oregon. It's a very standard map because there's just so little you can do for adaptation. There's not a lot of craziness you can bring in. And for having a substitute player onto the roster, this is exactly kind of what you wanted to do. You weren't willing to risk it with like Consular Nighthaven Labs, these new maps where Bolo's never played a pro game before. You don't want to risk that. Instead, you're going to a map, or you're first picking a map here like Oregon, where sure, you know, it's solid map for Dark Zero. They, over the spring, got big wins over both M80 and Dark Zero. They had an off-season or a fall game against SSG where they went 8-7. So it's comfortable for Dark Zero, but at least for Wildcard, you know, it's not a map where they need to reinvent the wheel. It's not a map where they've got to teach Bolo a ton of strats. Like, it's Oregon, they're going to know how to play it.
And I see that why. With it being left up and having that opportunity, like you were saying, it's a very easy role to slot Bolo in. He's familiar with the map. He knows how it's played. You do play pretty tight around your team, so it's not somewhere where you're on bank where you can be across the map and you got to figure out a way to get back. You're going to be in a relatively close environment to your teammates, so there is more trade potential, less of a chance of you getting picked. So I do find this map being heavily in favor with this new wild card of bringing Bolo on.
I guess the only problem would be they're on attack first because it's their own pick. So if DZ start on defense, it's a map that does test your defaults quite a lot. But how much of that is actually going to be a problem for this wildcard team? Again, not really. I mean, they're trying to slot Spirits in. We know he likes to play Blitz. They'll probably end up doing that for a pretty significant portion of Oregon. But again, you're doing this with a sub, so how much is starting on attack a problem?
And I don't really see it being too much of a problem outside of just the initial aggression that Merc brings. But in terms of the initial clear, that is still going to be relatively the same. You're still going to have to entry from one side of the map to take the other, or you're going to be spearheading one thing. And it goes into what you were saying. You can't really invent the wheel on this map, even if you're bringing in 2 people or 1 person. It's still going to pretty much play out the same. It really just comes down to the teamwork and communication and the frags that you can get and capitalize off and keeping that man advantage.
I think especially because, right, like, we saw Bolo's biggest strength in that game was attacking during the executes. Yeah. He wasn't always engaged kind of in the early round when they're roam clearing, and he really did struggle in the defense. However, when they were pushing into the bomb site, he was following up the planter, he was covering the execute, he was finding those frags in the chaos. That's where he shined, and Oregon has a lot of like execute-focused rounds. You're pushing into the basement, the roam game, often not very impactful. You're pushing that top floor, maybe you're finding 1 player downstairs, but again, the execute inside into the actual bomb site is where the majority of the action takes place. So at least looking at how Bolo played in game number 1 and how he's going to work in with Wildcard on game 2, I actually don't think Oregon is going to present too big of a problem, particularly on attack, because that's where we saw his strength on bank.
I appreciate that, mostly because I'm looking for ways to be excited about Bolo jumping onto this team more than just the name recognition, because if you've been out of the game for a long enough time, I mean, Lex, if you tried going pro right now after being in retirement for a couple months, do you think you'd be doing as good as Bolo is right now? Like,
I could do it. I mean, realistically, you know, I'm going to toot my own horn. I was pretty consistent across the board throughout my career. I just think it's a natural talent. Either you have it or you don't. Some players really can, you know, they take a couple weeks off or they take a month off, they can't perform. Some people can take an entire 2 months off and come back, a year off, and they're still performing extremely well. I just really think it comes down to that player specifically, and Bolo is no slouch in that matter. He still plays the game a ton outside. So going into this match, I still see Bolo performing extremely well. And I think he is extremely doing well, maybe not the best, but to come onto a brand new team, completely different environment, and still doing what he's doing, I wouldn't say that he's doing bad by any means.
All right, can Dark Zero go to Atlanta right here, right now, and not worry about playing any more Siege for the rest of the stage, or are wildcard forced into map 3? We'll find out. It's Penguin Parker with the call.
Well, if map 1 was any indication, I am expecting absolute pandemonium here on Oregon, though it is harder, if not outright impossible, to top an 8-7 on map number 1. We were treated to an absolute spectacle, a battle for the ages, and dare I say it, one of the best maps in the entirety of stage 2 so far. I have high hopes for Oregon. I don't know if you feel the same. This map can be equally chaotic. It can be all over the place, and both of these teams seem quite interested in colliding as often as possible.
No, I certainly agree. And I mean, I think Bang did a great job at just kind of setting up the story for itself, right? It was NGR, always close in those clutch moments, but always falling short. But who was it on that final round, the 15th round, who got the clutch for his team? It was NGR. So he became the hero that failed so many times over and over again, but then when his team needed him the most, he actually clutched it out. Oregon, I was curious to see if any of the shield operators on attack was going to get banned out, but neither team is going to go down that path, despite both teams playing both the Munty and the Blitz as well. It's going to be that same, the Flores, the Ying, the Asami. Seems to be stable bans here. Both teams, they want a quote-unquote normal game. I think if you're wild card, that's smart. You know, you got a sub player in Bolo. Keep things as similar as the usual for the 4 primary players. Slot Bolo in. It's just Oregon. You know, you play this map in ranked, you played in scrims, you played in Pro League in the past, you know what it's all about. It's all about those fundamentals, the basics, the very simple 1, 2, 3s, ABCs of Rainbow Six Siege. So this is kind of where I want to see Bolo as quote-unquote full potential as a sub player, because this should be a relatively easy map to kind of just, you know, job the team in.
Very first defense will be downstairs as Dark Zero starts on the favorable side, I guess you could say. Operator band's looking an awful lot like last game, though Mira will not be available. I think it's like almost a bit of mutually assured destruction with the fact that neither of these teams are banning the shield operators. You think that the Flores Ying ban, which is exactly what we saw on Bank and now we see again on Oregon, is just the way that the maps play, or?
I think it's about the keeping things the same, you know? I mean, if anything, Dark Zero would be the team to ban out one of those shield operators, but they didn't. I mean, they just like the Flores ban. I mean, on Bang, it's a little bit puzzling. On Oregon, makes a ton of sense, right? On almost every single bomb site, Flores is a very playable operator, but I'm kind of scared of Spirits. If you want to, you know, go on the Blitz, go on the Monty. Oregon is an excellent map to bring those kinds of operators on the attacking side. Either way, it's gonna play out in the scenario of Bang, so both teams can be comfortable knowing that at least. And when you're in the best of 3, the first map is often gonna be kind of feeling out your opponent. How are they feeling? How are they doing? What's their playstyle going to be like? What are we expecting from them? Okay, they're showing something else that we didn't prep for. Fair enough. Now map number 2. You apply what you've learned in the first map. We'll see which team can do better. Wildcard, we say they're quick in the attack, but Pambasu, who's quiet in the first half on Bank, but start things off taking down nobody other than Adam, who also had Diffuser, and it's the Thatcher outside the building. the Thatcher isn't really a valuable operator right now. There's no kite claws, and there's no really important utility where Thatcher would make a huge difference. But it is Wildcard starting their own map and man down.
Reloading. We have seen teams be very competitive on map 1 and then ultimately fall off on map 2 in best of 3s before, but so far through most of these stage 2 playoffs, Nick, we have not seen anything outside of the ordinary when it comes to, you know, teams winning their own maps. We expect teams to win their own maps, and then no matter what happens on the second map, it's usually quite competitive. I expect the same here. Or Dark Zero. Do I expect Dark Zero to win? No, not necessarily, I don't. I think that Wildcard will probably win this, and then we go to Cafe to send this away. But I think it really does depend on how Wildcard go about this. You know, they've got Bolo on the squad. Obviously, absent Merc, they're going to do well enough on their own map. There might be a lot of discomfort here for them on Oregon. You know, Wildcard will not have a particularly large map pool. They're a younger, newer team, and especially lacking one of the, you know, core players on your team, if not the backbone in a lot of times. Merc, maybe Spirits would be the backbone, I suppose, but call it for Merc as well.
Yeah.
Adding Bolo in. Bolo knows this map really well. That's not the problem. It's about knowing how his team goes against it. I cannot believe that. Speaking of Bolo, he is fed a hearty round of buckshot on the back tower stairs. Ambazu loves that super shorty. That's his third super shorty kill so far in this matchup.
That's incredible. I mean, I don't even know how that happens, to be honest with you. Good night, Bolo. But the thing about Merc, he's the initiator usually, right? The ones who lead into the building and just start things off hot, and Wildcard they play around him. No one's here to take that spot right now. They get the 4th kill on for the super shorty for Bambasu. Ridiculous right now.
Finally, pays for his crimes. Surf still in this spot. Spirits nearsighted as his approach is towards blue, with Surf not too far away. That's Diffuser. They're going to run headfirst into NJR if they continue to push towards Elbow. They think he's behind the deployable shield. He's not. He's tucked away quite safely. One man on DZ. There's 3 more. Canadian, completely standing sentinel. Now the Diffuser goes down. Spirits will watch. NJR could sweep through the back. Rice compelled into action, and DZ pick up 2 kills before that Diffuser can go down on their own map. They take round number 1.
That's going to be the hardest attack, though. That basement bomb side, it's so hard to break apart because there's no easy ways to gain any sort of advantage. And the one way that, you know, Wildcard they tried to, well, they found Bambasu, or rather, he found them. The shotgun buff, you know, we talk about usually the shotgun, the Amaru, the Echo, you know, with the silencer on it, you know, you just destroy people across the map. No one's really talking about the secondary sidearm from Lesion, and that's also a Lesion buff on top of it, right? Shotguns got buffed, sure enough, but then Lesion also got the super shorty added to his kit, and we haven't really seen people do this kind of performance that Bambasu is putting up right now, where you're using the shotgun as a primary weapon, kind of like when you're playing Mute or Smoke. Whenever you're in a close combat situation, use the secondary shotgun. It does a ton of damage now, apparently. Doing wonders for Pamba, at least. But that's gonna be the hardest attack. Now it's up to upstairs instead. Kid Storms and Dark Zero, they will play it in a quote-unquote similar fashion. They have deployable shield, ADS is there. Try and fortify that trophy portion of the map. Bambasu and Zonas can roam around. Canadian on the pulse, plenty of intel. Wildcard, they bring a similar lineup. The Thatcher being brought from Spirits this time, not Adam, as he'll find himself in the Maverick instead to guarantee that walls will get opened up. And typically when we see 2 Heartbreachers, so here Maverick and Hibana, it kind of indicates a split take on that upstairs hold. So we'll send like 2 guys inside a big tower to take attic, and 3 guys in the master bedroom side to deal with like, you know, master bedroom, armory, etc. And try and go for that good old split situation. There's an upside to it. You're pressuring the defense from multiple angles. That's always a good thing. The downside is you're spread a little bit more thin. More flanks are open, more ways you can die, not as many people working together. And this first obstacle, the ADSs with the shield can be hard to clear, but one single EMP, okay, let's try the third. The third EMP will clear out the ADSs, there we go, and the shield goes with it. Should have been 1 EMP, you know, inside master, the AoE effect, it gets the ADSs, then you destroy it. But the the EMP got caught by the ADSs both times. It got the job done.
Canadian on this pulse roll, he is very well familiarized with those lurk/info operators. He's playing soulless for, I think, almost every single round on Bank. Adding Rice to the roster meant that Canadian did not have to play Hard Breach as extensively as before. Rice obviously coming in, playing more of that support role, whereas Achieved, who Rice replaced, was playing that sledge role that he's so well known for. It means that sometimes you would have people like NJR on Hard Breach. Sometimes Gavin could possibly play more support roles. Flexibility that comes for Canadian will likely benefit DZ. That's why you go for Rice, right? Bambazoo down for the count. Made a strong first round, 3 kills to his name. He'll have none now with a minute to go in round number 2. Wildcard's approach from over towards bedroom, but also through attic. Saw that Maverick carving up portions of the attic wall. Surf looking for Canadian down below. There goes NJR. Canadian actually wins the duel. What? And will now take to the stairs over towards Armory. As Gavin gets on the board. Packer rushing in. Down goes Gavin. Canadian will rely on Rice to hold the bomb site under control, but an excellent swing by Wildcard as they pinch him. Now it's Canadian atop of White Stairs. Oh, a very familiar place for him. Packer getting the diffuser down, Bolo to cover. Canadian in an impossible spot. He'll hit the barbed wire, make some noise to get out of there. Bolo swings and catches him looking the wrong way, and Wildcard win their attack on dorms.
And this is what Wildcard are so good at, you know, just collapsing out of nowhere. They did indeed go for that kind of split take with attic and master bedroom control, and it looked really good. DC, all the players they had on the bomb side, they had nowhere to play those actually safe. Sure, you can play inside the Kid Storm bomb side, but you're stuck to like maybe 1 or 2 different corners to play in, and that's really it. And we saw Wharton try to play there to no success because at that point, Wildcard, they're already in the side, attacking from multiple angles at the same time. Canadian, he shouldn't really have won the gunfight in the basement towards the armory player of Wildcard, but he did. But there's an issue with that. Yeah, you get your kill, but getting back towards the actual bomb set for the retake is such a difficult task. You're forced up a staircase, the attackers know you're gonna be coming from that direction, and you're just completely locked out of the site itself. Pulls downstairs to the C4 can do some mighty fine damage, you know, to deny a plant. But Canadians' roaming style so far, lately in this season, has been just kind of to disrupt the enemy team. It hasn't been about, you know, coming up a staircase and then denying the plant with a C4. It's been about finding drones and trying to get into the battle before they execute. That seems to be Dark Zero's way of playing this game right now, where they just want to prevent that final execute to happen in the first place, rather than letting it happen and then dealing with the consequences afterwards. And it makes sense. They can play both styles though. When DC do play those basement bomb sites on Bank, for example, or we saw in the first round of Oregon, they can just turtle up and wait for that 5v5 execute if they need to, but they recognize that not every single bomb site is strong in those scenarios. Oregon, you're gonna expect defense to win the basement bomb site. Then you go upstairs typically, that Kid Storm site that we just witnessed. Bit of a 50-50, but then you go tertiary bomb site. Either meeting and kitchen or kitchen and dining. And this is where we tend to see attackers win more often than not. But it all comes down to your plan. How do you want to do it and how good can you execute it? We see DC always with the cameras, this time Valkyrie and Solis. No IQ from the attack and lineup. The drone work has to be excellent from Wildcard.
It's a great saying from an admittedly not super great person. And it says everybody's got a plan until they get punched or smacked in the mouth, depending on which way you want to use it. I think it honestly applies to the way that some of these teams go about executes. You can have that plan all you want. But if you get punched in the mouth, aka you lose your hard breach early, or you lose your main entry early, or your only set of nades early, that whole plan evaporates in an instant. Half the round to go. So far, nobody from Wildcard in an engagement that could cost them the very precious utility they need to pull off this muting fake. Easy was holding dorms above. They kill up just over half of the round. They get away with their lives still intact. Now, all 5 members of DZ coalescing around the bomb sites on that first floor. Canadian C4 good enough to take out Spirits. Down goes the Buck. There's a sledge there for insurance who can start wrecking from above, and that's exactly what Surf will do.
It's very important. DC with that soft timer. So you know what? 1 minute 25. He'll drop the hash. Not gonna take the fights this time. That's again DC. They can turtle when they have to, but also play proactively when they need to as well. Now it's Wildcard. Yes, they got that backup insurance with the sledge, but it's much slower than that of Buck. And of course, if they had both, it would be even quicker. No easy way in though. Darkseid with 5 guns up. They got most angles covered. Not perhaps a standing door. It could just be a walk-and-play attack inside.
I'm watching now is, oh my goodness, NJR with 2.
Attackers
Answered back by Bolo. Surf attempting to plant Pambazoo, playing around that pillar. A door frame, down goes Bolo. Now it's Surf in a 1v4 with Diffuser. Not a lot of opportunity. DZ will close on in. No chance for him to win that round. Canadian the final kill, and DZ wins their second.
Solid. Canadian there, shooting the wall, and the last player alive as well. The C4 is coming out early for Dark Zero 2, knowing they don't need them for the plant itself. Just kind of, again, disrupt the attack, get that opening pick, and make Wildcard work for it, really. No safe plant positions inside of kitchen, and mostly because of the fact that Buck did die early. They didn't clear out all the vertical angles, and JR was allowed to hide inside of server, push through that rotate, picked up a double kill, almost a triple, and that was really it. The round ends for Wildcard right there. Yeah, it's Oregon. Wildcard is starting on the attack. They got Bolo as a sub. It's not the perfect picture here, but we've seen Wildcard attack on Oregon before. They're usually very dominant. They take control. They control the pace and how things they go about. But it's been Dark Zero mostly in the driver's seat when it comes to those opening engagements. And that's in big part because they're roaming outside the bomb site, going for those cheeky spawn peaks, and just again constantly applying pressure onto Wildcard. Beautiful shotgun kill of NGR, and he dies for it, sure enough, but he stops that initial push. Then Canadian in a very familiar position, always coming up a staircase, or sorry, Pampus this time, coming up a staircase, going for that flank, and Canadian inside the green hall, finding that final kill. And there you have it. It took us 4 rounds to get there, but it's finally happened. The Blitz has been brought up by Spirits. It's going to be accompanied by the Dokkaebi and the Amaru for total destruction here. Gonna see what they can do. Normally when you see a Blitz, you're thinking, immediate blue rush. This round is over in 20 seconds. Not always the case. Sometimes you pick up the Blitz for a late blue rush when you feel like you are ready. You can do it in a minute from now, 2 minutes from now. Just having the Blitz gives you the choice to, when you want to and you are ready, you can hit that blue portion. It's because Blitz doesn't require a setup. You just go whenever you want to.
There's the logic bomb.
Deploying drone.
And the Blitz is so close. Blitz and Amaru. Pain incoming for Dark Zero. The Spirits will check his corners. Backed up by Wildcard. That's Supernova. Again, if you're not using that Supernova, I hate to say this because we talked about Warden for so long saying he's so strong, he's got the 1.5, you should play him more. Nobody listens to us. And then suddenly Warden is in every single game with his 1.5, and I curse it, and I'm like, god damn you, Warden. Now, it's the same with Hibana, same with Echo, same with Amaru. Supernova with the suppressor on it, that thing will kill most people at a very far range. You should use it more often because it is very strong, but also please don't, because I don't want to see it in more games.
Please don't. Playing ranked and dying to that, it hurts my head. Oh, bit of a guessing game there. Thinking they knew where the Kite Claw was.
Lost 4x Kairos, so no.
Been located.
Yeah. Normally you would expect the Kite Claw to be on the... Where is it? Oh, wait, where is it? He's on... Where is it? Oh, it is. Oh, it is there.
Oh, cheeky.
I thought the MP would have gotten that, to be honest. I mean, the yellow paint that ish area and they aimed for it, but
it's a very small radius. A lot of people think those pocket EMPs are larger than they actually happen to be. Pambazoo spotting the Blitz. Spirits taking some damage. Bolo not too far off of him. There's Pambazoo guarding back. Tower. Adam is gone. Spirit still surviving in this position. Pambazoo has no choice but to get out of there as the gas and then the sidearm claims Spirits. Gavin the only one to die for DZ. Advantage for Dark Zero as the brawling continues. Now it's Surf engaging in Freezer, winning his fight. Diffuser buried at the front of Laundry. And Bolo will assert himself. 3 kills for NJR, 4 kills for NJR. No doubt on his celebratory face cam this time. It's 3 rounds through 4 rounds for Dark Zero, and they're looking mighty good.
This is prime and, peak NGR gameplay right here. He's not sitting back, tossing out toxic base. No, he's getting in the action. He'll swing 1, 2, 3, 4 times, however many it takes until he cleans up the entire goddamn server. And this is the thing. When you give NGR enough space to work with and he's feeling himself, he's gonna go on an absolute heater of a game. And Wildcard gotta shut it down right now if they don't have any chance to pick up some of these attacking rounds. They are struggling on their initial injuries here for Wildcard. That that initiation that Merc usually provides, saying 3, 2, 1, time to go, just sprint on in. A little bit more hesitant right now, and this is one of the things that happens when you play with a sub player, when you don't have one of your IGLs in the team. Because sprinting in, yeah, it sounds easy, but seeing those very small opportunities that will go away if you just wait 1 or 2 seconds, it's not easy to do. And having the confidence to do so is even more rare to come by. Merc, he is one of those players. And if he was outside of blue, he wouldn't stand back, tossing a nade, chick in the corner, tossing a nade, chicken. No. He is flying, full sending, and opening things up. It also seemed a bit scrappy from Wildcard. It was Amaru with a shotgun walking down the big tower staircase to start things off, completely isolated, no backup, no trade, no nada. And it's Pambasu in those positions of pillar, so excellent. We saw him do it with the super short the first time, the primary the second time. DC, looking good on Oregon so far, despite this being Wildcard's pick.
Yeah, Wildcard must have some familiarity here. I mean, yeah, it is Wildcard's pick. We talked about this a little bit at the beginning. They do have a smaller map pool. They are a newer team, so they will know their maps decently well. They should know Oregon quite well. They showed in their match against M80, and now their match that just happened prior against DZ that they are quite familiar with Bank 2.
Attackers recovered the bomb diffuser.
But again, I will circle back to the small map pool of Wildcard. When you are a newer team and you don't have a ton of game day reps, your Oregon, the first 2, 3, 4 times you play it, is going to look very different from the 10th, 12th, 15th time you play it. The way that the structure of Stage 2 is set up, it doesn't really allow for teams to play a lot of best of 3s. It's a very short, condensed schedule. Should Wildcard make the major, they will be playing, presumably, quite a lot of maps. And with that high amount of maps, they will begin to gain more experience and be able to have a stronger and more robust map pool.
Yeah.
When you go up against a team like Dark Zero, I know I'm going to get killed by the purists for saying this, but DZ don't really struggle on any map clearly like other teams do. You can tell right now, look at this cam. Oh my, that's filthy. Olo doesn't see it. That's a nice Valk cam. Canadian might be able to catch them looking. Adam is ready for it though. Uncharacteristic struggles from Adam, and now Pambazu will go fishing for a kill. I don't know if Adam is aware of this proximity, so Pambazu will await the call. No visuals there. That Valcam is paying off huge, and that's only a single gadget.
That's some good value. You got 2 more of those as well. Bolo might die because, yeah, the wall is opened up.
You look for the refrag onto Pambazu, but he gets away with a literal single point of HP.
Lucky. It's not what you want to happen. Maverick's not always pretty, right? I mean, yeah, you can go through any wall despite a Kite Claw, Mutium, or Bandit charge, but you gotta paint like Picasso. Open up a circle, a square, make some lines of holes, do something, but they work both ways. And it's tricky when it's just a line of sight and no entry point. And now Adam is alone inside a big tower. That split take we saw last time, much weakened now. Wildcard, very spread across the map. Ambusu, sure he's low on health, but he's still standing upright. Bolo had the only set of grenades as well for the attack inside, so there's no point going downstairs now if you're Wildcard. They gotta funnel through a door, funnel through a breach. It's not gonna be pretty. See Spirit spot on white stairs, 2 people inside of Armory side, and then Adam inside of Armory, or sorry, inside of Attic. That's all they got to work with.
Well, if the guns go quiet from Wildcard, no amount of strategy is going to be successful here. Adam looking for his first pick. Cannot capitalize, though, as Rice is dropped. Canadian on the retake will punish him. Spirit's the only one on the board for Wildcard, and what an utterly dominant round for Dark Zero. They made some mistakes on dorms the first time around. They correct them, and it is all DZ all the time at this point. They're up 4-1.
Of course, side swap happens very soon. There's just 1 more round in the first half. But DC, they have a chance here to go up 5-1. Or they'll get that, the 4-2 side, which you tend to see pretty often these days. Defense has been the name of the game for the NAL here in Stage 2. Yeah, there are maps that are attacker-sided and bomb sides, yada yada, but usually, if you're on defense, you're having a great time. We tend to have in the past, if you play border, it's like 75%, attacker win rate. It's hard to play defense, etc. That's just really shifted. And not for any particular reason, it just kind of happened. Just like we see when people play Bank, like in last game, Taylor's Aka's bomb site played like 3 times. We tend to never see it. And then again, out of nowhere, all of a sudden, for seemingly no reason at all, it gets played a bunch. Canadian though now round, immense value with those Valkyrie cameras, and you gotta ask the question, what about the IQ? What about some of that counter intel? You're up against Dark Zero, you know they play the Pulse, the Solace, the Valkyrie, as often as you will allow it. And we see when teams play IQ just, here and there against DC, they tend to stay off those kinds of operators like the Valkyrie, because it's not worth it. If you pick Valkyrie, they have IQ, it feels like you're kind of countering yourself with that operator pick. And with attackers having the attacker repick option, you can just drone in that drone phase, see if they have that particular operator, then pick the IQ. Easy clap. Adam, it's had a rough game. 0-5, not what we not how it normally shows up on the scoreboard, and he's played a couple of different operators now. He started on the second intro, right, as Thatcher, died, played Maverick, struggled as well. Now he's a Nomad. And he's playing these kind of flexible, semi-support-ish operators, but still in a position where he can go in if he has to. Just hasn't really found success. And I think a big part of it is that wildcard aren't really helping one another all that much. Again, they like those 2-3 splits where they have 2 people on one side of the map and 3 people on the other. And it's not really always going to bode well, because if you're Adam, he's always on the weaker side with only 1 member to help him. That was Bolo last round, and Bolo died first. So Adam was completely alone. Wildcard maybe played a bit slower, as they are currently. Play closer together. Yeah, it's Oregon. You're going to be funding through a single doorway maybe, but you're there for the trades if it comes down to it.
That's the final attempt for Wildcard to put some rounds on the board. They'll start off strong with Bolo getting a pick, not before Adam taking all that damage, though. That's Pambazoo, who's not leading the team, but close to NJR's total. Adam has a read here on that drone positioned inside of cafeteria/dining hall. Now Spirits will follow up as well. Why not send 2 players their way? For NJR, you're gonna need a whole platoon. Down goes Bolo to Canadian. Gavin falls to Spirits. It's a 3v3. The Wildcard keeping things close. Now the Ram can go to work as they tear open these sight lines towards the bomb site. This is another meeting execute. Wildcard, they had some struggles here in the past. Genius way to open up the floors. We don't see a lot of Ram on this map, and NJR will thank his lucky stars as he sees it go by. Surf will now assess NJR is dead. That's a lead for Wildcard, and honestly, the raid boss down at this point.
Yeah, huge kill. And Ja, he was in that prime position on a server like last time. The only position to stop a passing plant here. Canadian could look to retake from the freezer staircase, but all this vert destruction from above. Wildcard, if they cover the right angles, they can definitely plant here.
Attackers have located a bomb.
They just need to wait for it, get the call, Packer to drop. Nobody seems to see him, but he's nearsighted. Nobody can stop him. Canadian will look as there goes the air jab. He's a bit too slow, but Rice gets 2 surf drops. Tiny amount of time left, and the clock will hit 0, allowing Canadian to swoop in. But wait, no, he stopped. Can he get there in time? He can, but Surf wins at the air jab. Claims the round for Wildcard.
He gets drop shot, hip fired. Oh no. It was so free. It was so easy. All you gotta do is just run into a door and shoot the guy who's planning with 0 seconds left, right? No, there are air jabs in play. Adam might not have the most value on the scoreboard right now, but he arguably single-handedly just clutched around for his team from the grave with those air jabs posted up. It also stopped Canadian from flanking earlier, which would have gotten the kill in the first place. I mean, this is the thing. DC on Bank, they're in a similar spot, although that was usually NTR, where they shoulda, coulda, woulda done, clutched around, but they didn't. They still get that 4-2 half for DC. They're not going to be too unhappy with this, and because of how Bank, it played out, mentally, they're already strong, right? They've been through the gutter, they've lost those rounds before, it's not a big deal, but right here, if Canadian gets in just a second earlier, Rise will have more HP, Canadian's close to that bomb site, and then, oh, here comes... He sees the air jab, I see it, slip off the doorway. If you're Canadian, you can't blame him for just running in and just, trying to take that in. He laughs about it too, right? What can you do? This is Troy. He's lost so many grand finals. Dying to an air jab like that literally does not matter for his mental. He's been in this game for so long. arguably the most experienced player in the game. If you look at how many teams he's played for, led into victory, and how big of an impact that he has when he joins a team. He's never been on a team that was not successful. Or it's a good old CTM, EG, SSG, Dark Zero. They've always won something big with him in the roster. When he leaves a team, well, they tend to take a while to bounce back. He's a hard man to replace, what can I say? We'll have a short tech pause, and then we'll be on the way with our second half with that side swap coming in.
We had a brief tech pause back in the very first map, if you recall.
Yep.
It happens.
It was quick.
I do like Pambazoo's hair, though. I think it's very stylish.
Yeah, just if you
tell me you weren't the culprit for that one.
So like, actually, the tech issue was a player just went to the bathroom and he thought, the round would take longer. It's like, please let that not be true. I mean, you can technically take your tactical timeout. It buys you 60 seconds. If you're quick about it, you can totally make that work. It's happened before.
Well, hey man, when you gotta go, you gotta go.
And that's the thing, right? At home like this, when you play remote, you can. But on LAN, no. Like, admins, at least back in my day, did not care, right? You would have a player walk on stage right before the game starts, during a map, and they're like, oh, I gotta go. Can we, pause? Like, no. It's like, what do you mean? Like, what if I really gotta go? They're like, no. I've never experienced from my side, a player being like, I need to go now. But I've definitely have, Goga, Fabian, myself being like, we need to win this before overtime. And I don't care if we lose. Like, whoever gets, 6 rounds first, we'll let them have it. Because we gotta go to the bathroom. That's definitely happened before in best of threes and whatnot. Wildcard don't. They get the favorable side of defense now in round number 7. They play some more shotties here. Thorn gonna be brought into action. Not with the 1.5, but with a primary shotgun in her hands instead. Razor Blooms, deployable shield, great value on the basement defense. Same story for Goyo. Those Vulcan cannons are stalling for so much time. Dark Zero, they've been playing Monty a fair bit. We've been kind of critical towards Canadian, saying, what are you doing sometimes? Always dying early, not finding the most value. And while we can look at Canadians' role in Monty as an individual point and say, okay, it doesn't look the greatest. If you break down the amount of rounds they've won versus lost with the Monty in play, it's actually not that bad. I would still say it's 60-40, like 60 lost, 41. So it's not amazing, but it's not, all bad, so to speak.
Well, that's the first half going for the defenders on Oregon. Relatively standard stuff. Gavin now with 45 seconds off of the clock and a logic bomb already going out is within striking distance. He's just standing there menacingly. The bottom of main stairs looking at laundry, and nobody's going to give him anything. DZ have cleared out most of this main floor. Bolo was still roaming above over towards attic. He's potentially, though, well, actually from silhouettes, it looks like he's on the back of stage over by small tower. 2 players for wildcard by small tower, isn't that strange? Bolo will get the drone and then have to fall off of his position. As flashbangs go out, he reassert himself. Oh, tearing through that ammunition, and his impact hits Surf on the back, and a smile will stretch across Bolo's face.
Oopsie daisy. I mean, they get that is scored through though, right? Like the job there for Bolo is to get Surf back to the bomb side as the Warden's very vibes with this execute. The flashbangs, the smoke, etc. Whatever is available. And yeah, he loses some damage as does Bolo, but they succeed. Surf is still technically alive, just, less than half HP. Canadian on the Monty brought that secondary harvest gadget as an NGR on the Grim, so they can bring out, more flexible operators because they don't need a, primary heart breacher. And it will be Canadian on the Monty leading the charge, gets shot in the heel, loses a fair bit of damage. Vulcan cans the pop, gonna buy 20 seconds with spirits. He's gonna stall so much time in this position. No.
There's no way. He hits that with the CZ75.
No. Troy could never.
Pulls out the M870. Goodbye to Gavin. First one on the board. Wild card. This one's going to go bad in a real hurry for one of these teams as there's still 9 people alive. Make that 8. Pambazoo punishing Surf by Blue. Now the flash over towards Pillar. We've got the attention of Bolo as Canadian walks in. Bees aplenty as NJR tries to keep them at bay, and so far it seems like it's working. Wildcard have now retreated over towards Library side, and Rice thought he had something going, but he was just a bit too slow to the punch. 3 players remain for Dark Zero, same numbers for Wildcard. But Canadian not going to be able to plant. Where is the clock management for Dark Zero? They just flat out run out of time.
They simply forgot to buy the DLC that gives you 10 extra seconds because they looked like they had that all under control, right? Walk down the hallway, step into the crossfires, put out a flank drone. Oh, there's no time left. What went wrong? Time management being a massive issue there. And, we have to kind of be, okay, whose fault is that? And we gotta look at Troy, we gotta look at the Monty because they're the person leading the charge into these areas of the map. And it looked great to start things off. Not the death here from Gavin, but Troy was actually dropping down the E-box hatch, starting things off, playing around Pam's inside a pillar, and they got those 2 picks. They got in towards the bomb site, technically speaking, but like Packer said there, what's going on? Timer hit 0 with 3 players alive and Monty upright with diffuser in hand. It really shouldn't be happening. We can even say, okay, Canadian could have unextended the shield, sprinting to the bomb site, buying some more seconds, but no. They were in no hurry whatsoever, and I don't think they fully grasped just how low that timer was running. Wildcard, they barely get that round, but they get it. Basement bomb site is where they're supposed to win.
5 seconds
Upstairs will be the real challenge. Dark Zero going through their attack and repick phase right now, and it's going to be Rise in the Amaru and Canadian on the Brava of all operators. Amaru can be one of those quickly in, also quick to die. Very 50-50 operator. Either you're gonna get a kill, tremendous value, or just flat out leave your team in a 4 versus 5 very quickly. And of course with Amaru you can go in a window, go up a hatch, go for map control like a big tower take, for example, for the roam clear. Right now it's Canadian time. With that Brava value, hacking an ADS, Lucy Banshee inside of master bedroom, and actually keeping that Brava drone alive as well for further intel. Also got that spare and 3rd charge in pocket still.
The ultimate flex player for Canadian. Play whatever he wants. DMR season very much upon us. Shotgun's getting a buff, but DMRs have become very much in style. 417 being rocked by Twitch and Lion more than their rifles, and now you see the same with Canadian, foregoing the para instead with the cammers, wherever you want to pronounce it. It's a nade used to blow up the shield, activates an ADS. Additionally, those observation blockers are not brought all that commonly, but I always like highlighting them when they do show up. It is the go-to secondary device for Jaeger as of late, so if you see a Jaeger on the board, there's a good assessment he's going to have one of those tools at his disposal. It's not the Jaeger that we were speaking of. Spirits and Attic is in a really troubling spot. Yamaru for DZ, slingshots up to top of the tower. Rice almost getting the kill, but Spirits manages to survive. Malusi has a 3 armor, the only reason why he survived, by the way. And the disappearing act from Spirits as he hits the deck, and now is on the main floor, reunited with Bolo. DZ will now once again have to clear out this part of the map.
We have a slow communication round there for DC, and we see the silhouette there, hiding inside of Atticus Surf, so close to danger, still alive, could swing out at any moment. Oh, but Surf hitting his shots right now. He finds 2, he finds 3! What is this?
No way! The waves are too much for DZ to deal with. Oh, Bolo and Spirits will die. The advantage still given to Wildcard because of Surf's play. They are sitting on quite an investment. 35 seconds left. Easy, seemingly perpetually worried about time management. No, there's a frostbite underneath you. You gotta be careful. Surf might let his gadgets do the talking. He's on an ace watch. Smoke goes out towards White Stairs. Canadian attempting to narrow down these opportunities for Wildcard to swing. Down goes Pambazoo to Packer, and he will get 2 for his trouble. 3 rounds in a row for Wildcard, and it's a tie game.
What a play from Surf. I mean, that completely tilted the round back into like a neutral position where it was anyone's game. Where DC, right before that play happened, looked like they're about to collapse in the bomb side, do that same split tip that Wildcard did. 2 players in Attic, 3 people master bedroom side, collapse together. You know, they have the numbers advantage. It should be a done deal for the attack, but no. Surf just, he swings on in. Clears the attic and goes, okay, that's gonna be clear now. Seize my moment here. And the third kill right here, that's the very unfortunate one. NGR was standing ready, holding the angle, and just whiffed by a pixel next to the shoulder of Surf. Phenomenal 3K, all headshots of course as well. It's tied things up 4-4 round score. And it just seemed like Wildcard, yeah, they struggled a bit on the attack inside. To be expected of course with a substitute player as well. But the defense looking a lot better, more stable from them so far. Of course, the bomb site rotation was basement, kid storms. Now this meeting bomb site seeing play for the third time. We're not really seeing the kitchen dining bomb site that much right now. Typically when Hibana is not banned, that seems to be the case. When Hibana is banned, we see teams sometimes try and do that old impact trick on the bathroom wall towards the small tower, and that's how you can kind of enable that bomb site to be played. Hibana also been in action this round. It's NGR this time on the operator. He's 9-4. NGR had a killer defensive half. We're not finding much action here on the attack inside. That's the downside if you're usually playing a support operator. Is on defense, you're forced into action usually every single round. But on attack, if the injuries die, you're playing 3v5. But if your injuries succeed, then you're playing 5 vs 3. The supportive cast on attack, they don't always get to be a part of the action in terms of gunplay. So NGR's kill count should, you know, kind of stabilize here and slow down a bit.
So you reset. Laundry and dorms go your way. Roll with the only bomb site that a lot of teams like to play at this point. We're gonna see a dining hall defense. Nope.
Nope. Not necessarily. I mean, this depends how desperate are you. Can you succeed here, then it's all you really need. DC's time management was a problem for them in the basement attack, and right now, oh, it's not a great start either. A bit slow, and you lose the opening duel.
These frosts are, whether in the hands of Surf or in the hands of Spirits, they're tough for Dark Zero to deal with. Losing Pambazoo early, never good. Gavin had a good game on the previous map. Now it's NJR stepping up on Oregon. Again, DZ taking a long period of time to get themselves into position. As Canadian hits barbed wire, Bolo has fallen somewhere on the map. That's the smoke down. Bolo having serious struggles, but again, he's not a player on this team. Canadian plays a little bit of Jack in the Box with Surf. Destroys the hatch, and then gets the Fenrir as he falls as well. Final 40 seconds for DZ to pull off and execute.
Gotta go soon. They think there is still roamers downstairs in the basement. They would be wrong. There's not. It's 2 players upstairs and Packer inside a meeting room itself. Bomb side relatively clear. The issue is those angles up above. Canadian does have 2 smokers and Pug, toss them out, and creates a sort of path in towards the side where we get a plant down.
There's a rush in now. Canadian finds an opening amidst the smoke. He cannot get swung by Wildcard. Neither player in position to deal with this. Instead, you've got Spirits looking to close out from above, trying to hold. Wait a minute, Wildcard! That suddenly reduced DZ to just Rice. The diffuser does not go down. What a scramble! 4 in a row by Wildcard. They take the lead.
Oh boy. Packer says, I am him. I mean, this is it. I mean, they're finding these very tiny gaps, and Dark Zero's issue right now is that they're over-rotating. They had people in the right positions there, but then they do that second rotation. Okay, let's send a second gap, top floor. Oh, Canadian starts planting. Oh, let's plant somewhere else. They had it in a pretty good position, then just wanted to change it out of nowhere. And again, there isn't enough time. They have to sprint into these positions, sprint into these gunfights, and they can't even shoot back. DC called a tactical timeout to reel things back in. It worked out for them last time. Just compose themselves, talk about the issues right now. And they have to do this. Because ever since the side swap, they've been so close all 3 rounds in a row The first basement, time was an issue. They lost the round. Second time, Surf with that hero play, the huge 3K. And this third round again, look, sprinting with 7 seconds left, and JR going to server. They should have these things covered. Canadian came from that exact position. It was clear earlier. Then they go there when there's no one covering it, so now it's no longer clear anymore. Small things, massive impact. And Pag are taking us for a spin.
Well, they have completely flipped this on its head. It is a defender-sided map by most counts. It's shaping up to be that same way here. DZ have not been able to throw a single attacking round on the board through their 3 attempts. It's a perfect site rotation for wildcard. The 3 bomb sites that were played during DZ's tenure on defense, the exact same for wildcard. Laundry Dorms and Meeting.
10 seconds remaining.
All showing up.
Bomb located by attackers.
As you said, you think it's unlikely that we will see that dining/mess hall component into kitchen. I agree with you.
Attackers are moving to defuse the bomb.
Good that I agree with you. Glad that we can arrive at the same page here.
No, it's, you know, I think being on the same page about bomb site priorities, it's important because it's kind of like it's an art form, you know? There are very clear reasons why teams go and do not go to certain bomb sites. For the most part, you know, there are the outliers, of course, and I think in this case, going down in kitchen doesn't make all that much sense. I think the big question is wildcard, will they just keep, you know, playing the rounds the same way and hoping they can keep clutching out? Or will they make a more decisive play saying, you know what, we recognize that DC, they played slow, they played a little bit sloppy, and we kind of got those rounds with a little bit of luck, if you want to say it that way. You know, they found the gaps. They played well. I don't want to discredit wildcard. But there is going to be a time where that luck kind of runs out. Just like we saw in the first round bank. Comes down to a 7-7. All of a sudden in JR, he just drops a 4K, 3K, I don't know, out of nowhere. So it's still up to wildcard to stay in this. They can't just sit back, relax, and be like, okay, DC, they're going to struggle with time. They're going to be slow, right? They always are. No. So I like the fact that they're still playing this utility game, right? They keep playing out the portable shields, they raise the booms from Thorn, playing Bolo on the go downstairs, just buy those 20 seconds with the Vulcan canisters and further slow down Dark Zero's advance. And, I mean, we're looking at the silhouettes from Dark Zero right now. They're all kind of sitting still. They're drone. Look at this. Standing still, droning, Canadians rotating. They're still figuring out what do they want to do and where do they want to go. That's the awkward part about this attack on basement and Oregon is that you can only really go for a front side or a back side execute. It's really that simple. Freezer laundry stairs or big tower blue. Or you can just hit the deck on every single hatch drop and just go everywhere, but that's really risky, right? You have no backup. So you gotta figure out where is the defense looking the weakest and where can we actually try and get into the bomb side. Well, Spirits, he stops the freezer staircase just like last time. He's got my disc, he's got a Vulcan canister for a stall, and he's got a shotgun. That's not gonna work out. Okay, let's try and drop the meeting hatch. Well, that's a double crossfire. It's hard, but Panba just drops into pillar. Hello? They weren't ready for that.
But he's traded back. I think it's more important that Pamba gets rid of Surf from that position, and I will take that if I'm Dark Zero, especially when you look at the clock. 35 seconds remaining. But again, this listlessness from DZ right at the forefront. They are just so slow, so many rounds. Canadian will shepherd the diffuser into the bomb site at some point. Spirits goes for a reload. It's ill-timed. Fire continuing to rage, denying NJR access to blue. Bolo, the only chance to keep his team in it. Not even his team, to keep wildcard in it. He finds a couple picks, but DZ wins their 5th round. And we will need all 12 rounds again to settle this map.
And again, it comes down to those details. Spirits inside of Freeze's staircase. He looked the wrong way at the wrong time. Therefore, he died to a hatch drop from the Lion. And right there, that opens up things for Dark Zero. Yeah, I agree with you. Pamba dropping down and getting Surf off the Warden. Massive play. There's no follow-up, so Dark Zero could have arguably acted early in the round if they had followed Pamba Zoo. But that's the thing. When you see those small openings, you got a split second to make the decision to go for it or not. Odds are, if Pamba didn't go exactly when he did, that play disappears and it's not possible. Look at this, the timing that I mentioned. Spirits looks to his left, starts a reload the same second Rise drops. If Rise drops into Spiritus with a shotgun primed and ready, he doesn't get that kill. And Dark Zero, they actually lose basically half of their entire push from that front side. So a very important moment in that round came down to the Spirits making the wrong decision. Same with the Dark Zero has lost a couple of rounds too with their clock management and those small decisions too. It's gonna be a back and forth, I bet you. Tied up 5-5 once again. And what Dark Zero did in that previous round, I mean, it worked really well, surprisingly well, I want to say. They hit their shots, they got in together, and more importantly, Wildcard, they seemed like they were just completely caught off guard, which is crazy because there was only like 15 seconds left in the round. If they were going to be initiating and execute, it probably would be at that point in the time. Or maybe Wildcard, they've gotten so used to Dark Zero's pace that 15 seconds is a quick one for their standards. I'm not sure. They have been slow, you know?
Yeah, like molasses. I mean, that's the calling card of Dark Zero. They're slow, but they are usually methodical. I think there are some times where we can agree that they were, and then other times it's not always as rosy. Go back to that very first attack, and they just ran out of time. Canadian wasn't even in the sight, holding on to the diffuser as Monty. A rare positive game for Canadian. His role doesn't usually necessitate a lot of kills. One thing that does need highlighting, Adam has now gone 10 rounds without a single kill. 21 kills, was it, on border yesterday? 0 kills for Adam so far. Spirits and Surf have picked up so much slack over these last 2 maps. Left behind by Merc, obviously, as he's not available to play today. Bolo's been fine. I honestly think Bolo has been better than what my expectations were, but my expectations were in the ground because, again, he's been retired for almost a year and doesn't play on this team.
Yeah. That's the thing. I mean, I know people go, oh, it's Bolo, but yeah, but this is Bolo literally subbing in. He has no idea what the callouts are, what the strats are. He probably doesn't even know half of these players that well himself, you know? He's been out of the game for a bit. But he's here and he's doing it. But Adam right now, yeah, C-Rate, not a great look. Wildcard, they're doing the same exact setup. Nothing's really changed. They deemed that small things didn't go their way. Well, I agree with them. If Adam finds a kill, Pambasu, he can't keep doing this. 3rd round, all 3 basement attacks. He swings down that staircase and he kills Surf in the same position. This should not be happening. Maybe once, but never twice. Certainly not 3 for 3.
Look at Adam staring down that Monty. One thing we noted with the way that Canadian plays Monty is he usually doesn't have an escort. This time he does with Gavin inside a freezer. That's where the attention of Adam lay. Flashbangs that go out, NJR punished over by Pillars. Spirits are there. Adam finally gets on the board. They'll need more from him now. Gavin drops. It's Canadian in a 1v3, pistol out. And he's punished by Adam, who gets 3 kills in the round. Adam goes big. Wildcard move to match point.
And Canadian might have had an escort inside a freezer, but again, nothing really comes out of it. Muncie's the last player alive. He doesn't get the intel for his team, and NTR got team flashed, unfortunately. The second Thorn swung in that hallway, NTR got blinded by someone else and couldn't see a damn thing, and he lost out in that engagement. Pamasu, he's been putting in so much work in these basement attacks. Again, finding that opening pick on Pillar 3 times in a row. Sure, one of those 3 rounds, he died for it, trading 1 for 1, but I don't know of many players who can just always pick the right time to walk down the tower staircase with a triple crossfire against you, get a kill, and get away afterwards as well. It really shouldn't be happening, and even though it did, Dark Zero still do not actually get the round. They only got, what, 1 more kill following up from that? So from a 5 versus 4 down to a 0 versus 3. That's not a great look, but it is that basement bomb site. It can be so hard to break on the attack inside. So many things working against you. But it has put Wildcard on match point.
10 seconds to go.
They're gonna feel really good about this. They go to Kid Storms instead.
5 seconds.
They only tend to bring out the Goyo of the basement bomb site because that's where time is most an issue, and of course it's more, I want to say, narrow bomb site. You know, very obvious ways in. Kid Storm doesn't work all that much differently. You got the trophy door, the white staircase, the armory staircase, the big window jump in. Goyo could also be excellent here, but then you want the Frost, then you want the Melusi. So all of a sudden, when you're defending this bomb site, you're gonna want like 7 or 8 different defenders, but you only get to pick up 5. So pick your sacrifices, make your choices. Wildcard, they deem that these gadgets right here is what they need. Entry denial, little bit of plant denial, and a single deployable shield. Dark Shield, they do go for 4 nades, rather 2 sets. Might be looking to go downstairs to try and do some up nades, as we call them.
Depth charges was what Lycan referred to them as, even though depth charge is a mine that floats that a submarine or submersible will hit and then blow up. Right? It floats at the surface. Depth charge from below. It comes up, so it's a little bit of the opposite. And I remember somebody was like, that's not what a depth charge is. Yeah, well, you literally refer to a pistol kill as a pistol whip, so that's not correct either. Oh my God, Surf has drones fly.
Oh man.
Oh, they are antagonizing him by that trophy doorway. He's fallen off the position. Dorms, the site of what could be our very final round. Wildcard prevails here. We go to Cafe. But there's still time for us to see overtime. I want overtime. I don't really care which team wins here, and Canadian obviously does as well. There's the DMR. Removing Packer, and more importantly, the 3 gas canisters that come with him.
Huge kill. I mean, I get the biggest one here. Packer, sure, a good player, but yeah, as you said, the gadget. You just bought yourself 30 seconds, and you can't get locked out of bomb site now on that execute when it's time. A minute to go still. DC actually relatively quick pace for their standard right now in a good position. Attic wall is opened up, and they have nobody on the big tower side, so Melusi of Spirits has this kind of cross. And if he can hold this, he can actually stop the entire advancement from Dark Zero single-handedly. Last time it was Surf, maybe this time it'll be Spirits.
Rice creeping up white stairs. Down goes Gavin. Nice shot by Rice onto Surf. He's wary about what might come behind him, and there's Adam. 4 kills, all coming within the last round and a half. Polo over towards the wall. He gets 1, but not before the diffuser goes down. Now it's Pan Bazoo to clutch. Adam is going huge. He will need to win this duel to keep his team in it and win it. He hops on the diffuser. Dark Zero pushing up. Pan Bazoo looking to prolong this. He duels, and Adam wins it again, just as he did on Bank. 6 kills over 2 rounds. When you need him the most, he shows up.
Secret weapon. That's it. Just to save him. He goes 0-8. He's out of it. No. As you said, 6 kills in 2 rounds, and a clutch to seal it for them. We need all 3 maps of this series.
Incredible stuff. Cafe is up next. We'll see you there in a few minutes.
I want M80 to be one of the most successful and dominant esports organizations in the world.
When the manager Golden reached out for a coaching position, I thought, why not? What could hurt?
You just gotta take their soul away. You just gotta destroy them.
It's definitely better to let the player do the talking, but tend to stay clear of the people that have big egos.
Energy carries everything into winning.
This is Rainbow Six at its best.
Try not to hold on to revenge too much the past. If we were to play them again, it would just be like just that urge of competitiveness to beat them.
We know our potential, we know what we are capable of.
The opponents could definitely take the title from us.
The past is the past, but in the moment you have everything you need to do to be better.
It's pretty hard, yeah. I didn't realize it'll go by that fast. Bang. Okay, sounds good. So the most popular bomb site on Bank is going to be the basement. And you know, one of the most common executes attack can do is bring a shield through server and try to plant on the server bomb. So what you'll actually see a lot of players do is hold the blue stairs with the smoke, triple ADS, and maybe a shield at the top, and then a guy behind the server rack with also a lot of burn. right? In order to prevent that plant further, you can also bring a Goyo on top of that and stack that all for the server side plant, which is a really common play you see in Pro League, which is a smoke and Goyo combo to completely deny the server plant for almost 1.5 minutes on end. Right? Another thing you could do is, especially is with the hatch control in open area being so crucial to the site, is roam up an open area with a guy playing red hatch on the hatch with it open and ready to fall at any time. Right? Putting multiple roamers in open areas is really strong to make sure that they can't just get the hatch control for free. And looking out for that lobby execute is also important, right? Because there's also 2 back hatches people can drop, making sure you have people rotating over onto the site itself. Being ready for that is really crucial. Garage is a tiny lurk point. Make sure you have a guy there, a DP there. That's it. I had a lot of time. I thought I had a lot of time, and then I looked at the clock. I was like, oh, I don't have enough time.
What's so funny, Rare?
Well, because I already know the answer is.
I know what I'm picking.
I know the 2 people they're gonna pick. For sure.
Me?
Oh.
What are y'all talking about?
Troll.
What operator do I play that's off meta, bro?
Fuse. What do you mean, me? I'll do what needs to be done. Like, you'll catch me in the mud when you least expect it.
That boy George.
Wow.
Snake.
Really, bro?
As soon as the operator came out, he picked it.
I think I'm the thinker. I'm the thinker for sure.
And that's interesting.
That one's pretty obvious too.
There it is. All gas, no brakes on that guy.
That was obvious.
Yeah, like I said, I am definitely a thinker. I make the plays. I'm hit.
Okay.
What?
Mass is kind of like a rat on attack.
I'd agree.
I do.
Yeah.
I know you're gonna say George.
Bro, I already know.
What? Why would I TK?
Because you're always just flicking around everywhere.
Wish TK'd me yesterday. He opened a wall in front of me and I just kind of smoked him.
Yeah, I dropped the hatch and he killed me.
Really, Fultz?
Intentional TKs though, that's J9.
Nah, I walk in front of Jack, I just die, bro. Why are you smiling, Rare?
Me?
Yeah.
Because you're gonna put me in, it's just false accusations. Nah, that's rigged. I may sleep up until the scrim, but I'm always on time, so.
Well, I remember we had to call you to wake you up for a game, and you woke up and you were dead, bro.
That was at like 10 a.m. You still can't wake up
You're
that
so
early.
sleepy.
There's only one right answer for this one.
Pretty much. I remember when you called your dad once, and you got mad.
Yeah. Me, bro.
I'm the rooster. I'm the, I'm there at 7 a.m. just screaming, bro. Like.
Can you do the noise again?
Oh yeah. Gonna have a bunch of different answers for that one.
It's between 2 people for me right now, so I don't know.
They ain't me, bro. I fold.
Kansan just kills everybody. Like,
Whenever he's in like a 1v2, I've never been more confident in my life that we're gonna win the round. That's the thing.
I like Snake.
Okay. Jesus Christ.
I said false because whenever I see him in like a 1v2, 1v3, like I know there's a chance that we win that.
I think Jack. I think he's one of the most mechanically gifted in the game.
Aww,
when he's feeling it, I don't think anyone can stop him.
You know what? It ain't a gift. It's talent. That's hard work.
The genetics, I would say, even.
The genetics is born with it.
If I see another round like that from Canadian where he can't see an air jab above kitchen doorway, I'm going to lose my mind. Little small moments like that were the entire reason why Wildcard were able to take their own map pick against Dark Zero and force us all the way to a map 3. That was a pretty entertaining Oregon game, whether it was because it was well played or somebody made a mistake. That was still fun to watch.
I think it was very well played. I think that this series just keeps on delivering great round after great round after great round. Felt like this was really I don't want to say back and forth game, right? A very defender-sided Oregon for sure. Dark Zero taking the lead with some really big plays. We saw NJR popping off at the start of the game. We saw Pambazoo popping off at the start of the game. And then Dark Zero, they just could not close out those attacks.
Yeah, I do think Troy performed a lot better compared to the first game. Obviously, there was that hiccup with the air jab.
Yep.
I don't want to, harp on that a little too much. It was funny to watch. I think we all laughed in studio seeing that. But I will say, I did like to see Dark Zero were putting the man advantage or getting those first round picks a lot better this game than they did the first game. But overall, Wildcard had massive clutches, huge plays. Yeah, I mean, there it is right there. And it's good to see Troy laughing. But huge plays from all the guys on Wildcard in these clutch rounds, whether that, again, Adam or Surf or any of these players, Packer even making huge statements. Adam in that last round where he just clutched that 1v1. I love the composure that he had. This was also a huge round from Surf, getting a big triple kill. But that composure from Adam in those 1v1s, I love to see that again. It is so important to see that from a brand new player, to keep that composure, to keep that focus, knowing that odds might be against you. Bombs down, it's swip sides now. You got to defuse the bomb. You got to defuse the bomb. And watching Adam just in those clutch moments is truly impressive that he can keep that composure.
Well, especially when he charges up for 10 rounds. I mean, we were waiting to see Adam. 0 kills through 10 rounds, then 6 kills through the final 2. Ridiculous stuff coming through from him.
I'll say this to that. You could be the worst player in the lobby, but if you win the most important round, it's all forgotten.
Show up when you need to. It's kind of all that matters at the end of the day. For Dark Zero to now go into map 3, having lost Oregon like that, it almost feels like we had a little bit of a shift. If it was map 1 being 8-7, Wildcard go into their own pick, having only lost by 1 round. Now we go into map 3 with Dark Zero having only lost by 2 in what was such a close contest. We still feel like we're neck and neck right now.
Yeah, no, it's definitely been neck and neck, very back and forth. But I am worried for Dark Zero here starting on attack. I think with a team like they played against Luminosity in the regular stage, they did go up 7-2. Luminosity is an aggressive team, but I don't think there's as much talent that there is on Wildcard in terms of that aggression.
Sure.
So now you're starting on attack and you're going to be versing an aggressive wild card that is going to stop you at your entry points of getting into that building. So for me, I see this being a struggle for DZ starting on attack.
When Bolo played for TSM, the most famous spot in all of Rainbow Six for him was top floor cafe in the bathroom, pixel spot. He would hunker that down with castle barricades, mute jammers, Kibas, Surya gates, whatever he needed. I don't know if Wildcard are going to give him absolutely everything like TSM used to in that spot, but I guarantee we're going to see Bolo back in that spot, and I'm so excited to see what he can do there.
And Wildcard are on defense first, if the lobby is to be believed, which is already enough to make me think that maybe they'll give him a little bit more of that old spunk. But just the notion, Laxing, that Wildcard is starting on defense in map 3 when Dark Zero, again, historically sometimes can be slow. If it's a big map, that can cause a problem. So I'm curious what this half split's going to have to look like for Dark Zero to have a chance.
Well, what I want to see is still that consistency from Dark Zero that they had in that second map of getting those first picks. Because in the first map, it was Wildcard getting those first picks. Then it swapped this. So I want to see Dark Zero start on that, getting those first initial picks. Because if Wildcard is going to play that aggressive game, then that does give DZ the opportunity to potentially get the pick, have them fall off site, get back, take the control that they need. That's what I want to see from Dark Zero going into this map.
Real quick, because players are on the lobby and we want to get this bad boy underway. Who wins? Who wins map 3, Lax?
Dark Zero.
Yeah?
Wildcard pull it out.
Come on! Can you pick the same team for once in your
No, we got to keep
careers?
it interesting so that way I can get in his face and tell him, you're wrong.
I've been right every game except for 1 through playoffs.
Well, no, you were flip-flopping.
Yeah, but I flip-flopped correctly.
No, man, you can't flip-flop. You just can't be like, no, chat, I'll have you decide that. Is Jesse a flip-flopper, and is it okay that he does that?
We'll let chat decide with their channel points who's going to win this bad boy. Who's going to Atlanta? Is it Dark Zero or Wildcard? Parker and Pengu will take us through it.
Wildcard.
A desk divided amongst itself cannot stand. And in this case, there is division, my friend. How do we heal these wounds? so that we can heal together. Wildcard and Dark Zero will square off on essentially a best of one at this point. They won their respective matches. The first one, DZ won by the skin of their teeth. This time, Cafe, what do we have in store for us? Operator bans will be ongoing. The operator bans looked quite similar through these first two maps.
Yeah, the flourishing Yin going out first, typically. Let's see if it will start off on the same trend. Yes, wildcard once more. Remove Yin from play. Dark Zero.
Flores?
2 out of 2 times. Flores. Let's see. Oh. That's a target pair and a half. I mean, it's gonna stop it from going downstairs into vert up, and it's gonna, of course, alleviate some of that vertical pressure on the kitchen and kitchen bomb side as well. But DC starting the attack inside, not having bug. I mean, sure, they'll prepare for this scenario, but that can be hard to deal with. Assignment will follow, just like before. Let's see what that final defender will be. Could be the Mira, could be Intel, could be the Solus.
That is also not just a popular ban, but a targeted ban towards Canadian. Solus gains an incredible amount of value on this map. There are lots of places where you can rappel, but additionally, there are also lots of places where inside the building, you will stop for a second and maybe hop onto drone. Maybe you'll apply some utility. Nomad is an operator that you will see quite often because there are a lot of narrow doorways, and then the stairwells as well are required for retakes. So because of this, the air jabs gain immense value. Solus is great for seeing where those air jabs are and knowing whether the route back is safe. And well, given a particular struggle that DZ had in the previous map, air jabs might just prove to be their undoing yet again. No Solus available though, so information for the defenders will have to come in other methods. Good news for them, Valkyrie remains unbanned and is immediately picked by Wildcard.
No surprise. I mean, self-destruction, playing downstairs, having C4s. That is how Cafe should typically is being played out. Back in my day as a player, we wouldn't scrim international teams very often. You know, you can scrim from Europe against North American teams in the East Coast servers. You get like 80 ping or so. It's not nice, but it's doable. Back when TSM first came to the scene, we wanted to hear what all that, you know, excitement was about. We scrimmed them. We played Cafe. Back when Bolo was on the roster, of course, and we got slapped 7-0. And we never scrimmed TSM or any other American team ever again. That was it. We blamed the ping and said, you know what, the ping sucks, we don't want to worry about it. But the truth is, TSM was a phenomenal Cafe team. I'm saying this because Bolo is now on the squad, and yeah, this isn't his team, he's standing in for Wildcard. But if you are known as a phenomenal Cafe player, or at least a team on a great Cafe map, you can bring some of that experience, the calls, the setups, etc. Hasn't changed all that much. And look at that, look where Bolo is! Look, he's in that pixel spot by bathroom, 90 pixel. A spot that is often referred to as Bolo's spot by some teams because he was one of the trendsetters in this position. You're always dealing with utility, flashbang flying at you, nades, smoke grenades, etc. And it's the first point of contact for the attackers if they want to drop in and take cigar control. DC, yeah, they take their time, they won't get there just yet, but they will eventually. Canadian on the Monty though can simplify this process if he can get inside of Piano and avoid the C4s below. 3 of them, Spirits, Pagger, and Adam. He can force Bolo off that position on Pixel and get Piano control for Dark Zero.
Three things in life, death, taxes, Dark Zero taking a while on attack. We use that so many times though. I feel like it's a bit cheating. Bolo spot, Pixel spot, down goes Gavin. Yash rushing in and punished almost immediately by the position that Bolo is in. Now as a Nitro cell that goes out, it does not prevail. Canadian still wandering right now through Cigar as he will breathe down the neck of, I believe that's still Bolo inside a bathroom. Yes, it is. He's got some help, top of white stairs. Canadian has the diffuser. You cannot lose it. Rice falls in, and there he goes to a frost mat. Big round from Bolo so far. 40 seconds remaining.
Tough spot here. Dark Zero locked up. But look at the upside down repel. Finds the kill. But Bolo's still alive. Canadian not allowed any space in this map so far. Oh. a rare Troy aggressive move there on the Monty. We love to see it. I don't think I've ever seen him ADS before like that. It's incredible.
I mean, he
finds
tried
the
on
kill.
Oregon, but ultimately fell short. Adam going down below. He'll get caught on the stairs by the Nomad. NJR winning that engagement. Flashes go out. Surf in a 1v2. Dark Zero, though, battling the clock. Troy needs to get in to get the diffuser down. Only 5 seconds. They're going to lose time again. Canadian going for the plant. Surf cannot get around the corner. There's an air jab. This is a tough spot for him to be in. And he's finished off by NJR. Just a little bit left in the tank for Dark Zero in terms of gadgetry. Diffuser, I don't even believe went down. I was in the process of doing so. Wildcard get off to a hot start in the round, but then can't make up ground from that point on. Easy win round one.
It sets us up for a... I would expect the banger of a cafe game here, though, with how close the first and second map was, the back and forth, the individual heroics, and the moments where you're thinking, oh, this team, they sure have this round in the bag. Because looking at that round, you know, Adam, he sneaks down to like first floor white stairs, holds an angle, NGR walks into his crosshair, not knowing where Adam is, and still somehow it's NGR who comes out on top in that individual gunfight, setting up Dark Zero for the 2 versus 1. Upstairs didn't work. Wildcard, you know, you might as well go through these bombs at rotations while you can. Don't force the same thing over and over because you don't know what bomb set might just favor you more. So downstairs they go to kitchen and kitchen. Not your typical bomb set rotation. Most teams, they love that library hold. You can play top floor, play in the primary floor, and spread yourself out across the map. One of the big issues with this bomb site, being all the way downstairs, is roaming's pretty difficult. Because there's not really any ways back to the side unless you go down a staircase. That's difficult because you can get seen from outside the windows outside the building. Or you gotta drop down the dining hatch, but then you gotta open up yourself. And you want the attackers to deal with this hatch for you by using hard destruction, etc. So you're often forced to just play on the bomb site itself, and you play it out kind of like an Oregon basement, you know? You try and bunker up, you pick your corners, you pick your areas that you care about, like Adam, inside of VIP, scout ADSs, deployable shield, an important position for the defense. Dark Zero on the attack. Typically we see them go for that room clear, do the self-destruction, work their way down the hatch, but they got a sense and a blitz in this lineup. This is not gonna be any ordinary attacking round. DC are gonna scout for intel first. They always make... I think he's seeing ghosts, because we don't see anything. There it is, that's a good mind. Yeah, they're gonna get their intel first before they make that call. But once they wanna go, because they're gonna hide in this blitz, they're gonna catch Wildcard by surprise. There's no Frostman to stop him. So this could go out, give Blitz the cover, then run into VIP and fight Adam one-on-one.
I'm glad that you pointed out, Matt, because yeah, it's especially interesting, but Surf reads that perfectly. Gavin runs in amidst the smoke screen created by Sens, and Wildcard have now defanged a huge part of this DZ execute. Oh, Pamazoo almost getting the Yokai drone. A good catch inside a bakery. Things maybe not going off the way that DZ was hoping for. They've got half the round to figure this out.
Yeah.
But they're down a very important part of their execute.
Yeah, and the DC, you know, we tend to say that they have a plan A. When the plan A doesn't work, they scramble and they struggle in the round. It's a quick adaptation from them. They still got time to work with, but they still got to clear bakery. That's going to be their next big issue. The last attack didn't work, but this one has to if they want to succeed in this round.
That Spirit's dueling so well. Looking for yet another. Not able to control recoil, but the sidearm gets the job done. Dumped upon by NJR. First player from DZ to get a kill so far this round. Now Canadian will need to follow up. NJR gets 2. He's been fantastic. Canadian dealing a lot of damage. Wildcard now with Bolo and Surf remaining. 2v2 with 35 seconds left. This has somehow become one of the fastest DZ rounds that we've seen in a while. Nitro Cell goes out. NJR still alive, persisting in this spot. Does not know where Bolo has moved to. They have a good idea of Surf, though. And he will continue to spam ping away. That T5 is the gun for it, but NJR is just on something else. He'll need to clutch against Bolo. A stand-in versus the stand-out. 7-0 for NJR on the board, potentially. Will Bolo swing? He's got the wrong idea. Bolo playing keep away and then wins it with the Deagle. Frustration for NJR, but Bolo keeps his team in this. Tie game.
It's one of those rounds that really shouldn't come down to a 1v1, or at the very least, you would never expect it to. Plan A for DC, the sense splits combination gets shut down. The mechanic with the roly-poly sense that we don't see used that often is that soft destruction will actually remove that smoke wall that it creates. It's like these small individual ticks on the ground that creates the wall. So a C4 and impact grenade will remove part of that smoke wall itself. We saw it in play. Blitz gets shut down. It's over. Second attempt from Dark Zero. They go to Bakery. That doesn't work out either. They're put into a 2 versus 4. But there is one man that cannot be stopped. It's NGR. Best of ones, it's pretty good. In best of threes, he seems to be on another level. His consistency throughout the entirety of Stage 2 is incredibly impressive, and it's usually Panba, sure. Panbasu has not been the big impressor in my eyes, but the thing is, they also play very different roles. Panbasu's often on the initial entry, and he will die getting that really hard job done, and then that allows the rest of DC to succeed. But NGR, he is your perfect backline player. He's that classic, it's about 3-day from BDS, Souls from Brazil, where, yeah, you drone, you heartbeat, you plan, whatever. But when you needed to do the entry job, or come into a clutch round, or when you get enabled, they just show up, and they are ridiculously consistent, and that's the scary thing about them. If you have somebody like NGR on the team who will show up 9 out of 10 times and pick up 2, 3, 4 kills out of nowhere, that is your strongest backline kind of player that you can possibly have. And for Dark Zero right now, he is carrying them through so many of these mid to late round scenarios for them. And it has been the early round struggles for DC. So without NGR, I gotta say, I don't think we could look at a third map right now.
There's no doubt about that. Desk yesterday tripped over themselves to talk about Panbasu and what he could accomplish. For good reason. But it's been NJR who's been the star of the show. Just as I think you could argue yesterday that map 2 isn't anywhere near as clear cut, or a competitive rather, would be far more clear cut if it wasn't for Adam's position.
True.
And then you could look at map 2 today. If he doesn't pick up those 6 enormously important kills in the final 2 rounds of Oregon, wildcard likely go to overtime against Dark Zero, and then who knows what happens there. Polo's been very mortal so far, but I will say that's been an impressive showing through these 2 rounds. Down goes Gavin. He's been dying a bit too early for comfort. 0-3 on very critical rolls. EZ are at a loss because of that. Those Spirits was punished down below, so at least at the same time you keep the numbers even, though I would much rather lose my mute than lose my ace.
Oh, this nade. Oh.
Polo is in such a bad spot, man. Now there's nades done to Canadian and a follow-up from Packer. That unfortunate series of events, but Panbasu's got 3 kills. A 4th awaits him down below and reading. Advantage for Dark Zero now.
What a ridiculous round. I mean, DC really just catching Wildcard by surprise with these early pushes. Had a minute to go. That's a clone, sir. Don't get too excited about that. What looked like a free kill. Panba's low on HP though. This is still very much around for Wildcard. They're playing off the bombs because of that vertical destruction, but NGR, he loves this garage staircase, always coming from below, walking up. He's gonna catch Wildcard by surprise.
What can Adam do?
15 seconds remaining.
He's got a visual here.
10 seconds left.
Easy going for the plant. Adam sees it, but goes for the coverage first. Rice seals the deal. Easy win another round. They're up by 1.
When you start getting to the end of this best of 3, the match point, the overtimes, the third map, you gotta start taking into account that one team here, much more experienced than the other. How long they've been in the game for, what kind of events they've attended, what they've won, their titles, etc. Wildcard, they are not a team that I think anybody really expected to be playing for a major spot for this stage. Just getting put together. You had those open trial scenario and whatnot, and people are like, yeah, there's no way these guys make top 4, top 3, etc. There's no way. And they started off so hot in the nail that very quickly they got put on the map. But reality is, they're not technically supposed to be here. And when you're gonna go up into this third map and pressure's at its highest and it's intense and it's stressful, you're playing with a SOP, things are against you, it's tough. Well, I start to worry for them sometimes. Wildcard, they play the best when they play a little bit cocky, you know, arrogant, in-your-face style of Siege, and they play with confidence. But the closer and closer you get to these final rounds, risk assessment becomes a talking point. You see a play, but what if we lose? You know, I don't want to take it. Hesitation creeps in. And you start doubting your own instincts as a player. That can very much happen when you're in these kinds of high-intense situations when you're not used to it. Whereas if you're Troy, I mean, we saw it. Canadian lost a round in a 1v1 to an air jab. What did the man do? He laughed. He looked at that round loss and laughed at it because he's been in worse spots many times before. If you're a wild card, probably not going to be the case for you. DC, they're still applying this early pressure. The calls coming in, the early drones, applying all this pressure. But you see Adam, he's still fighting for it. Runs back up the staircase, stays alive. That's the early pressure from the roam game, forcing so much utility from Dark Zero. Both calls now committed, and they found no damage and no kills inside of wildcard. So a good one from them.
Looking to clear out that main floor. You've got Pambazoo tackling that, spearheading that. Wildcard safe for now as Gavin is on the first floor. So there's two players from DZ not tackling Cocktail itself, but trying to dislodge whatever might be down there. Eager to see how the Grim is used, likely to cut off avenues back to the site. See probably white stairs where one of those beehives will go. I imagine one might go over towards Piano as well. Utility aside, it's also a good gun. The Commando, it's a lot of damage.
One of the highest damage automatic weapons in the game, actually. The highest DPS is. The thing is, doesn't matter how good your gun is, about how good you can put it to use. If you don't get into a gunfight or don't win it, it doesn't matter what gun you have in your hands, or did have in your hands at that point. Dark Zero have been chasing the pace, one slow, one fast. Right now, back to that same old style. They got the intel. Pam's just looking for the opening. Oh my god, again.
How does he get that?
Individual gunfights. Yeah, exactly. He shouldn't get those, but he does. Last round and this round, Pampa's finding picks that exist, or rather should not exist in these rounds.
DZ might not be doing well in the overall first blood portion, but still sticking it in the rounds. They might lose the early bit, but the mid-round through later, that works out quite well. Gavin finding his first pick. It's on to Adam playing down below. That should be wild card on the second floor, but Packer remains. Inside a laundry, he hears the bees around him, and there's no way for him to retake white. Instead, that's where Surf is positioned. More will be on his shoulders. Rice primes a nade ready. Bolo walks up. Surf swings. Down goes Rice. Wildcard sitting pretty with only 10 seconds to go. Again, time not on the side of DZ. Another for Surf.
5 seconds
Canadian attempting the defuse. NJR rushing in, saves his teammate. Bolo is down. Packer will need to stop it with the nitro cell. It goes off and catches Canadian. Bolo is still bleeding out. If Packer can get over there, this can become a 2v1 very quickly. But NJR will go up top and play off the skylight. Bolo back to life. The two players from Wildcard now retaking the top floor. Up red stairs they go together as NJR sits over top of the skylight, but he's got so much time to kill. Wildcard has zero information as to where this will be. One of them are gonna have to hop onto the diffuser while watching the skylight. There's Packer on it. NJR the pick. Bolo knows he's up there. 9 kills for NJR. And a 10th to be found. DZ 3-1.
When you need it, hero, when you need your stable backline, who do you call? It's NJR. I mean, the timing in that round. The second he walks into the double door, you're thinking Troy's gonna get killed, surely, right? There's an enemy right next to him. No, he gets saved. And then, bit of a blunder with C4 downstairs, having a bit of miscommunication about where exactly that plant was going to be going down. The correct C4 location would be inside of that reading room, when instead the Valkyrie was circling the downstairs area, looking for the right angle. It was just a little bit too late. Troy did get the plant down successfully, and JR Again, very smart. Recognizes, okay, 1v1, one person's injured, don't care about that member. I'm just gonna go up onto the roof. And the issue is when you go for that revive, if you're Packer, is that you don't have a lot of time. Bolo and Packer, when they approach that top floor portion of the map, they had 16 seconds left to defuse and find where NGL was actually playing at. The quote-unquote obvious, place he was gonna be at is Skylight. But if you don't know, you don't know. And that's simply the problem. They had no idea. Despite playing Valkyrie, despite having a lot of information on the board, it's found out by Dark Zero. All that time is spent on their drones, setting things up. It's all to set up that late stage execute. So that when they get down to that bomb site, they have dealt with like the ADSs, the Valkyrie cameras, etc. Because they do all the work beforehand, not during the site execute itself. And it's why it takes longer to get into those positions in the first place. Grim's an operator that we didn't see a lot of when it first got introduced to pro play, but Grim has gotten buffed in the most recent patch, and the patch before that one. B's radius got bigger, lasts for longer, spots you for a longer duration, and now you can also bounce them off surfaces to get them into more neat positions, really. Instead of dry peeking angles with your gun up, or your gadget out rather, just bounce them off a wall, easy peasy. For Cafe, Grim's seen a lot of play in North America and in Brazil. Helps give you intel. Instead of droning past the corner, just get some beasts in there. If there's an enemy, they get spotted. If you don't get spotted, then it's clear. Easy does it. Can be used in combination with grenades, cannons of fire, or a blitz. As his kitchen and kitchen bomb site will be the place where DC they think blitz is very much needed. Last time it did not work out whatsoever, it was shut down. Maybe this time will be better.
Oh, it was a nice impact that was tossed that revealed some through the fog of war as the Sen's roller gadget went in front. I think it was Surf who got the pick from that position. One thing is that when Blitz is charging, if he's not going at you head on, he's very easy to kill, because it's only going to take a single bullet to his head or fire at his shoulder. Now, Gavin's going to do the exact same thing, same result. It's Adam, though, who takes him down. So I don't know if it's Gavin being set up for failure by the team or Gavin himself taking initiative and ultimately falling short, but Gavin has been the first casualty almost every single round for Dark Zero. And by playing hard breachers and playing shield operators and playing one of the first ops to get into the building, there's an idea that DZ has here that just has not been realized if Gavin keeps dying early. Here's Rice, though. Flying under the radar. Wild card lose 2. Bolo toss out a nitro cell. Down goes NJR. That's much bigger than it should be. But with the way he's been playing, this has been his series so far. Leaves a 3v3 with 40 seconds left, Nick.
There comes a bit of a pause here, though, because these here are kind of locked out here. They got to figure out where are the 3 defenders actually playing at before they can make their final decision. Pag got a shotgun inside a bakery. Got those black eye cams giving intel to the defensive side. You see this crossfire. Surf's in the middle. He's going to set things up, but the intel is there from DC always.
Now Pambazoo's made it in. Down goes Surf. He's not expecting Bolo in that position, but Rice picks him up. Packer, no 1v2. Gumines being hit. DZ need to get that diffuser down. Packer looks like he is absent. A Yokai will need to take measures into his own hands. Peeking out of prep now inside of kitchen. Rotating around, he spotted one player. He can't control the bearing 9 nor make it work with the clock. Pulling out the shotgun, he saw Rice for a second, takes the engagement with Canadian, but the job is done by the team captain himself. This is very quickly running away from Wildcard. 4-1 for Dark Zero in the first half. One more round to go.
There are moments of victory, though. I mean, how the opening duels are going favoring Wildcard, and Adam, I gotta say, he played that round so well. He was the Jaeger inside of VIP that killed Gavin on the Blitz, and what he did was that the smoke grenade was tossed out by the Blitz, and Gavin rushed into the smoke. Sprinting, right? Meaning his legs and his feet are exposed. Adam simply proned on the ground, and the moment he saw any move in the smoke, he just sprayed straight at it at feet level. It's the only way that Gavin and Blitz dies in that position because Jaeger doesn't have any tools to deal with the Blitz. No impacts, no C4, no toxic babes, nothing. So it looked like a really dumb play, but it's how Gavin failed in that round, or rather how he was shut down, should I say. And I don't feel like DC is setting Gavin up for success, but he's certainly not finding it. Wildcard, always they have his number. They're shutting down the splits. It's just simply not working. But with all that being said and done, and how well Wildcard played that round, it's DC with 3 round victories on a row on Cafe Attack. And Wildcard, well, they just called their tactical timeout to figure out exactly what went wrong.
Both teams will be able to talk. They took down NJR early, and you thought that might be the round. No, not at all. Rice goes big with 2 very important kills. Flushing the players out off-site that could have impeded Canadians' ability to get into the site and get the diffuser planted. Bolo was the big one. Once you got rid of Bolo, freezer control was completely in your favor. Canadian walks in, gets the plan, and yeah, they didn't seem to know where the Echo was. He was too far back to really be a factor.
We don't see those yokais the last seconds of the round anymore these days, or at least not that often. There was one attempt earlier on Bank as we saw, but there was a time in Pro Play where almost every single round it felt like there would always be at least one yokai alive, and time is running down. You think, oh, it's gonna be a yokai clutch, and it's kind of hard because watching the timer hit 0 and a yokai stuns a planter and it's how defense win, in a way it's super exciting. But in another way, it's also super boring because no one really did anything. What I do know is that Wildcard, they would have wished, they would have hoped, prayed, begged that they had a yokai in that round because it gives you phenomenal intel to make decisions off of course. But also, it's an Echo with a primary shotgun. You don't have that 1.5x on your primary SMG, so you can't take those long battle engagements with confidence. The Barry 9, it doesn't get the job done. Recoil control is hard on it, doesn't do that much body damage either. DC on their final attack in the first half. That similar lineup. Twitch drones, Bravo drones, we see it all the time being changed between them both. And IQ now being picked up by Pambasu.
Yep.
Those Valkyrie cameras are just too vital for the defense, and they recognize it.
Glad you mentioned that. You've got the 3 black eye cams brought by Spirits. You've got the Wamai discs as well, so you can help determine where any of those thrown gadgets, of which there's 2 smokes and 3 flashbangs, can go. You're gonna figure out if there's a pre-placed C4. Additionally, you've got the Thorn on the board. How many times will you see somebody go in, the Thorn Razor Bloom will start to go off, you have to get out of that position, and it's not the Razor Bloom that's intended to kill you like a lot of Frost mats are. It's somebody watching it. So you might escape the Razor Bloom, but the exact play is to essentially run into one of these defenders. Rice wanders in, and they seemingly have not droned out Piano at all. Spirits has been up there pretty much the entire match so far, or entire round rather, and it's an easy first pick for Wildcard.
That's not like DC. I mean, we talk about how they spend so much time droning and setting things up, and then they just simply forget or miss out, droning Piano. One of the most crucial spots off the top floor as well. One of your first parts that you enter the building at. I'm not sure what DC's angle is right now. Bees are going out, they get some intel, but there's no action being made of this unless Inchess just runs in the building, but that's very risky. The angle though.
Down goes Packer to Panbazoo. DZ getting on the board. Now it's NJR as well with his 10th kill. Surf looking for sight lines, but very quickly Wildcard is folding. From above, Surf attempting to keep this intact, swinging away on NJR, but that's okay because DZ's getting the diffuser down. Gavin not dying. Instead, he's the one playing the case. Surf from above. DZ with a single kill, stopping them from a 5-1 half. Surf trying to draw out with a fake drop. Now the real drop comes in. No intel. Walks into reading. The holes he created used against him by NJR. That's lucky number 13 for Nick. DZ take the first half 5-1.
And it didn't he just walk in? It's that simple. Beast gone, he knows the vertical holes above him are clear, and again, NJR just finds the kills. So he enters first floor, clears the bomb site, walks up a staircase, and then finds the last defender trying to retake from lobby. I mean, again, phenomenal round from DC. It looks like what's the plan here, but once they actually show us the bigger picture of exactly what they're going to be doing, it makes perfect sense. And it's how Grim is such a phenomenal operator right now. Because again, as I said, if the Bees don't spot anyone out, you know it's clear. Imagine you gotta throw up a drone, check every corner, check the area, then get off the drone, then sprint in. It takes so much time and effort. Just be one window, be the second window. No red pings? Okay, it's clear. Sprint on in, get 2 kills, run upstairs, get the 3rd. Boom. Easy round for NGR and Dark Zero. Yeah, that's 5-1. And Wildcard, they look a little bit defanged here. Yeah, they're, kind of fighting back in these rounds, but as it's getting closer and closer to an end here, favoring the opposition of Dark Zero, it does seem like the nerves and the pressure might be getting to Wildcard. I don't see the confident swings, the trades, them roaming aggressively anymore. They're kind of playing corners. They're playing behind utility. And one of the downsides of playing like mirror windows or deployable shields is that naturally you go, there's a shield here. I should stay in this corner. Oh, it's a mirror window. I shouldn't leave this, alone. So you just sit yourself in these very passive positions and allow the attackers so much freedom elsewhere. Yeah, Wildcard, they got the opening kill. They found that weird odd pick from Piano's Cigar, but that was really the only proactive play they did in that entire round. Now they gotta show us that they're the real deal, because tagging Cafe is not easy, but it's where Wildcard will be for the remainder of this game, all the way to overtime.
Swapping mags.
Gonna settle down, Gavin dying early. DZ's already done that. On defense, he's gonna be playing more of that sheltered role that we like to talk about. This one on the Mira. NJR, not just lucky number 13, actually 14 kills. There was one that must have occurred that I missed. Good for him.
Yeah. Certainly is good.
Too many to count. Really?
No, yeah, it's happening so fast every single round, and just being a highlight player right now. Wildcard, they're taking their time, but I don't want to call them slow. This is Cafe, and more importantly, it's the first attacking round. You need to feel out your opponent because they can be playing very far up, holding Piano, holding Cigar, fighting for those early areas of the map, or they can play very far back. You don't know till you figure it out. So this is one of those, let's see what the opponent wants to do, and then adjust around it. But the soft timer for DC, it was 120 on Oregon, it's about 120 on Cafe as well. They surrender the top floor hold. They deem that time has worked in their favor. They can now fall back and still be in an okay position. The bomb site is mining, not that normal reading one. So the soft destruction that we see above in Piano and such will do a lot of damage to the bomb site later on.
No observation blocker brought from Canadian, so a bulletproof camera with the Jaeger. We talked about that back on Oregon. For those that might not have been familiar, that secondary gadget doesn't see a ton of use, but in this instance, won't see it at all. Bolo first pick dies to Gavin. Adam looked like he had the follow-up now inside a reading, but DZ clobbering Wildcard. This has been a really impressive showing for Wildcard. Not just this match, but the stage as well. A team assembled, I don't want to say last minute, but cobbled together over the public, was it the public tryouts that they did?
Yeah.
And honestly, it seems like the sky's the limit. That DZ sweep right through them. That was not a struggle whatsoever. 5 rounds in a row from Dark Zero, 6-1. This is certainly not the final map that we deserved nor wanted. After we were treated to 2 of probably the finest maps that we have seen in a best of 3 so far, going back and forth. The fact that Wildcard was able to stack up to DZ with Bolo coming in at the last moment as the 5th player was remarkable. But it looks like the magic has ran out.
Yeah,
6-1 for Dark Zero. They're a single round away from clinching a spot in Atlanta.
There's also a team in Wildcard that they're not really used to best of 3s either, right? Again, we talk about experience comparing between Dark Zero and Wildcard, where, one team plays mostly best of 1s, and one team has played best of 3s as well as best of 5s before. Composing yourself for a long duration in a best of 3 series is different from that of the best of 1. You can just give it your all in one game, that's it. Also mentally, preparing for 3 maps strategically with prep work versus a single map. A lot more to keep track of course, as an individual player. Let's say, imagine that this is indeed the final round. Dark Zero wins 7-1. The score is one thing. But what I want to see is Wildcard going out like blazing. I don't want to see them play passive and spawn, waiting around, struggling to get into the building and not taking these gunfights. I want to see Wildcard unleashed. Play that fun, aggressive, in-your-face, as I said, the cocky, confident playstyle that they bring usually in this stage. Yeah, again, sub player, they're down 1-6, whatever. Bring themselves out here, show them, us, fans, etc., what they can do, what kind of team that they are, and try their very best at the very end. Not be too afraid of the result here. Most people have probably counted them out because of the circumstances they play under, because they're up against Dark Zero, a much more known team, and much more known players. But they put up a such a good fight in the first 2 maps. And even though this is one-sided so far in Cafe, I want to see more from them on their attacking side.
Monty to seal the deal for wild card on this round. Keep their team in it. God, it'd be an obliteration for Dark Zero to win 7-1, one of the more lopsided maps that we've seen in the entirety of Stage 2. I don't want it to go there. I would like a spirited and close third map. That's what I want. Sometimes my desires aren't what's most important, and if DZ truly is the better team, then they need to show it. There goes the Monty, Canadian with Nitro Cell still in hand, but the Monty is now pressured up to a position where that Nitro cannot be of use unless he threads the needle through the hatch, but Canadian doesn't have any information. Rice will see the Monty as he now moves over towards White before stopping. There goes the Nitro Cell, tossed up, but Spirits is already far enough away. Now he's taking damage on top White as NJR has died. 15 kills for NJR is mighty nice. Rice sees the Monty. Spirits unsheathing the pistol. A grenade goes. Good coordination. Packer finds 2. Panbazoo and Canadian, the only 2 remaining, and Packer's in the bomb site now, getting the diffuser down as Canadian will retake. Panbazoo will have to do the same. Packer finished off by Canadian. And now he gets another over towards White Stairs. Panbazoo finishing the deal. Surf on White. Panbazoo getting down Bolo. He flies over the railings. Panbazoo will be able to get himself back up to full HP.
Attackers have recovered their diffuser.
Surf grabbing the diffuser with 40 seconds to go. Panbazoo, 1 kill away. He's let NJR enjoy the spotlight for a while. Planting upstairs, now it's Panbazoo circling in. Surf doesn't seem to know this. He hops off. That sound goes to Panbazoo. Will give his position away as he looks for the sledge, and the win goes to Surf. Atlanta will wait another round as DZ are not able to clutch out, and wild cards show that they can stick to it if need be. They've got quite a lot of work to do, but it's definitely possible.
Wait, such a good round. I gotta say, this is why Spirits is seen as one of the best shield players in North America. That was like, as a Monty main myself, or former Monty main myself, that was basically a perfectly played round from him. There's not many spots you're safe on Cafe when you're playing Monty, but the White Stairs hallway up top is one of those positions. He pushed through piano, didn't let us C4, good job. But then he just pushes forward and he applies so much pressure. Onyx sitting, going for those hip fires, getting into 3 different members, and the team of Wildcard also playing excellently around and picking up those kills because Spirits forces their movement. It came down to the wire in a 1 versus 1, and it got really, really close because they got flanked by Canadian inside of piano because of those Valkyrie cameras being a problem. But they got there, and Surf in the 1v1, he didn't look scared. He was repositioning, planning on table, planning downstairs, and when Panbazoo closed in, he went for the fight, he went for the swing, and he won that engagement. Wildcard are still very much looking alive. They're still problem solving. You see it right now. Surf saying, okay, those cameras, they were indeed a problem. Gotta bring out the IQ. Excellent problem solving skills right there. Spirits recognizing how strong the Monty was and how much Dark Zero they've historically struggled against that operator on Cafe. Bring it again. Once you find that working formula on the attacking side, stick to it. And unless DC they make dramatic changes, you don't really have to yourself. But DC, they got the rounds working in their favor. Wildcard needs 4 in a row to go into overtime. 1 small mistake, 1 phenomenal clutch, 1 round where NJR gets unleashed, and then it's over for Wildcard. So they gotta hold on. They also gotta play that fine line of not playing too passive either. Step forward, you might die. Stay too far back, there's no time. Gotta be in that middle zone.
Canadian down below in a similar spot as before. The Valkyrie in train and looking towards mining. It's the adjoining part of the map between the 2 bomb sites. I liked what they were trying with him before, but he was too slow to toss the Nitro Cell up and remove Spirits from action. Spirits will again be on that Monty, so Canadian might have another opportunity should Spirits go through that same place. And oh, look at that. I don't know if he can reach with the Nitro or not. He still got it in back pocket. Half of the round gone now. Oh.
Surprise. Ooh, huh? On the window repel, I guess, or something like that, maybe. Either way. Opening pick. Wildcard are down pretty bad here. Spirits, you want to get the Monty in first, usually. It's Ibana who dies. You're on the window repel is playing much more, you know, passive, should I say. And yeah, Spirits is in, but no one's quite behind him. Serve is the next man in line, based on Piano. He's scanning out the entire time, just finding those cameras, checking for C4s, making sure everybody's nice and safe downstairs, or if there's an enemy to be found. That's close. Serve stays alive, though. Rice takes a little bit of damage, but it's not looking too well. Spirits is mighty safe from the Muncie, and he gets into the unextended. It's a free kill right here. Surely he doesn't know.
Spirits is in. Shield down, gun out. Goodbye, NJR. Bolo will join him inside of reading and now look farther. But guess what? Gavin's still in there. They haven't punished him yet. Adam will. Surf still holding above. Adam another. Dark Zero struggling to get back to the bomb site. Canadian and Rice will need to clutch up. They did it before, but on attack. Can they pull it off on defense? Here's the Nitro to go. Adam peels off. Diffuser is down. You get the kill, though. Now the timer will run. Canadian and Rice working together. Spirits and Surf injured. Still going. Now it's Surf popping on through the floor. Taking down Rice. Canadian botches the Nitro cell. He'll have a second attempt. Following up on Spirits. There goes the Nitro. He gets the kill. He just needs to stop Surf. He knows that the IQ is up there, but he can bait him in. Surf will do exactly what he did last time as well. Canadian prepared for it. You just got to jostle. Waste time. Canadian trying to stick it, and Surf gets it through the floor. Desperation for wild card. But they pull it off, and that's now 2 in a row. Still 6-3 for DZ, but wild card putting together work again as needed.
It's gotta trust the process. The IQ literally won them the round. It was picked for the Valkyrie, but who knew the IQ could see people diffusing through the floor and get those kills? We've seen it probably before where, you know, a player who doesn't play IQ very often forgets what the capabilities that gadget is, or what it can do at least. But Surf's showing that he can find kills with the gun, with the utility, do self-destruction. He's everywhere right now. And in both of the attacking rounds, it's him doing the heavy lifting in the clutch moments. The 1v1, then the 1v2, technically speaking. And Spirits and Monty again leading the way, getting his teammates inside the building. That's also while Packer died first. There's a 4 versus 5 round for the attack inside. C4, Adam just gets the plant, and that's huge. First kill was pretty clean. 4 fully gets the kill. But when it came to Canadian in that 1v1, I was like, oh no, you whip it, look at this. Oh no! Micro adjustments, shoulder attack, gets the kill eventually. But if he had missed 1 or 2 more bullets, he might have given up and said, okay, that's the wrong angle, gotta readjust. All of a sudden, he might get that diffuse. A couple seconds left on it. Now we see the counter pick from DC, right? Look at this. The Echo, the Smoke, the Lesion, and of course, they're playing at C4. This is just them saying, if we kill Spirits, we kill Wildcard, we take that 7th round, and we go to the Major. And that's what this lineup is. This is purely about just taking down the Muncie, and that is it. Wildcard, they won't know this right now, they only have the drone phase to figure it out. But when they get into the building, when they start seeing what the opponents look like, operator-wise, they'll realize that they're out to get them with a direct counterplay.
Adding some protection from grenades.
This match has the potential to tighten up. Wildcard have no room for error whatsoever. They've already won 2 in a row. Easy going through that impressive stretch in the first half. 4 rounds to seal the first half as theirs, and now they will have some greater difficulty as Gavin goes for the run out. At one point he was 1 and 5. There's another run out. Canadian can't hit water if he fell out of a boat. Gets 1 pick, but does not get Bolo.
Not so.
He sees the shield, will now try to soften up Spirits with those impacts. Down goes Bolo to Panbazoo, what little remained of Bolo that was, and now it's Rice! Only 1 player remaining. Wild card. Looking like the LCQ is your way to Atlanta. SI likely falling away as well. It has been an incredible run for them so far, but it ends today. An absolute masterclass on Cafe from Dark Zero. They earn the win. 7-3 on the final map, and DZ are major bound. We know the 3 teams representing the region, and 2 of them are up next to battle it out and see which team is the best in NA, M80 or Sonics. Despite the circumstances, what a showing from Wildcard. Bolo in particular playing his first match of the year and doing so in mighty fine fashion. DZ still earned the win, but there's a lot to be proud of for Wildcard. We've got the studio ready to break down this match, so let's toss it over to them.
Bravo 6 going dark after all. DZ qualify for Atlanta by the skin of their teeth. They finally went dark enough for Wildcard to not see them. It just took until map 3 because we had 2 bangers, and then I got to admit, the fact that the series ended on what felt like a whimper on Cafe was a bit of a disappointment because everything else was great.
Yeah, I mean, Wildcard started a battle back at the end, but NJR, just an exceptional performance from the mayor himself. Really good performance, attacking on Cafe. Dark Zero, a 5-1 half. Really well done by them here on Cafe.
No, it was beautiful. NJR clearly had his bananas today. He had all the potassium in the lobby, handing out L's left and right. Beautiful play right here. We went on top of the roof, and I think we're going to see, yeah, this is the round. Yeah, he goes on top of the roof. Big heads-up play here. Grabs a freebie, then gets another freebie. I'm telling you, he was just pulling bananas off left and right. But regardless, DZ made it. They were looking beautiful. They did what SSG couldn't.
Yeah, it's unfortunate we couldn't really see Bolo popping off. I thought he played pretty well throughout this map.
He was consistent.
Yeah.
He did play in that spot, too.
Yeah, he did play Bolo's spot and played pretty well the very first round, even on the Frost. Unfortunately, the rest of his team really not quite there on the fragging department. They just weren't able to cling those rounds together.
I really like that round from Surf right here with the IQ stopping the bomb.
Yeah, the IQ from above. This is actually just like the NJR clip from above on the skylight, stopping the defuse kit. Just the exact same, except 1 floor down. Really well done by both those players, but of course, Dark Zero just able to ring together a few too many for Wildcard to really deal with today.
Yeah, I mean, it was a great game overall. I chose DZ. It was beautiful. I mean,
it's my bad for sleeping on the mayor.
Hey,
that's on me.
You can't sleep on the mayor, dog.
I don't get why we're posting this. It's a great photo.
Jesse, right now.
Hold on.
Can you look at the camera and make that exact same face?
You look like you just smelled something horrible.
That's a great photo. Ask me go for a run.
If you guys
5 a.m.
To Wildcard, like Jesse is your biggest supporter. He was riding through thick and thin throughout that.
He was vocally your biggest fan.
I literally kept going at him after every single round. I was like, and he's like, this ain't nothing. Even in that last round, he's like, Packer 1v4, no problem. Although he did walk up here with us, you know, I think he saw it was coming. He saw it was coming. And I was right. So you're wrong.
Look, even with Wildcard stacking the deck as much in their favor as they could and getting Bolo on the team to assist last second, Dark Zero still end up being the better team, and they're going to the Atlanta Major. Let's talk to Troy real fast. Dude, I don't know how many majors you've been to in your career so far. It's way up there in the double digits, but congratulations, you're going to another one. Just talk to me how it feels now that the stage is over.
A relief. No one wants to play through LCQ, so glad. Oh wow, that's a nice little tag. Thank you. But yeah, no one wants to play through LCQ, so glad we made it happen. Obviously, closer than we want it to be. Obviously, we didn't even want to lose yesterday, but it's just how it goes. I mean, some stuff we got to iron out. I think we learned our lesson. I think yesterday we honestly lost composure a little bit. The mental was not what it needed to be, and I think we slipped up. And you know, SQ punished us for it. Today was a lot better. We kept fighting every round. I mean, Oregon was a frustrating map, but we didn't react like oh shit, it's happening again. Kind of thing. It was just keep fighting. So I think that's what was most important.
Well, Canadian, you answered my question before you even asked it. Obviously, yesterday, not the result that you guys wanted. Close loss to the Sonics, but it sounds like you guys fixed a lot of those issues coming into today. But further on, I mean, what is going to be the main focus for you guys heading to Atlanta? Because what's the next step for you guys as a team?
I mean, we just got to double down, work harder, keep getting reps in, keep reviewing things. You know, work, make sure the fucking mental's never slipping up like that again. Just staying focused and continuing to work hard. I mean, everything restarts after every win, after every game. So not getting complacent. It doesn't matter that we made the major. We got to work even harder, to win games at the major. We've made majors before and shown up completely flat. And making sure we get, find our groove and don't let that happen again.
Nice.
Troy, you've had trouble with Flores drones. You had trouble with an air jab. What are we possibly going to see next?
Yeah, that air jab one was tough.
Man.
I didn't hear it and I didn't see it. Well, the thing is, I knew the air jab was there because I mute jammed it earlier in the round and then they shot it. Yeah, I don't know, just forgot about it.
Nah, I mean, I love seeing you smile and laugh, and that's really all you can do is just like in the heat of the moment. You're also so tunnel vision on like, all right, like I'm clutching this round, and then boom. But
Gav called it at the last second. Like, no way. Oh.
It's always those last second calls that it's just like, shit. You could have said that. You could have said that a second sooner. It would have been solid.
Yeah, devastating. But
all good, man. Last question for you before we let you go. Now that you've had a full stage with Rice under your belt, you're heading to a major. You obviously had Breaking Point coming into the stage, won that. That was a good performance. Now you've done hard, good reps against the entire rest of North America. Just talk to me about how the Rooks played, because it feels like every time Dark Zero adds a new guy onto the roster, sometimes it takes a bit to get acclimated. Now you're going to an event straight out the gate. Talk to me how it's been with the new guy.
So far so good. I mean, we made a major, so can't complain.
Yeah.
But yeah, just obviously there's more to work on. He's still a new player, so like I'm not gonna sit here and say he's a perfect player. I don't think anyone is. So we got stuff to work on, stuff to improve. But I think a lot of stuff is stuff that we have to improve on as a team. But definitely happy.
Overall, a fantastic outing for you guys, dude. Again, congratulations. Hope you get a sec to take a load off before you jump right back into prep, and we'll see you in Georgia.
Appreciate it. See you guys there. Take care.
Well, that's it. That's
it.
the playoffs done for the most part. There's still a little bit left to go through, but Lax, you were right.
I mean, I know I was right. I knew I was going to be right. I chose them for a reason. Jacob, I mean, there's not much really to say to Jesse. He likes to be wrong in the most cases.
Okay. Well,
so
I've been more corrected throughout the playoffs, but
that's not entirely true.
It is.
You flip-flop. You cannot keep resorting back to that.
I can't, just because I saw the maps and then changed my prediction correctly doesn't mean I'm a flip-flopper. That means I'm adapting to new information.
He asked us at the start of the whenever.
I didn't know it'd be Sonics at that point. I was expecting not Sonics in that position.
Does it look like I care?
No.
We stuck to a bracket that we made. You broke it. You lost here. Are you going to flip-flop going into this next game?
Real quick, just something I did want to touch on. If Dark Zero don't qualify for Atlanta straight to Stage 2, meaning they're one of the best teams to come out of the NAL, they're going into Phase 1, they're still going into the event. What chance do we think there is relatively of them going to Swiss? Do we think that's pretty easy, clear, like that they're doing good enough in this stage already to convince you they're going to Swiss? What are we thinking? Just very early preliminary prediction.
Yeah.
I would like to believe so.
No North American team has ever lost in play-ins. We've only had one set of play-ins so far, but I don't think Dark Zero fall to the international teams in play-ins. I think they're pretty secure for Swiss stage.
I genuinely think even if Wildcard was there as well, they would be making it through, no doubt.
Yeah, sounds good. Before we move on from this game, Jesse, you had a couple things you wanted to highlight clip-wise from that last map, right?
Indeed I did, Jacob. Despite the fact that Wildcard only won a single attacking round, I did want to show, or defending round, I should say. I wanted to show you one round that stood out to me. This is going to be round 2 from Dark Zero versus Wildcard, and it's this Blitz versus Send strat. And if it looks familiar to you, it should, because DZ, they didn't come up with this strat. It's perfectly countered by the impacts coming through from Wildcard, and of course Wildcard know how to counter it, because they made this strat in. They know this strat better than you because they invented it, and then they perfected it so that no living team could best them in the Realm of Honor. And of course, the Realm of Honor tended to just be this one singular bomb site, which they were able to win for the attacking side of Wildcard. But still, Wildcard showcased this strategy last week against SSG. The Blitz going through right after the Sends. I thought it was beautifully done by them. DZ tried it, didn't find the same success. Kind of interesting DZ stealing strats here.
You know what really stuck out to me most in that clip? Not just the strat itself. I didn't even know you could destroy the wall.
Really?
With impacts? That's how little I've seen Sense used when I was playing. I had no clue. So like when I saw that just open up, I was more mesmerized by that. I was like, dude, forget the strat. You can destroy the wall. Like, that's insane.
The more you know.
Hey, the more you know. You learn something new every day.
I was saying exactly how much has the meta changed since you've been out of the game at this point. Ram's in there.
I played,
Fenrir's in there. Azami's gotten worse.
I think last one I played, Blackbeard just got introduced, so that speaks for itself.
Are you saying you haven't been in the lobby since Blackbeard came out?
Mentally,
you just haven't mentally been there.
I just was never able to experience new operators when I played. I just kind of played the default, or when a character got, you know, buffed. I never really touched anything else. I didn't see a sense wall get destroyed. So
was it the only new op that you saw in your career was Nomad, and then played almost nothing but Nomad for what felt like 3 years? Right?
I love Nomad though. Nomad's clutch, and we saw a huge Nomad play. That air jab completely sent Troy, sent him back 30 yards.
Yep.
Ends up clutching out the round because of that Nomad. Air jabs are strong. Use them. They're strong.
Well, we're done with this bad boy. That's all of playoffs basically wrapped in terms of the teams that are qualifying for the major. But now we've got one more game left ahead of us, and it's to decide who will be North American League Stage 2 champions. We'll come back after the break.
Yeah, I got no idea.
Oh, brother.
I'm losing my mind.
Shoot, this is a weird one.
Okay, what is this?
There could be so many possibilities.
I'm gonna go with Villa Kitchen.
Villa Kitchen?
Is this next to Vault Door on Villa?
I'm gonna guess that that's a Villa.
Maybe Cafe? Probably Oregon though.
Oh, I know what this is. It's Oregon.
Maybe like Oregon?
Oh my god.
I'll be ready for this next one.
There's lots of maps with offices.
This could definitely be like 2 of 3 maps.
Consulate, admin, a lot of files in that room.
This would be Canal.
I'm gonna say top small tower, Oregon.
Logistics on Clubhouse.
I'm gonna go with Consulate in the admin room.
I don't know where, but I'm just gonna say bank.
Bank?
No!
There's no way I'm guessing that right.
I've literally never seen that, so...
I know there's a chunk of statue on Villa Art.
I don't know any of the casual maps, so probably Oregon kids.
I think Pool. I think it would be Pool and on Night Haven.
Maybe like Stadium Bravo.
I have no clue, to be honest.
I'm gonna go Oregon Junkyard.
The only place I've seen Chibis is when I do T-Hunt on House in the kids' room.
Would be House the Playroom.
Oh my god, man.
I am not good at this.
I've seen this before.
It's like a washing machine. That wall looks like it'd be Consulate or bank.
It's gotta be like Consulate upstairs and like admin.
I'm just going Clubhouse. I have no idea.
I'll go Oregon laundry room.
The brick is making me think it's like Consulate.
Is that in the spawn of bank by alley?
I think it's Chalet basement, like beside the car garage.
That's Chalet and like the trench hallway area.
First one on the board.
Wow, not even close.
I've been playing this game for like 6 years. I feel like I should know these.
I would not assume Clubhouse because it's like a biker gang. What, there'd be never gonna be a teddy bear there?
It's on a leatherback chair. That's okay. That's a good thing to think about.
I had to guess. That's just Oregon kids. Cafe and like the VIP.
It looks like a leather booth, so I kind of want to say like cafe.
Leatherback chair. Leatherback chairs. Leatherback. Where are leatherback chairs?
I would assume it would be cafe. It looks like it'd be from cafe.
Wait, that's a bench it's on. This is cafe, like tables.
My first initial thought is like this is somewhere on cafe.
Dining room cafe.
Yeah!
I had no idea.
At least I got one.
So my favorite moment, I think, when SSG invite finals versus NIP. I was in the crowd. I just started playing competitive. I was there with one of my teammates, and honestly, I wouldn't be here without that. So if that makes any sense, it was just like that filled with energy. That was I went. This is why I want to do this.
my most fondest memory, it'd probably be at the Yonkapin Major in late 2022, like November, I think. I was there with TSM as a player. It was my first LAN event that I got to play through. And the moment was when we were, I think it was before we went on stage. We had like a meet and greet with a bunch of fans, and that was like the first time I've gotten to actually meet like my own fans. And I got a picture with a whole group of them. It was like Farmer Gerald, Tom J. Sherlock, and Harry. And we like picked up a Tom J. Sherlock for the picture.
So I would say my most fond moment of me playing Rainbow Six Siege would be when I played CL with RTV. Mr. B in the beginning of the stage said that we were gonna go undefeated. He said that to the whole league, and we ended up going undefeated in that.
Not a single loss.
And then we basically won all the way through playoffs with only losing one map. But that was like, for me, like the biggest moments of my career so far, and I deserve to be where I'm at.
So obviously for me, my most memorable moment would be clutching the 1v4 against Damwon at the Invite 2022.
Kansan, but a beautiful double play. And watching from this angle, Kansan, are you a miracle worker? You only need one more, and there it is!
We were up 6-5 on bank, and it was the last round, and I clutched a 1v4 to push us into the second map, which we eventually won.
I would say one of my most memorable moments in Siege was qualifying for the Mexico Major. It was still pretty cool to travel to different countries. So, we went to Mexico City, and then I got to meet a bunch of the casters, the players. We have to play against a bunch of these teams internationally for the first time.
I think the happiest and best moment in my Siege career, it's winning SI 2020. I think that particular win meant more to me than other wins I've had. I think it was the biggest prize I've won. But also, I had just previously been on EG, and we had our string of second places. I was kind of picking up a reputation of being a finals choker. The crowd made it that much better. Just like they were on our side the whole time through the game. It was really cool to experience, for sure.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 4 weeks of competition and grinding and figuring out who's going to win best of ones into best of threes, it is now time to determine the winner, the champion of Stage 2 of the North American League. I'm Jacob, he's Jesse, he's Laxing. It's about darn time we get to our grand final, the last best of 3 of the tournament, not counting the LCQs. It's time for M80 and Sonics in a best of 3 to determine who is the champion of the NAL for Stage 2. And even though this does not immediately have Atlanta Major implications, because both of these teams have already qualified, there is something just as important on the line for one of them.
Indeed, Jacob, because Sonics, they secured their spot at the 6 Invitational. They're there already. It doesn't matter what happens. M80 technically could still miss SI. If they win this game, they'll secure enough points where they will lock down the 6 Invitational. If they lose this game, then they'll probably qualify anyways. They're really, really, really close. But this will lock it down 100%.
And why not want to lock down SI? Even if you have a really good chance at just even going to Atlanta, just secure it. Don't got to worry about it. You can just focus heavily on what you got to do in Atlanta to secure that dub and get even more money, with also getting possibly first place here.
Yep.
M80 are really, really, really close to qualifying already, and they're also really, really, really good. This is just a really good team, and if they don't beat Sonics, I know they will be beating themselves up, but SQ have proven to be a hella formidable opponent off the backs of most of their team really putting in the work, but most specifically, Jesse, let's talk Grixer, because I feel like we haven't really talked about him very much this stage.
Yeah, Grixer, I mean, once upon a time was the player on Sonics. He slowed down a little bit stats-wise, but then I thought yesterday he played so well. The Mira plays, whether it was upstairs or whether it was downstairs in piano, was so good. Then he came around around with that brilliant flank through the back. Grixer, I thought, was Sonic's best player throughout the day yesterday. So good in the clutch moments when he's in a tight spot. Also out on the roam. On Night Haven, we saw the clip there as well. He was playing so fantastically, and how do you not love this player?
Yeah, and I think it goes into those maps that allows him that freedom to be able to move around, to not be so structured and stuck in one spot. That elusiveness that this player has, Grixer just brings tons to the SQ table, and those big flanks really are what sets him apart from the rest of his team.
I feel like when we came into the stage, we knew Gunnar was going to be great because he's made a case to be one of maybe the top 5 players in the world for what feels like the past 2 or so years. But we spent a lot of time talking about Gunnar, some highlights on Geo, giving Rex in the spotlight, and it feels like we weren't really giving him all that much recognition. So to do it right now before the biggest game of the stage feels all the more important.
Yeah, and it feels like with Grixer starting to really pop off and have some amazing games, it feels like Sonics are also approaching their final form. It feels like SQ are really that team that we saw back at the Copenhagen Major. You look at their pushes, the early round being guided by Gunnar. They're going so quickly into the building, having that initial start, and then the late round adaptations, Geo calling those. You see it in the play. You see the differences that they're making in those late rounds. It really feels like Sonics are the whole package now that they're in the grand finals, and well, it couldn't have come at a better time.
And I said it at the end of that game the other day. Sonics looking like they're back at the form that we saw them in the Copenhagen Major, and that is a scary Sonics. That is a team that is going to push you to your absolute limits, and these games really have been pushed to the limit. So I'm excited for this game, even if it might not mean as important like it was with the Dark Zero wildcard game, but I know for bragging rights and for more money, it's going to be intense.
Let's talk about the team that was #1 overall in the standings through the group stage. Let's talk M80, specifically how they played their game against wildcard yesterday, because it wasn't pretty. It didn't have to be, but this is still one of the most exciting teams to watch in the game.
Absolutely, Jacob. The clutch gene is not something found in most players' anatomy, and yet somehow we have identified it in every single member on this team. The clutches they had, especially on border against wildcard, you're seeing them now, are just incredible. The 1v2 from Iconic, Kino with the deagle through the smoke, the 1v4 coming through as well from Bathroom. It was incredible, the rounds that M80 were somehow clawing back, and I think really that best of 3 kind of showcases what M80 needed to do and how well they did it. They won into their map pick. They had a ton of really good strategies on the defense. They rolled over on bank, some attacking problems, but all in all, a very functional bank where they came through, adapted to the bans, played out of their minds, and then they came to their opponent's map pick. It wasn't flawless. It wasn't like they had everything down pat, but when things got down to the wire, when the rounds got really tough, they showed up.
Yeah, and I love that you talk about being the clutch players that they all have on their team, and that is so important to have. That means you can go down in the round and you can still look at everybody on that roster and be like, they have the highest ceiling to clutch, do whatever they got to do. And that for a player, when you go down, some players might be like, damn, it's done. But that entire roster can be like, oh, it's still a 5-man, 1-man army on the squad. So it's beautiful.
Do you remember back when M80 first joined or had a lot of these roster moves at the beginning of the year? They added Spoit, they added Iconic, both of which we knew were difference makers, but it took a bit to really find their rhythm. They were stage 1 champions. They won that whole thing outright. They beat Dark Zero in that final game and were first seed going into Copenhagen from North America, and then went out a little bit sooner than anybody really would have wanted them to. But now they have the ability to be back-to-back stage champions if they win this game, and I think they still might be one of the best prepared teams going to Atlanta. What do we think?
I mean, for me, it's like one of these 2 teams is the best in North America. Yeah. I mean, this is kind of obvious to say they're in the grand finals, but like genuinely M80 been so consistent throughout the group stage, been so good throughout the playoffs, and then Sonics, the rise that we have seen. I think the level of play that they showcased against Dark Zero, out of this world. I really don't know who's going to come out on top, but I know whoever it's going to be will deserve it.
2 guys we want to look at real quick. One of them is the one that got added back in stage 1 in Iconic, and the other one is Gunnar, who we somehow can't stop finding ways to talk about. Laxing, break it down.
These 2 players both play that IGL role, leading the charge, telling the players what to do, setting them up, and there is a big difference in terms of Gunnar's entry. Gunnar is dropping 18 as someone that is IGLing, leading the charge, doing some of the things that he does on the hard breach. It kind of reminds me a little bit of Forrest in ways, where that's not what you think a support player IGL is going to do, is just running in there, taking map control. But Iconic is still, you look at the consistency across the board with the team. They both these players play such a massive role in their team to help them set them up for success, to put them in spots for success. And we've obviously seen it in one M80s throughout the entire stage so far. They've been extremely consistent. And as you were talking about with SQ, their uprise, Gunnar said he stepped in. He was trying to help his team because they felt lost in those mid to late rounds. And again, we've been seeing that consistency now from Sonics, where I think both these teams are very evenly matched. Now, if you were to ask me from the beginning, were these teams evenly matched? No, not at all. Yeah, now are they evenly matched? 100%.
Time to see where we're heading for this bad boy in the map veto. Jesse, if M80 want to go to SI, did they get the right maps to do it?
Weird.
No?
Maybe. Skyscraper's an interesting pick from Sonics. They've yet to play it at all this stage. They did win it in stage 1, but that's a little while ago now. Clubhouse from M80, a map that both teams like. I actually think Sonics maybe like it a little bit more. They're 6-1 in official competition since the year started. 4-game win streak in official comp as well. Undoubtedly one of their best maps. I think they're very happy with the 2 that they're starting out on. And then Cafe, really weird. Sonics, 3-game losing streak on Cafe and only 1 win in official competition ever with this core. But that's still more than M80, who have never, ever won Cafe. The last time this roster slot won Cafe was 2021, when Exit still had like NVK on the team.
Oh, good. No, no, not that version of the team. No.
So Cafe is a very weird decider for these two maps. Very weird.
My 2 question marks are the Skyscraper and the Cafe. The Cafe, for both teams not really being a fan of it. Skyscraper being a map where, okay, you know what M80 does. Sonics obviously has played it. They aren't unfamiliar with it, but it still goes down to, are you just showing this to maybe get a rep in before Atlanta, or do you have it really prepped and ready to go to really shut down M80 and try to close it out in the 2-well going into that clubhouse?
All right, it's time to see who the new top dog in North America is. Are M80 about to wrap this whole thing up with a bow, become back-to-back champions, and go to the Invitational, or are Sonics the new kings of the North? It'll be up to Nicholas Pengu Morton and Parker and Sarah Makai to take us through it.
Kings of the North, VNA League Finals. We don't have an actual event anymore, but one of these 2 teams will be the best team in North America. Sonics or M80?
Good question. And I mean, now that we're here, I don't think people expected this to be the matchup. I mean, sure, before the stage started, maybe you're thinking M80, you know, they're great. Sonics, they're usually great. But M80, I mean, they skyrocketed their position right now, right? They just were always top 2, top 3 in the nail. Now they're finding the first spot. But Sonics, they started in the basement, then they're in the middle pack. And all of a sudden, they find themselves in the quote-unquote grand finals. And they've been ramping up, looking better playday by playday. But I do think it's a fitting one. A team that's always looked good in M80 versus a team that's looking like the best version of itself for this stage right now in Sonics.
There's a little bit of chatter ahead of time. I don't know if you saw Gio's post about how Spoy was a man of his word. He would allow the Sonics to just walk on through this. This is going to be an intense matchup for the 2. M80 starting on defense, they get first ban. Thermite goes out. Ying follows very quickly after, but Sonics are having some difficulties as to what comes next. Azami is a relatively bog standard ban on most maps. A map like Skyscraper, she will have quite a lot of influence when it comes to rooms like Geisha, defending over towards Drum, defending Office in particular. Establish that beachhead in Office, whether you're defending any of the bomb sites, really. Valkyrie will join, and those are our 4 operators removed from action. I'm glad that these players are getting all the pleasantries out of the way, because I suspect that the actual matchup itself not going to be that pleasant for both teams.
Yeah, once the game starts and they get into the server, they're gonna stop talking in chat because they gotta focus up. But good bit of banter before a game is always nice to see. Of course, players at this stage, they know each other pretty well. Squared up a couple of times, played each other, some have played with each other. So if you go far back, Skyscraper, it's one of those maps where we tend to see the defense being favored, and maybe they have the pleasure of starting there. This kind of spoke about Gunnar and the side of Sonics, you know, Garner leading the entry, doing the IGLing, but also playing the flex and supportive role when needed for Sonics. And it's why he is that quote-unquote highlight player. Because Garner isn't your standard Ashman and walking into everything.
5 seconds remaining.
But he also doesn't just sit back when he plays Thatcher. No, he does it all the way through.
Attackers are moving out to locate
Yesterday's
a bomb
matchup
and
though is
defuse it.
Grixer putting up phenomenal numbers, clutching rounds left and right, and just having a phenomenal time on the server. It's been quiet earlier in the stage of stage 2, but really found his stride in these best of 3s.
Solus right away gaining information down below. No super on Sonics anymore, but super in Iconic's name. He'll navigate the cams, playing down by house side. On the stairs, relatively protected.
It's a quiet round. I mean, we go from watching a, all the way to a third map, previous matchup between Dark Zero and Wildcard, to these teams that are still, getting into it. They got a warm up here, give them a round or so, feel each other out, set the pace, see who takes control. When you're attacking Skyscraper, you gotta, pay respects to defense. Don't lose those members early, and just take it nice and easy. But Spoit gets a first easy opening kill and a second to follow as well.
Spoit having the time of his life from this position. Goodbye, Geo, and goodbye, Gunner. Isn't looking for the follow-up down below, but a bit too concerned with somebody jumping on him from that position. Iconic's gonna get him here. There we go. P90 so formidable at such close range. Rexon keeping things close, though, with 2 picks of his own. Rixer looking to find the board. Staring towards Drum. Silhouette's present, but nobody in the vicinity. He'll go on to Drone now with plenty of time left, just a little over a minute.
Might have overstayed there a little bit. You get the kills, great, but if you can, most teams tend to try and fall back towards that bomb side and kind of solidify their position. You play too far spread apart, well, you'll get found real quick, as the Sonics did. They found 2 kills into Gomez and Spoit. Spoit, of course, only 1 single health left in that bar, so he's almost already in the grave. But time's an issue. You see Rexon sprint back towards that window on office side of things, pick up that diffuser case. 40 seconds to go, and what should be a strong crosshold and crossfire set up from M80, getting into the bomb set and getting down that diffuser should be nearly impossible. Iconic's playing from below, could deny the plant, but might also think otherwise and go upstairs instead.
There goes Kino. Grixer getting that first kill that he needed. Now on the board, Lion roaring as Rexon runs through. Diffuser in hand, he'll have to plant up against a soft wall. Will be vulnerable in the process. You've also got a Solus still lurking down below, so Iconic will give information to Diaz. Grixer just narrowly missing out on Iconic. I don't realize how close he was. Diaz with 2, and that's the first round for M80.
Is that a lineup? Oh, he runs right into it. Unlucky, honestly. It was close. Came down to a 2v2. Iconic, he had that, difficult decision to make. Do you stay below the Solus to deny the plant, or do you go upstairs to help your teammate? It's a hard decision to make. He tossed out that impact grenade, made his presence known downstairs, and came straight back up the staircase. Before we get into the next round, though, we'll have a quick tech pause and get things situated. Not sure what the issue is.
Give you information as it comes to be. Now, if we forego the history of XSET, M80 as an org have only played a single stage of NAL ever. Remember back stage 1? Oh, Kino loves that water.
He loves that water. Oh my God.
He loves that water. I love the fact that let me take a break here. I love the fact that Kino knows he's on camera, so he just does ridiculously goofy stuff.
Did you see how he drank the water bottle with 2 hands as well? Who does that?
It's barbaric.
Holding on for his dear life. They're chilling though. But yeah, it's funny because Kino in person is incredibly shy and very sheltered. He doesn't really go out of his way to annoy people or be funny or say things, but In private, I imagine he's very funny, and on camera when he's just, you know, comfortable in his own place with his friends and his teammates, yeah, very animated character as well. But you meet the guy and you're thinking, there's no way this is the same person. So soft-spoken as well.
He stuck around after the SI finals. Now we're in Stockholm, if you remember, and he sat by the stage right before you and I casted the Empire versus TSM finals.
Yeah.
I got to talk to him a bit, and it was really the first time that I've ever spoken to Kino. And yeah, I mean, he's soft-spoken, but he's also just exceptionally charming. Really nice. Didn't seem like he had a bad bone in his body.
Oh, I agree.
But either way, let's get back to these stats on you. M80 as an organization have only played in the NAL one single time. They finished first. That was in stage 1. Sonics have played 9 stages of the NAL and 1 season of Pro League. That goes back to when both ESL and FACEIT oversaw the leagues. Sonics, when it comes to those, in regular season play, have finished second 3 times. They've never finished first initially. However, the North American League Finals in 2021, it was a 2-0 victory for SQ over DZ, and they were indeed the NA League champions. So, can they repeat it?
Heading out to defuse a bomb.
Will M80 finish first again? We'll wait and see.
Also, as Jesse pointed out, I believe, if M80 they win this, then they are guaranteed locked in for SI, yes. Whereas if they lose, they're basically in, but not guaranteed. But they're... It's nice to get it off your mind. Just be like, okay, focus on the major. Don't gotta worry about SI in the future. Although, I guess focus on the major means you get more points, so you would qualify anyway. But either way, qualifying is qualifying. It's always nice. Ooh, Sport always in that early action. The first round, the second round. Rexon this time falls on the ace. Heart breach, well, usually pretty important, but the thing is, Sonics, they bring a spare. They got the ace and the Hibana, so no major losses here. Osa, that's gonna be gone on that flex player from Sonics. And while the Osa can be very valuable, it's kind of tough in this position because you're dealing with 4 impact grenades, 2 on Spot, 2 on Gomez, and a C4 from Kino. So those shields might not last you very long in this round.
It's a Gumine to go to the top of the stairs as Gio works his way up. Spoit phenomenal in the previous round on that first pick. But M80 winning on these first duels. Action breaking in very fast and furious. Gunner gets caught off guard and suddenly it's Citizen all alone. M80 slowing down Sonics as they get into this map. This is Sonics' map pick as well. Pick for Citizen. Case not too far away. I love the sound of that para. I don't even want to speak. I just want to hear the suppressed para making these noises. And there's the smoke. It's firing away. Just listen to it. Hold on, just listen. It sounds so nice.
So smooth.
Citizen's just wasting time at this point. I mean, he might get a pick if M80 decides to be a little bit brazen. But when he gets to the bomb site, there's going to be an M870 in the hands of Kino. He's shut down by Gomez. That round was over long before Citizen actually died. M80 up 2-0 on Skyscraper.
Seems like Citizen suffered a classic case of playing Twitch or Brava, where you're sitting outside, using your drone, using your gadget drone, and by the time you're done with it, or you feel okay with what you got out of it, everybody's dead. The round's basically over. You know, Macy J made a tweet back when Brava came out. Was like, Brava was a great operator, but there's one issue that I have when I play her. By the time I get off my cam and using both of them to hack gadgets, all my teammates are dead. That's kind of what happened that round. Citizen was droning, he was chilling, he was holding a window angle on the rappel, and then everybody's dead. And he's in that 1 versus 4. Yeah, he gets an exit frag that is completely impactless, no value whatsoever, but that's really it. And the attack inside of Skyscraper, the initial entry, getting a foothold inside the map and getting a baseline, a place to start off of to work further into the map, that is difficult. And every single time that Sonics tries to enter the building, Sport is there. On the lesion, getting 2 kills or getting 1 kill doesn't matter. He shuts them down, he makes them fight for it, and usually so far in both those first rounds, Sonics, they lose in those early engagements. That's why a lot of attacking teams on this map, they try and just focus on, let's get the first kill, get inside the first room, and take it from there. It's very hard to plan on Skyscraper like, okay, let's try and plant on the B-bomb site. No. You don't know if you're gonna get to the B-bomb site, and usually you don't. It's about, okay, let's just try and into the building. Let's try and get the first kill and take it from there. And I think teams on attack, they gotta be good at problem solving on the fly because you're gonna lose members that you shouldn't. Like you lose a Heart Breacher, you lose your injury, then you have no nades. You constantly have to have different ways to deal with the same problem because you end up in a very different situation most of these rounds.
Very well played. M80 loving this Solus. The Sonics will bring a Capitao onto the board. I'm a Capitao stan at this point in my life. I like what's brought, and there you go. Right? And it's a great skin as well. I believe that's the Black Dragon skin on it.
Might be, actually, yeah. Bit of a struggle there from Gunner. Gets it off anyway. I mean, Capitao is a great operator. Just, you know, it's kind of like, it's a burden to, you know, use it correctly. You gotta go through the, you know, the fire, the smoke, you gotta line it up, and you can't bounce it off any walls or anything. You gotta dry peek an angle and, you know, risk yourself dying to get off the fire or smoke bolt. We often see that happening. Capitao swings, gets off the bolt, he dies. Not the greatest outcome. But again, look at this. It's about the first room still. Yeah, Citizen's in downstairs, but no one from M80 cares about that. It's about the upstairs hole. And yeah, the breach double indication wall, but no one's yet to walk in.
Not ideal for Iconic down below. Citizen slaughtering him. Still in delivery. He looks away right as Diaz creeps up. You're underneath the bomb site. Citizen just lurking, waiting patiently. Gunner dies. Rexton taking some damage as well. This action is happening all spread out over the map. It's an office defense. Down goes Grixer. Again. Where is all of this coming from? Geo to vault into Terrace. It's a goo mine on the way. A run out from Gomez. Greeted by the Claymore that's out there. And now a grenade primed and ready to toss over towards the bar. Goes off a bit early. Kino lives for the time being. He'll return fire with his own nitro cell as a grenade is ready to go in, but it blows up a little bit too early. Citizen following up on that. Kino drops. Spoit and Diaz last two left. Sonics in the sight. Geo looking for kill number 1. There it is. But the time runs out. M80 survives. They've won 3 in a row now.
And it's just hard again to progress, really, right? I mean, this is also with M80 run into a Claymore, swinging a door necessarily on the mirror, you know, could have just stuck in the corner, and yeah, there it is right there. Sonics calling their tactical timeout again. It's a best of 3 series. Settle things early, feel out your opponent. Just gotta get a feel for how this series and this match is going to play out. This is again Sonic's map pick. You'd expect them to do well, but also when you choose the map, the opponent will choose the starting sides. Sonics should know that there's like a 99% chance they will be starting on the attacking side. They've prepared for it, they're ready for it, and Sport, he's taking a nap because right now it's a little bit too easy for M80. It doesn't feel like Sonics really are fighting back right now. They're struggling to get to the building. They're incredibly slow. And yeah, Citizen got that early roaming kill. Iconic's on the gadget, can't even shoot back. But that's all they found from that. No nades from below. No real execute happened. Just walked in the door, and what happened? Sport was hiding on the chassis right here. Just whoop, 1, 2, almost found 3. There's Diaz on the chassis actually, but Sport was hiding elsewhere.
There's a bit of frustration you can see.
Yeah.
Again, I don't know if we want to read too much into the body language, but Sonics are not particularly happy about this. And I don't think they have good reason to be.
No.
Your first half of your first map, the only map actually that you get to pick Going this quickly in favor of your opponents is never a situation you want to be in.
I think in some ways, in like a professional setting like this one, I think like a sign of frustration can be a good thing, because typically it means it's a place of conflict, which means you have either found the problem or you're suggesting a possible solution. There's some discussion going about it, right? I'd be more concerned if I see Sonic's down 0-3 and they look completely unfazed by the situation and no one's really talking and involving their body, like their arms and their hands, being like, come on guys, you know? So I think that you can always say that this is a good sign. And I've teamed up with Citizen before. He is a passionate player, and usually when he speaks, it's because he has something to say. So Citizen/Ben talking up during that tactical timeout leads me to believe that he has, you know, a reason of his own as to what this problem might be and what they should be doing. And knowing Ben the way that I do, I think it comes down to, let's get inside the building, let's start fighting these guys, you know? Because Citizen, if you ask him, how do you like to play Rainbow Six Siege? He says, I want to get into a gunfight, I want to get in there and just brawl it out. And right now, the way Sonics are playing, they're not allowing that, but look at this, maybe they're also making it very hard to execute in these rounds.
There's Kino now, watching as the fires rage around him. Gomez goes down to Grixer. The nade will flush out Kino as well. Sonics have recovered very gracefully after that timeout. They attempt something they weren't able to do the first time, which is a successful attack onto the Karaoke and T bomb sites. Now Gunner will continue to move forward. He and Geo were held off the score sheet up until Geo got a pick. Spoit eliminating Geo. Down goes Rexon and Geo. M80 suddenly finding the scoreboard. Now it's Iconic watching towards the window, but he's in a very tough place. Citizen dropped. It's all up to Diaz. 6 kills for Diaz, by the way, through 3 rounds.
Recovered the diffuser.
Yesterday he had that clutch, which was remarkably well played. They pull it off here too. Well, lots of time for Sonics to work together. Gunner might be having a slow start. Grixer is always a foe that you want to treat seriously.
Attackers dropped the diffuser.
Oh my. Diaz has given his position away. Gunner playing for the bait, and he's gone now.
Recovered their diffuser.
Look at Diaz repositioning. Grixer going for the plant. Diaz gets spotted on the drone, though, so at least they know he's in Geisha. Grixer will likely be able to pull this off and then square up.
Diffuser.
Oh my. There goes the last E1D. Oh, shot! Oh my God, Diaz!
Attackers need to protect it.
The team will get up and go start waving at him as there's just a little bit of a humble smirk on his face. That'll break your spirits. Absolutely, that'll break your spirits. Sonics had the best look that they've had the whole time, and then they run into the Diaz clutch machine, and that's that for the round.
I mean, Sonics also had a singular drone alive. We saw Gunner check it in a 2 versus 1, and they had no intel really. And the one drone that was up and alive was that Geisha drone that Diaz shot, and he was like, okay. He was sneaking around, relocating, playing it very smart, but then the one drone left actually sees him. You think, okay, what's he gonna do? He sticks around, no big deal. And this is one of the reasons why it's always a tough position to be in, where should you go for a pre-fire, not know where the enemy is, or not? Because if Grixer doesn't shoot his gun right there, Diaz isn't gonna shoot back. Diaz was simply fighting a ghost. He was being shot at, so he held left click, and then Grixer ran into those bullets through the wall. If Grixer had quietly walked away, Diaz has no reason to press his left click on his mouse. No reason whatsoever. It's one of those cases of Grixer did not really feel safe in the server because he didn't know where Diaz was playing from, and he thought if he could just escape the bomb site and get a little bit further away from the diffuser, he might have that post plant. But it came back to bite him. 4 over M80, and again, it's looking like it's just another day in the office for them. Relatively stress-free rounds so far. Sure, it came down to a 1v1 and a clutch from Diaz, but it's a pretty casual outcome in these rounds. They're doing their basic setups, they're extending, they're running around very freely, and they're finding these picks. I will say though, Sonics' attack last round after the tactical timeout did look very impressive. They had that team coordination, the fire from the capital, the nades come out, and again, they were fighting M80 and just picking one part of the map that said, we're gonna fully commit, and they got the initial kills, they got inside the building, but M80 are so prepped for this OSA pick from Gunner. They keep bringing between 2 and 4 impact grenades every single round, So the OSA cannot really be played at this point, and we saw that someone's gonna try it. The impacts did so much damage, it got 1 kill and destroyed both shields. The OSA didn't find any real value in that round.
Completely spot on with that analysis. I mean, that's the, like I said, that's the best look that you're gonna get. Oh my goodness.
Oh no.
You know Gio's mad about that one. He vaults in and immediately dies right next to Restaurant. Now Sonics will clear from above, and there's a bevy of these M80 lineups. Citizen getting the first pick on to Gomez. Even though Gio is down, I suppose he's still retrievable. Bomb site is kitchen though. So Sonics have some to tussle with, and Iconic goes for one, but Citizen, when he's on his game, he's on his game. Iconic is no more. Advantage going back in the way of Sonics. Rexon in troubling position. Citizen with 3. Down goes Rexon to Kino. He has to reposition. Why? Because he probably has the M870 in back pocket. That means the sidearm is the only thing he has access to. Gunner heading for the hills. Spoit the last one remaining. He'll soften up Gunner, but Citizen a 4K. Sonics finally get on the board.
Yeah, what did I say? Citizen, if you ask that guy how does he want to play Siege, he wants to get into those gunfights and get enabled. And it looked like after the timeout, he either took it upon himself or said, guys, let me do my thing. He is roaming, creeping about, walking the building, and not really with drone support work either. This is good old European Citizen that has that sixth sense, you know, incredible game sense. Almost, I used to say that when he was roaming around in Europe, he could like smell where the opponent was. Whenever somebody's nearby, he just stops, he reads the situation perfectly, and he finds those kills. He doesn't need the drone support, so it frees up the rest of Sonics. They play this 4-1 line. 4 members working together, and then Citizen. And Citizen, what he's really good at is just listening to the team comms from his teammates, trying to allocate, okay, where are my teammates, where are the enemies, and what can I do as an individual to help my team progress? And that's why we see Citizen in that round running back and forth. He's just working proactively off the team comms as they're happening in real time. You've seen Gio, Sleepy Gio, like we call him when he plays Monty and Clash, you know, in those supportive roles.
Attackers are heading out.
Iconic. Not the player you'd expect to play a lot of Clash. Usually he's also, you know, in your face, Clutchmeister, always smart with his decisions. And Clash isn't really an operator where we tend to say that matches, right? No. Clash is like, I'm gonna sure be in your face, but I'm not gonna shoot back. I'm gonna sap you to reduce some health, make you feel miserable, and slow you down. But Clash does work wonderfully on Skyscraper. It's a relatively like compartmentalized map. One hallway here, one hallway there. Not a lot of verticality to be had. And there's all those exterior balconies. Iconic can just walk into Sonics and again make it more difficult to get inside the building. So I like this pick from Amady.
Oh, Spoit, no.
It's their 2 walls.
Gunner gets his very first pick. Pretty crazy to think that that's how it will happen. We talked about this Clash. You hyped it up. And now it's Iconic to give information about those Selmas, but there's nobody who can come to the rescue, and because of that, they will sacrifice the office wall. Suddenly, the attackers, the Sonics, have a much better way into the bomb site.
That they do. I like that Kino hit the mirror window and Pog could put out to watch the breach now. But a second Selma going out is possible, or a third should I say. Gunner has 1 spare in pocket. Nades coming out from below, not really finding any value as of yet. Still 1 in pocket of Rexon as well. Sonics, they can take their time because they have all this utility, and Amady's setup is a bit, not fully thought through. The walls are falling apart, the mirror window as well. There's still Walden on the defensive side. They're playing good guns and defense, but right now Sonics are not picking the gunfight. They're picking the utility fight. So far, it's working very well for them. Still a minute to go though. It's up to Sonics to make the first move on the attack inside.
Oh. Here's Kino to fire back. Goodbye to Rexon. Citizen taking some damage from that goo mine. He needs to get that out of his foot as quickly as possible. Kino pays for his transgressions at the hands of Geometrics. It's Gomez to toss a nitro cell. He knows that he's got 1 at that split. Down he goes. Diaz firing in vain through the desk. M80 only reduced to 2, but Diaz is on the board. You know he's a threat. Good for 1 kill so far in this round. Iconic on the Clash. Diffuser going down. Gunner has to bail off. He's the last one left. As long as that shield's up, you can waste an awful lot of time, and that'll be Iconic's job here. Feed Diaz the kill. Diaz, do not overpeak. Iconic needs to give this information, and there he is. The moment he puts his shield away, Gunner will get off.
Attackers are activated.
And there it goes. A bit of sloppiness. No way. Wait, hold on. How does M80 misplay that? Gunner's in good position right now. Iconic will need to win a heads-up gunfight with Diffuser down after they have lost control of the site. He'll hop onto it. Now Gunner will reposition.
Oh, the shield.
Shooting through the wall, but the shield is there. Misplays from both teams, but oh my god, it's M80 who comes out on top.
The shield on the back, the turtle diffuse up against the wall, and I told you, Iconic, you don't think of him as a Clash player, but he is very smart about it. And immediately when he realized that Gunner was so far off the bomb side, he's like, can't I just, you know, turn my back and defuse it? He can't really stop me in this position. And you're right, he can't. But before that happened, yeah, a massive blunder from M80, allowing the plan to go down in the first place and for Gunner to get that kill onto Diaz. I thought Iconic would go onto that reinforced wall between the bomb sites and just unextend the shield, forcing Gunner to get off the defuse. Instead, he just stood there looking at him, sapping him a bit, and Gunner just did not care because you don't have to in that scenario. Beautiful round in some good ways and some bad ways, but that's actually the first half in the books. It flew by. 5-1 in favor of M80, but also them starting on the favorable side of defense.
Bomb located
now,
by attackers.
There's going to be a talking point here on the attack swap. It's going to be Kino.
10 seconds to go.
Because he played Monty yesterday, and I was listening to you, Parker, and Demo talk about the matchup. And I heard Kino Monty every single round, how bad it was. And you know,
it wasn't very good.
No,
it wasn't good.
It was not it, right?
It wasn't good.
It wasn't good.
It wasn't good.
He agrees because like he stuck the Monty for the majority of the round, and then attacker repick at the last second goes to Dugabi. And I was like, okay, let's not talk about it then, I guess. But I was curious to see if Kino could redeem himself or not, because Kino isn't typically a bad Monty player. He was one of those early NA players who would bring out the operator with high frequency, you get bent against him, etc. as well. And then there's been a while where he didn't play the operator because the meta changed, etc, etc. And now that he's back on it, it just seems like maybe it's been too long. I don't know. But Dogi will be the operator instead. A beautiful nade there tossed out. Doesn't do damage though. It's gonna across the map in that jump out. Sport falling early or getting the kill early almost every single round. Rexon this time striking back. Citizen also taking damage. It's only been a minute in the first round of side swap, and so many members already have had some gunplay and some bit of health taken off their health bar. But a dog on defense is gonna favor them because look at Gunner and Citizen back to full HP. Diaz, he's stuck on 1.
Great foresight there from Sonics to see this. Rexon will exchange some of his HP. No more stim pistols remaining. Last one was used on Citizen. Rexon will continue at that HP for the remainder as all the utility from Grixer's dock has now been used up. Astonishing first half where M80 came out ahead 5-1 on SQ's map. That is devastating. But if Sonics can do the same to them, assuming that this is a very defender-sided matchup, then we go to overtime. There's a long road to walk before we get to that point, because we're only on the first round of the second half. So that means we'll have a relatively late first map unless M80 can put on a better performance than what we've seen so far, because Kino and Spoit in the grave is obviously bad, but Diaz holding that diffuser on a single point of HP is even worse. But even with a single point of HP, he can get some kills. And down will go Rexon. Remainder found out. On Repel now with 40 seconds left. These rounds have been relatively fast between the teams. That's now incumbent upon M80 to get into the bomb site. Their focus, they're over on the south side of the building. Over towards Geisha, over towards main stairs. He is very concerned with somebody possibly coming up the stairs for a flank. He saw the legs of Citizen and just didn't fire in time. Now it's Iconic in. What can he accomplish in a 1v4? Nothing. Gunner sends him away. A second round now for SQ.
For Immortal as well, defense is the place to be. It's so hard to attack on Skyscraper for every single team in the world. There's just no easy way to go about it. But the great thing about starting defense is that you get to build up that round score. As long as you don't let it slip and don't get too, confident. Be like, oh, this is easy, Then you go and attack. Oh, wait, this is not so easy after all. Every single round matters so much because of how Skyscraper plays out with the sides. Made it with a relatively sloppy first round on the side swap, but again, I want to give kudos to Sonics because they were the ones to bring the fight to the attackers. Gunnar jumping out a window, Rexing fighting on Geisha balcony, picking up kill after kill, and as you mentioned, the foresight to play the dock, to actually take those confrontations and say, okay, if you survive them, we'll put you back up to full HP. You can take another fight, and one after that, one after that. And the best case scenario for a dock round is if all 3 stims get used, and they did. Can't ask for a better outcome there.
10 seconds to go.
Bomb side changed though, from one top floor side to another, from T Karaoke to the office side instead. And Kino will this time go from Dokkaebi onto the Monty. Now, typically you'll see the Monty being played for the bomb side that we just witnessed, not for this one, but it can still have some value. Monty will always give you at least diffuser can get escorted into the bomb site, try and get down the plant. You're always gonna get the intel, and in this case, it's an easy operator to bring up those secondary EMPs to ensure the wall gets opened up. You're dealing with both the mute jammers and the Kai claws from the Kaid, so you gotta problem solve around this. And the answer is, well, 1 step secondary EMPs on Tokino, and a Maverick on Iconic as well. They can deal with any of the walls, and sure, it might take some time and effort, but they can deal with them. There goes one.
Can't get over the performance from Diaz over the last 2 days. We saw Adam's performance yesterday, but today he really didn't show up as well as a border matchup. Mind you, it was largely just a single game yesterday where he proved his worth. He's a tremendously skilled player, and I genuinely am excited to see the LCQs for NA. There are a lot of very good teams that will be competing in there. Excited to see how LG does, SSG, OXG, and now Wildcard. Those teams got to be the favorites. And SSG just is a wildly unpredictable team, but it certainly seemed like they improved the more the stage went on. That obviously is not good news for their opponents in the LCQ. Diaz's consistency is how this conversation started, and now he's applying utility work. M80 has a lot of big names. Spoit, Kino, Iconic are huge. Diaz and Gomez tend to be in the background, so it's nice to see them finally get their time in the sun. Speaking of Kino, this Monty experiment, and I very much stress experiment, will now find the Dragon Room and 3 players nearby as well, all of whom are turned and looking in his direction.
Good corner clean there from Kino, ensuring that nobody's hiding close by, and he's gotten a good foothold here, and allowing him to push up to follow him next in line. But again, the thing is, breaking past this door right here, that's the difficulty. Sure, the breach is open, but they gotta win their gunfights to get that first pick, but it's Sonics to do it.
Sonics are actually winning most of these early engagements. Kino with 1 pick, Diaz now was 1 as well. There's a bit of nearsightedness going on. Iconic attempting to get in closer to the bomb site. Diaz is the one holding the diffuser. Down goes Kino. Iconic will now need to try to help Diaz get that diffuser down while 3 players remain from Sonics. You've lost Citizen and Geo, but all the other tools are there.
10 seconds to go.
It's just Diaz to clutch as he hits the barbed wire. Gunner fires once, hoping the clock will be his friend with just a matter of seconds left. Diaz looks to pat some stats, and he's not going to be able to do that. Gunner gets the kill. Honestly, so close yet so far for this M80 squad. They take the first half 5-1. They just need 2 rounds. But the 2 rounds that have been played so far in this second half have looked quite dominantly for Sonics. That is a troubling spot to be in. M80 have not shown the same signs of life in these 2 attacks as they did on defense, which again leads me to believe that this defender-sided matchup we are witnessing will go the distance.
Oh yeah, I think it's going to continue in this way. And it's small things, not really aligning for M80. It was Iconic stuck outside the breach and able to follow Kino on the entry. And then the gadget of Fenrir nearsightening the members that are actually going for that initial entry as well. They couldn't find it. He just didn't know where the disc was. So they get flanked by the Warden. Kino gets shut down, shot from behind. Unlucky for him, but very lucky for Sonics. They're buying themselves this quote-unquote imaginary momentum where, yeah, there's no actual momentum mechanics like economy or backup or a combat mechanic, but you do have the mental game. And we did see Sonics, when they were down 0-3, they called a timeout. They looked a little bit frustrated, which I think, or thought, was a good thing. But since then, it's looked mighty fine for them. After the timeout, they played 3 rounds in that half. 2 of those 3 they won. And they got that, one of them they won. Sorry, 5-1 off. So they won a single round, but then after on the side swap, they looked much, much better.
Attackers have recovered
and when you call these tactical timeouts, sure they were on attack back then, but you're typically gonna talk about fundamentals, vitality, playstyle, etc., and also talk about both the defense and the attack. What was a spawn pick there from Grixer? Yeah, it's 30 seconds in, but his enemies in spawn still. Keener's experiment continues. Monty last round, Monty this round, and even how close it was and how much success the Monty did bring to the round, I don't blame them at all for it. I quite like it. Oh, that is a beautiful nade from the window above the gap and gets the kill on the rotate. Goodbye, Rexon.
Would you believe it? That the last time that M80, by my stats, had an uncontested first blood was within the first 5 to 6 minutes of this game?
Nope, that's true.
And now they do it again. It's been a long, cold winter for them, with Sonics always getting onto the board first. You haven't needed a big game from Rexon so far, because you've got the supporting cast to do it. M80 now with the smokes going in. Grixer finishing off Kino, who didn't have his shield the right way. I appreciate the effort from M80, but it falls short. They still have an advantage in this 4v3, and they've still got 90 seconds to retrieve the diffuser. That diffuser was in the bomb site, and SQ knows that. They will assemble closer on the side of Sonics, except for Geo, who seems to be getting as actively far away from the bomb site as humanly possible.
Maybe try to go for the symbol strat. Walk in, plant, easy claps, but a yellow ping and a cheeky punch to the wall secures the diffuser case inside of Sonics now. Maybe gotta pick up the pieces. Grixer's position at a restaurant, very vital for the defense. Geo falls for it, triple for Iconic, and it's forced Grixer into a more aggressive position, looking for a kill, but the frost mat, we hear it.
Oh my.
It's Gomez on the ground.
Grixer's hoping for that, but he's also given his position away inside a barbecue. Now M80 will breathe down his neck. Citizen above, this is a scary position. M80 might have 4 players upright, but it's very easy for Citizen to get at least 1 to 2 picks. He's finished off by Iconic. What a play by him so far. Spoit denies the ace. Map point for M80. 6-3 the scoreline right now on Sonic's map. In order for Sonics to win this, they need to win the next 3 rounds and then prevail in overtime. That means 5 more round victories for SQ. A single round to take this map for M80. Those are the odds at this moment. Not looking very good for the team in teal.
You go back and replay that round, and you see all the players are getting goo mined, getting shot at from above, punch holes, running around, smokes, chaos, right? Then you watch Iconic, he's repelling the entire round between 2 different windows, picks up 4 kills, he's happy. He's, you shoot this guy, rappel up here with a bit, there's another guy here, yada, yada, yada. Such an easy round for him. But for the rest of his team, they were just, completely hell in a cell from the moment Kino opted to go for that plant attempt. And I think it was a good try. Obviously, the logic for Kino is that the shield gets put in his back to cover the ceiling because there was holes in the floor, but there's a soft wall to his left, and they just didn't know that Grixer was playing there, and they didn't know that the defenders had intel on where the plant was going down because there was a yellow ping perfectly positioned for it. And Kino, again, will bring out the Monty, and I do like this because, again, it has been one of the win conditions for M80, and if it doesn't go punished, why change it up? Sonics have made a couple of changes throughout these rounds. Now they find themselves kind of in the in-between. They're playing both the Smoke, the Goyo, and the Thorn. These can deal partially with Monty and the injuries of M80. But also playing the Dog on Grixer. Again, to enable those gunfights to be taken with confidence. If you suffer a lot of damage, you get killed right back up. That matters a lot in these rounds. It allows Sonics' roam game to stay for longer and take more risks. And try and deal with these attackers' injuries a lot better. And we see them here doing great work. It's already been a minute almost. Get a bit of damage, kill a few drones, fall back one room, rinse, repeat. And you keep doing that until you hit the bomb site, and you have a formula for success.
I'm not outside the ordinary for Sonics. They've got some 1.5s on the board. They've got good guns. They've got some anti-plant utility. They've got good scouting. There really isn't much that they're lacking here. And there goes one of those Goyo canisters. Two of them, in fact, over towards drums. They assess that M80 will wander through terrace. Spoit was good on defense, but on attack, he has allowed the rest of his team to flourish. Kino saw that Terrace and Drum was a little bit too scary for him. I think that's the dock that he just spotted. These distinctive silhouettes give us information as well, and it is indeed. Grixer, wait for the escort. There's usually a good shot. Kino needs to keep his teammates alive as there go the logic bombs, but they already know where Grixer's position is. There's 3 players unaccounted for on M80. They need to find those Sonics players, and they need to do it in a hurry. There goes Spoit. Gunner getting on the board first. Sonic striking first as well. With 1 minute on the clock, M80's job just got a lot more difficult to try and secure this map. Good news for them, they've got plenty of opportunities. Oh, Kino! No. Diaz, would you believe it? First kill for M80. They're going to need a lot more. He and Gomez working together, but now Diaz is as good as dead, and Gomez will follow. Stop bringing the Monty. I beg you, please, for the love of God. It just doesn't work. It has not worked. It didn't work yesterday. It's not working today. Free Kino. If it's his idea to play Monty, somebody give him a light tap upside the head and say, stop it. Hey, knock it off. You're not the Monty you think you are. You're no spirits. Look at you.
Oh boy. See, now it's getting personal.
Kino needs to swap out the Portuguese for the French. Then maybe he could start to channel some of the power of spirits. But all jokes aside, it just has not worked. On bank, he's going in usually with an escort, but there are too many times where he's clearing on his own. And frankly, he's putting himself in positions where he's easily abused by the defenders, even right there. There's no reaction in that gunfight. He could have turned so the shield would have at least softened up some of the bullets. That does not transpire.
10 seconds to insertion.
You're right.
You have other ways that you can get map control. And honestly, Kino is also running Amaru on bank too. I don't know if it's because Kino has a very small operator pool on attack, or if he likes these plays and the rest of the team decide, okay, we'll play around it. But M80 could be getting so much more value out of more standard operators here at the moment. I mean, look at the lineup. A Nomad wouldn't necessarily be a terrible idea. An IQ wouldn't be a terrible idea. I would like both of those operators over an Amaru.
Yeah, I mean, even nades at this point, right? They're running a nadeless lineup because they got in the buck instead. So I fully agree with you.
Yana's the big one.
Yep, it really is. And the thing about being a Monty main is that I've been there myself as well, where you feel like in your mind you can do so much work and so much value theoretically, but realistically that's not always the case. You're a bit biased towards yourself and limiting your own capabilities. Kino also statistically is 3 and 9. That means that on defense, he can get many gunfights go in his favor. He might not be feeling the most confident and comfortable right now, and that might be an issue. And Spoit gets caught droning on the balcony with no coverage and no intel. Sloppy work from M80, but well punished from Sonics. And again, taking these risks, despite being down 4-6 on match point, they're still seeking plays and still very much in this, not being scared to take that risk.
Said this all the way back in the very first round. I said this actually on Cafe, if I recall, when there's a Solus on the board, any map with a lot of repels, you're always in danger. And even though it wasn't Citizen on the Solus, I have no doubt that Geo was able to feed that information and say, go for this. And there's Geo right there.
Uh-oh.
Surely not. Does this work? Does this work? Does this work? I mean,
yeah?
And he's getting the diffuser down. There's nobody stopping him.
What,
Citizen's there, he'll shut him down. Oh, on a hair. No coverage. How is nobody looking? That's a very common area. You've got the wall open too. Rexon with another kill. Gunner, the only casualty for Sonics. It almost worked. And then it didn't.
I mean, if this is Kino panic was in a bad spot, but Iconic was not there to cover and they get punished for it instead, as we saw. And yeah, Gomez, rather, you're up for the clutch here. Bergstrom is both very low in HP.
Can we just expect M80 on attack to have some maybe conventional... What?
Genius.
It's so smart. Hold on, this is more winnable than it seemed moments ago. Question is going to be Geo on Solus. Gomez being watched by the cam. He needs to secure this kill. There it is, and then also manage the time.
10 seconds left.
Maybe shoot the cam for goodness sakes. Through the wall. He knows that there's one there. He's going to kill himself. No, it's Geo to get it. I was going to say he's going to walk around the corner and kill himself, but no. It does end up happening. That's what I meant right there. He gets himself killed. Oh my.
I mean,
4 rounds through 5. M80. M80 plays a normal attack without kind of weird operators challenge. Impossible.
Finding some stability also seemingly impossible. I like the Kino goes up, they combine it with some flashbangs, he gets the kill, and then immediately goes to the plant. Again, could be a panic play because he's got to go for the reload, it's awkward, he has no intel, it's easier to just get cover by getting to that animation of planting, but it didn't seem like M80 were actually prepared for that. Iconic was outside on there, but you see that he starts repelling now as Kino died. If Iconic had been on the balcony to cover there and deny Citizen to walk in, that's a different story. If somebody's on that B window to shut down Citizen's rotation, it's a done deal again. They get into the post plant. So I don't know if it's lack of communication, or just like 2 separate plans going on, or M80 just trying to panic plant without being prepared for it. But either way, it's not a good look on their attacks. While it made it look great on the defense, on a defender-sided map, with Diaz completely popping off, I have not been impressed by their attacks whatsoever right now. Even the round they won on their attack was Iconic on a window repel getting 4 kills, and that was it. So no real problem-solving success here for M80, and that's the issue with attack. You need to problem-solve. You can't expect the defenders to make all these mistakes all the time and just give you free kills. You can't rely on players like Diaz right now, just finding kill after kill after kill. He's still 16-7. That's while he's been cooling off the last few rounds. Can't rely on it. Sure, it's great when it happens, but that's really it. The bandit trick is successful from Geo. Wow. M80 again, they don't drone Geisha. There's no nades below because that's where the bomb site is. They're not playing EMPs because Kino's running the smoke grenades and Dokubi's of Spoil's running flashbangs. So they can't really deal with Geisha now whatsoever. Again, now they gotta problem solve elsewhere on the map and make something else work because their primary plan just failed.
You hear the Selmas go off, so at least some hard destruction has worked out. Kino reunited with the Monty. I swear to whatever god may or may not exist from above. If Kino does some dumb nonsense on this operator and gets himself killed and it completely borks M80's chances, I am gonna lose my mind. They get an advantage though. Gunner gets picked off. Rexon was very close to death as well, and there's no dock this time, so no way for Sonics to bring their players back up to full HP. But as we've seen in previous rounds, you got 1 HP, you can still get kills.
It's true. But we also saw that, you know, it made it kind of relies on Sonics to make the wrong play, and Rexon put himself in a bad position, taking that fight. Gunner came to help him. Gunner dies. Rexon almost dies. And this is, again, Sonics kind of giving M80 the way into these rounds. I respected their fight despite being down in terms of round score, being a match point, but sometimes you gotta cut your losses and just simply play the side, play further back, because now Kino gets activated. Oh.
That's a rough one. The remainder of Rexon finally found. Sonics needed to do the exact same that M80 did on their first half in order to salvage their own map choice. Now, Sonics have not relinquished control of the actual map, but Geo fires away somehow. I'm sorry, was that not the...
What?
Nicholas.
Don't say... I know it didn't work.
Nicholas.
He ran into the castle barricade.
Nicholas.
Attackers recovered the...
We gotta retire Kino Montier. I'm sorry. You said it. I confirm it.
That's not allowed.
15
It's not
seconds
allowed
remaining.
anymore. All jokes aside, 10 seconds left.
10 seconds to go.
SQ trying to keep themselves in this map. There's Diaz to find a way to get the diffuser down, but he's all alone. Sonics just need to find this last kill. Diaz bails off. Overtime.
You have run out of time.
Wow. And I feel like a disappointed father.
You sound like it too.
That's what I feel like at this particular moment. I feel like Kino is my child. Look at him. He's a good-looking boy, okay? I just want the best for him. I just want him to not play Monty. Something else, anything. Play a recruit. I don't care.
You can't even play. That's the thing. Where it's like, but there's so many operators these days. Right? There's so many options.
Get in the game. You can play this sledge. I don't know. He's not Monty.
Hold on.
Please stop.
Listen. I'm gonna call Sport on my phone right now. Okay, we gotta get the comms going. Yeah,
I beg you.
William, you gotta listen. William, you gotta tell Kino to get off the. He hung up on me. He doesn't care. He says full send it. Kino, he's got an idea. And sometimes to find success with something, you know what we say? It takes 10,000 hours to master a craft. Maybe Kino is closing in. This is 9,999 hours in Monty right now. And this round will break 10,000. He's gonna show up. Phenomenal clutch. Crowd goes crazy. And you'll stand there, once the disappointed father, looking down at your son of Kino saying, you did it, son. It took you a while, but you did it. You found value in a single round on this Monty operator. I'm proud of you.
I don't think that's going to happen.
It might not.
I have absolutely zero faith. And anyway, I don't want to beat on a player too much for their performance, but I am curious as just a general contest. M80 are obviously competing to be the best team in NA. They know something we don't. They're obviously a talented team, but then I just watched some of these rounds and I'm just like, if you played literally anything else, you would gain so much more value, right? That last round went so well in their favor, things looking like they were going great until they ran into Geo upstairs and Geisha. This round, at least they start off strong by getting a pick on the gunner.
Yeah, but the mid to late round is where things fall apart for Matey typically. Sploy got the opening kill, leading the way forward for the attack. There's the Monty. I was gonna say, where's the push coming from? The same kind of push as last time, but look how far back the members are playing behind Kino. They let him go all the way up, scout the intel, clear the corners, then the guns follow. And Iconic, he finds a second onto Geo. That's smoke off the board. A huge operator pick there for the attack inside.
This is exactly the situation you want to find yourselves in, and now it's going to continue to get better. M80 playing more refined. Amazingly, Kino has not been the main point of this M80 spear, and because of that, you've got other players that are enabled to get these kills. Now it's Kino's turn to get in. Now that you've gotten rid of two players, this is the time that the Monty can really exhibit some influence on the round. And M80 are dominating. Kino has diffuser down. This is how you play around a Monte. They've lost Gomez, but now Citizen is gone. It's match point again for M80. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I think that's it, right? He was just so close to that breaking point in terms of hours played, and there it is. Success is being had, and also M80, they played well on the Monty because one part is the Monty aspect, the other one is the teammates behind him, of course. Sees his face cam right now. Very vocal. Not exactly sure what he's saying, but who do you think he's pointing
fingers at? Who do you think he's saying, you did it wrong?
Oh, boy. No,
I feel like I'm in trouble.
Yeah, I was going to say. I mean, the thing about Citizen is that he'll keep it real with you typically. Always has. You know, the thing is, when you're playing, whether it's regular sports or esports, when you're playing inside a competitive environment with the boys, you know, with your teammates, you can be hard on one another because you want the best from each other. and you want each other to improve, to win, to succeed. And the harsh reality and truth sometimes isn't nice to hear, but it's necessary. A wake-up call, a realization, hey, we spoke about this. This thing had to change. This strat was wrong. That reinforcement was messed up. You forgot this, or whatever the case might be. Hey, when you're dead, hop on cams, don't watch players. There are so many teeny tiny details in Siege that you can get angry over, really pick apart. It's important to choose your battles with your teammates, of course. You can't just fight them all the time. That's not healthy either. But in a best of 3, having an open dialogue as the game progresses and the series progresses is very important. And it's fitting that Citizen, who is the front runner for Sonic's in performance right now in terms of kills and, I would say, impact on the attack inside, that it's him speaking up. Because he can do so with authority. Hey guys, it works for me. Listen up, do this, follow me, whatever the case might be. Looks good on him. Diaz, 18 kills, by the way. Found a couple in that previous round. See what Sonics can do now on their attack inside.
Well, it's do or die on this map. It will be for the next 2 rounds as Sonics cannot go out. Oh my. No way. No. Oh. Boy was trying. There was an attempt. Rexon dies. Geo almost falls. M80 showing their proficiency on defense, but this has been a very defender-sided map. Only 3 attacking rounds won. 2 of them by M80. That's why they sit at this 7-round score line. I don't like the spot that Sonics finds themselves in, not one bit. Not with the smoke, not with the Legion. You got Geo on 10 HP. That's no good.
Let's see if they overstay, though. Maybe they stick around and get a little bit too cute. Maybe they fall in the roam here and give Sonics a way back into this round. They did so previously, but no. Sonics, they keep losing these gunfights.
Not ideal. Not one bit. Grixer just save his team on their map. I mean, he's knife in the air. He surely knows the prospects. To find one of these 5 kills, that alone presents a challenge. This comeback from Sonics was impressive. They played the map. They played the side as well as they needed to. What success are they going to have now? Shotgun out, and guess who it is? It's Kino. He can't get it done. Puzzling that shotgun blast. Even a single buckshot would have killed Grixer at that HP. He's looking for more, and now it's the office side of the map. That's where these 3 players are. In that direction, Grixer taking tons of time. He's still got 40 seconds. Spoit send us away. 8-6 the scoreline. M80 survive a scare, but they steal Sonic's map. It's hard-earned, well-earned.
That it is. I mean, it comes down to, oh, Citizen. Comes down to, again, the Spot doing such a great work on the defensive side, just making it so hard for Sonics to do anything in those rounds. Shutting down the entries, holding onto the roam, and it's so annoying to deal with as well. A back and forth, but yeah, maybe looked like the better team in the end.
Absolutely did. For the best of NA, you have to beat the best. M80 move to their map, and they can in 2 maps. Once again, win the NAL stage. Will they do it? We'll be back in a couple minutes.
근데 안 돼요, 여기서.
그 창문 쪽에 있던 인원이 잡혔다 보니까
왜 강태 안 풀지?
이거 궁지에 몰릴 수 있겠는데요. 와, 그래서 쭉쭉.
오! 다리 안 맞았어요? 아, 권총도 장전 중입니다.
여기서 총알 없지 하고 미더가 또 방패 풀었는데 총은 없지만 칼은 있어요.
Pyro's holding a perfect position. He's detonated that Vulcan canister. That will ring out till the end of the round. And he's found a kill on Nate. 2 versus 2 presidents. He falls all up to Caro to push into overtime. And Pinku's got no clue. Information on the red ping, but there is no time. Round the corner, Caro.
Espera a passagem, olha a C4 do Erdina, garantindo a passagem, garante a eliminação, 3v2, virou tudo, 2v1, Feli Fox com a eliminação, Balu sozinho, vem pra cima, deu a bala, garantiu, vai tentar buscar, Balu!
and Users just completely domes him. Surely we don't see another Patball 4K. He's on towards 3, Tim. It's just Nate left alive, and once again, Eminem have let him bring this down to a 1 versus 1. Snaked his way in, sleuth beyond the defenses, and no one had any idea that he was coming. He's done a lot of damage. May well uses Exothermic as a bit of a bait here as he works his way down the main stairs. Nafe at the very least knows loosely where he is. Oh my god, Nafe almost sidesteps into it. Flash over the top, dancing around here at the bottom of the stairs, waiting for his man. Nafe, what are you doing? God damn!
Also, Hat now down too, so Mr. B might be gone, but this player knows Spiff. Oh, it's all lining up, Spiff! 3 players standing in a row. He turns to the right and cuts down the fork.
3 versus 3. Still a Montang to deal with. Gets up close. 15 seconds left, keeps him trapped in the corner. Oh, what a shot. 3 in the round again for Onigiri. 3 from 3, make it 4, make it an ace because he knows where the last player is.
Winning money is not a big thing at all. I'm just here to play, you know, win trophies. That's what I care about.
I was like playing to not lose and playing to not make mistakes. And now I play to play. I play to win.
I would say I'm living the dream in my current role. I would say I'm one of the best in the world.
Just being in that flow state of like, I'm playing in front of this crowd, but it doesn't feel like there's anyone else in this room but me and my teammates and the people I'm playing against.
There are a lot of pros with egos out there. I don't really care about them. I'm just focusing on myself, focusing on my team.
For me, you know, being able to do this on a day-to-day basis doesn't feel like work to me.
With Marco, you know, he's kind of like the person with all the answers, all the connections, who can he just makes stuff happen, and you don't know how he does it, but he's just him.
Iconic, the heart of the team, I would say.
Diaz is a babyface killer.
We have 5 very good players, 2 amazing coaches, and an amazing analyst, perfectly built together.
At the end of the day, like, if you don't have a good relationship with your teammates, it's not gonna work out.
Yeah, I mean, we're a family, you know. We have fights, we have arguments, we go through ups and downs, but at the end of the day, we have each other's backs.
I mean, there's no skill ceiling on this team. We can do it all.
I think we're more than prepared to win it all.
There's always a way to come back, and you just gotta believe in it and come back.
I don't know what my enemies think of me. I don't care either.
I like to kind of be at a calm, kind of tired state before the match, and then when the match starts, my body just gets amped up and just ready to play.
Dave, Iconic, is just, you know, got tired of losing to that guy, and he is just the best IGL in North America.
That's our secret.
You're surrounded by people that love you, by fans. It's indescribable. It's one of the best feelings I've ever felt in my entire life.
You know, we always want to beat G2. Obviously, they won SI. You know, they took us out in SI.
I can't speak for everyone, but I don't fear anybody.
We have what it takes to make it to the end and win it all.
Being just ordinary, I think, is pointless.
You know, there's only one Will. He's unique. For him, Siege is life, and, you know, it's what he does and what he does really well. And I think, you know, by the time it's all said and done, he'll probably be the best player of all time.
Ram's got one of the sickest loadouts an attacker can have.
It's the R4C with the 1.5 scope, probably one of the best guns in the game.
You got a secondary shotgun, which is always useful.
With like so little time to play with her, I think there's going to be a lot of new ways that people are going to utilize Ram.
That gadget of hers is absolutely insane and really fun.
Her Ram drones, which nothing really is stopping those things other than a reinforced wall.
It is ridiculously loud.
You can just walk in somewhere and it will completely cover the noise. It like covers the Mario repellent. You wouldn't even notice like some person behind you.
Because of how heavily players rely on the sound. You can definitely walk through a barbed wire with a Ram drone going near you and they would have no idea you're even there.
If you panic when there's a Ram near you or above you, I tend to feel like that gets you killed more than the Ram itself.
That's especially on the new mass console and Night Heaven coming in to the map pool. I feel like she would be really, really strong on those.
Looks like the Hurricane's going to take another couple of maps before it really starts lighting up, because right now the M80 and the Cherry Bombs look like they're really making this party difficult for the Sonics. It's a Hurricane, and M80s are Cherry Bombs.
Yeah, we all got it the first time.
That was exactly the analogy I wanted to use.
I just got it.
It's all good. I'm Wayne, he's Jonathan, he's Jerome. We're getting into the analysis for map 1 of this series. It was Sonic's map pick. It went to overtime. Always love seeing Skyscraper play in a North American context, but again, it's M80 winning Sonic's pick. That's kind of the main story of this.
The middle names go crazy. What a fun map. Honestly, really enjoyable. It started off the Diaz show. Oh my God. Diaz Lucas BR went crazy through the first half of this map. I think it was 12 kills through the first 4 rounds, or through the first half, I should say. He played so well to just rack up frags and push M80 to a 4-round lead, 4-0. 5-1 half that we ended things out. Sonics, though, really started to pull things back on their own defense.
Now, the crazy thing is, so many of those rounds came down to clutches right here of Diaz playing these perfectly, and we talked about it. They have clutch players, more specifically Diaz in this game. He was going absolutely insane.
The clutch gene is something not found in most players' anatomy, and yet somehow we have identified it in every single player on M80. We said this, Gabe. We've said this, Lax.
You can call me Jerome. That is actually my middle name. I just want you guys full TLDR. He did not just say Jerome to say Jerome. That is, in fact, my middle name.
Good job, Jerome. You did a really good job with analysis in this game, homie.
But no, overall, I mean, it was a slugfest back and forth. I want to say this just off the bat. Both these teams are obviously going to Atlanta. I couldn't be more excited for both these teams going to Atlanta. I think they are going to put up some of the best games in Atlanta, in my personal opinion. Sonics are looking like they're back at full potential. That game specifically, though, it was very defender-sided.
Diaz has a 2.25 KD. Exactly how many kills did that mean he dropped in this game, Jesse?
That was 18-8, Jacob.
Good freaking grief. Everyone keeps sleeping on the babyface killer. You gotta stop at some point.
I literally can't even count that high. That's insane.
That's why your middle name's Jerome. Diaz out here looking like the star that we've all known he is for quite some time. And again, it looks like it's difficult to find the weak spot on M80. It's not like we want to keep on just saying they're the best team in the world, even as much as I would love to do that because I want this team to win the Invitational. Yes, I'm a biased host. That's how this show works now. But it's a really good just day overall for M80 fans to win Sonic's pick, especially because what was that iconic clip?
I mean,
what was that?
There were things that I want to talk about in this clip. I thought it was played beautifully in terms of iconic and Diaz falling all the way back. You were thinking like, wow, this is going to be an easy kill. Right here, I was like, oh, freebie, dunzo, map over, boom. Well, not map over, but round over. And then I was like, okay, questionable here. He gets the kill. Good heads-up play from Gunnar, focusing on trying to single out Diaz. Does it perfectly. Then this is, again, where then it gets questionable. It's like, okay, is Iconic going to go for the kill? What's Gunnar going to do? But Iconic right here, beautiful play right here, puts his back to the staircase, and you will see going forward, Gunnar tries to grab this kill. Those are the sounds of bullets bouncing
what
off the shield.
operator he's playing? Do you not remember that he's playing?
Look at that smile. And that's a huge momentum booster right there. Everyone's laughing. It was an intense round. Well, it looked like a winnable round for a second.
Yeah.
Then it got super intense. I was like, hold on, wait a second. But then it went into that last round. Iconic played that beautifully by putting his back to Gunnar. And like I said, it was those are the sounds. I'm sorry. I know that sounds like Parker's news just in. That's just my sound effect of bullets bouncing off of a shield. Regardless, beautiful heads-up play from Iconic.
Looked like everything was going really good for Sonics in that one. In the second half, the first half was a 5-1. It was beautifully played from M80, and now we go to their pick. It's Club. They have to attack it first, but I mean, how often? What did you say to me a couple of days ago? You want to start on attack from Club?
Yes, I did say that. I think Clubhouse is just one of those maps where I feel it is heavily attacker-sided.
Okay.
Could be wrong. That's just personal experience. I've always found it a lot easier to get started on attack, whether you're going, this is your first game, second game, third game of the day. I just find it to be a lot more ebb and flow of just getting down the repetitions of clearing, going down low, doing this, or attacking one side, pushing the other. I just, again, find Clubhouse to be a very attacker-sided map, why I think we also see most teams pick attack going to it.
And for Sonics, I mean, regardless of the side start, I don't think they're going to be too upset coming to Clubhouse. Obviously, this is M80's pick, but SQ love Clubhouse. 4-game win streak in official competition, 6-1 record on the year in official competition as well. I would be really shocked to see Sonics struggle on this map. Obviously, it's going to be a comfort map for both teams. Both of them are very used to Sonics, or are used to Clubhouse, I should say. But just given how close map 1 was, I'm expecting an equally close game here from SQ, and I'm expecting we push this to 3. I don't think it's going to be a quick 2-0 from M80. I really do think Sonics battle back because you know they want that first place in the NAL.
All right, well, that's crazy. Jesse really out here wanting us to have a super long night on the desk. Let's go ahead and jump into this bad boy.
Of course.
Is this it, dude? Is this it? Do M80 qualify for the 6th Invitational right now, or do Sonics say no, put their foot down, and start the storm all over again? It'll be Parker and Pengu with the call.
Oh, thank you very much. It's time for what could be our final matchup of the day and our final matchup of the NAL Stage 2. Maybe not. Maybe there's one more, man.
I mean, yeah, it's not a lot, you know? Like 1 more, 2 more maps is, you know, it's over.
I don't want to 10.
Time flies, doesn't it?
Yes, it certainly does. It is almost October. Just in case anybody's curious. Mentally, I'm still in about June, so I'm a couple months off.
Just a few months.
Just a few months off. If you're M80, you're hoping this is the last map, and I don't know, maybe Sonics hope it's the last map too. I don't know where their mental is at, but I almost am certain that they would like it to continue. M80, though, goes to a very comfortable map of theirs, but they haven't won it, if I heard correctly, on the desk. Or is that Cafe? That might be Cafe. I might be confusing the two. I was hastily scribbling down notes. Operator bands rolling in. Ying banned out. A shield operator, but not the shield operator you'd think. Osa removed.
Interesting.
If I'm M80, I'm banning Monty against Kino. Like, if I'm the other four, if I'm the other 4 people on the team, I'm like, man, I gotta overrule you here.
I mean, they're starting an attack, so in 20 seconds time, Parker, I might start seeing it being brought again. We'll have to see.
If we go into round number 1 and he picks Monty and he sticks with it through the operator repick, I am standing up from my desk and I am never coming back.
He's gonna retire.
That will delight some people that are currently watching this broadcast, but I hope that for most of you, you understand the devastation that would cause to me as a human being.
But you have no choice, of course, in the matter. You have to do it. You must. What a hero. So far, so good. Kino's in the capital. Surprised that Amadi went for the Osa ban because, what, Gunnar brought out 2 times previous on Skyscraper, maybe just single actually. And it wasn't successful. The impacts always there from 80, always had C4, shut down the entries. Like, there's no way to use the Osa effectively there, honestly, from what we saw. But Clubhouse, different ballgame. From Skyscraper, that's a very defender-sided map, to a map that is arguably attacker-sided if you are good at attacking on it. That's the thing.
Well, isn't every bomb site attacker-sided if you're good at attacking it?
No, I actually disagree with that. Like, you can be good at attacking, you know, what's it called, Armory Throne on Theme Park. You're not gonna win, it doesn't matter. It's freaking impossible. You can be a good attacking team on Skyscraper, you're still gonna get a 3-3 hop at best in most cases. I believe, generally speaking, if you're in a phenomenal attacking team on Clubhouse, you should get like the 5-1 halves easy. Because the difference is, strategically on Clubhouse, there's always a correct way to play the round and a wrong way to play the round. If you don't have major mistakes happening and you play a solid round on attack, you will always find yourself winning. Of course, gunfights can go the wrong way, yada yada yada, close-up is an FPS game, but I don't believe many maps actually breaks down this way because of how much strategical depth that this map offers. So yeah, well, you can be technical and say that every single, you know, bomb set map, if you're good at attack, will be a good attack inside. Clubhouse is just like very much like this. I mean, what's this, basement? You do a roam clear, right? Break the soft floor.
Usually.
Open up the hatches.
You do a roam clear, yeah.
Yeah, you drop down, you deny the plant deny, the C4s, and then all of a sudden you play postman from kitchen vertical play. You can't lose. The big issue right now is, okay, first step, are there any roamers on defense? Well, we know there are, but The jammers are gonna stop those drones early on and make it hard to figure that out. Then you gotta, you know, clear them out or force them back. Well, good news for M80. Sonics, they just, okay.
Did you see the way the operators were, the way that Rexon was staying there and Gunner was over him and they were both activating their phone? It literally was like a, hey bro, you gotta check out this video.
Yeah, it's like a phone party. But that means the roam is just, you know, it's wasted a bit of time on the clock. So now the ABCs, right? Hibana is gonna deal with the hatches. Bog is gonna start working at vertical construction inside of kitchen. You can do so from office all the way top floor if you want to, by the way, for extra safety. Not that Gomez has started yet. And then they gotta figure, okay, where does the attack want to execute from? So a ton of options here. But again, if you excel on the attack inside, there are so few ways for defense to find a way back into these rounds. 1 minute left to go. Meiji, they got 1 grenade left, the cap's on fire, and Buck has just started that soft destruction. The Valkyrie camera could be the issue here. The intel is so clear from the side of Sonic inside of kitchen. They know if they're gonna commit to the hatch. They know if they're gonna be on those soft holes. So they can't really fake it out from Meiji. They gotta commit to something.
You don't want to get restless. Not that I think that SQ is going to. Kino looks like a hot drop is ready by this B-bomb chassis. There's this blue silhouette. Looks like it's Citizen, and that's somebody who, at any given moment, can completely change away or change around the round for you. Kino's looking for the drop. You can hear that nitro cell. Left. Smokes to go out. Kino drops. Attackers Diaz dies first. Rexon follows. There goes Kino. Grixer dies. It's just a flurry of kills.
5 seconds left.
Spoit is boxed out of the bomb site. SQ with a big advantage. And Citizen goes huge. SQ takes round number 1.
So, speaking of, you know, if you're really good at attacking, it should be looking pretty clean. 2 people just snake dropping a hatch in kitchen and 2 people dropping the blue hatch, that's not really a clean way to do it, right? There's no easy way in, no dirt control, no crossfires, and again, no real pressure being established onto the defensive side. So very easy round there for the defense of Sonics, and it has been a case of the attacks is looking a little bit messy on these rounds. You know, first in the Skyscraper, okay, the first shot on Clubhouse, but the attacks is kind of where the teams have to sharpen up here in this best of 3 series.
What game is that in the background?
I thought it was Smite for the first glance, but I also don't think it's Smite. I was thinking the same thing though.
While we don't have a ton to talk about because we are still in this first round, these teams are going to be playing for
that's not Smite, no. I have no idea what
I think he was playing Football Manager earlier, but that is certainly not Football Manager.
He's riding a cloud and there's a big tree in front. Like, what is that? I have no idea.
5 seconds left before insertion.
Interesting.
The LCQ brackets are out, by the way, and in case you haven't seen them, for North America, because that's the only league that matters, which will eventually go on to win the Atlanta Major because we're on home soil. All the other regions suck. We don't care about them.
Damn.
Yes. Bracket is out, by the way. Beast Coast Wild Card. Mirage, Aerial Arise, that's the top of the bracket. Space Station versus LG. And OXG versus Karn & Co. That's the bottom of the bracket. So you've got 3 pro teams on both sides with Aerial Arise up in the top, Karn & Co. in the bottom. SSG versus OXG could be a very exciting rematch in the bottom. As for the top, Wildcard going against the 2 lower-ranked teams of Beast Coast and Mirage must make Wildcard very happy. Bottom of the bracket by my... And I'm not casting the LCQ, so I can say this because I'm not going to be biased. I don't really care. Bottom of the bracket's way harder. Look at what we have here, by the way. I was so busy talking about it that I could not control my anger. If Kino dies to Geo on this position in Rafters, I'm gonna scream into my microphone. Okay, thank you. Spoit kills off Geo, and now looks for another kill inside a garage as Kino has made his way to the very top of Rafters. All the while this is happening, there's at best 3 players on site as Gunner is going for the deepest roam of his life. He'll get very close.
Let's proceed.
This is a gym defense. Gunner now in sight as well. Okay, so there should be 4 players over by gym and bedroom.
I mean, a bit troublesome, right? Because now the defense is giving up pretty much the entire map in control to the attackers. Gomez is downstairs in that main staircase, still thinking Gunnar is somewhere in the basement, but he's not. Kino's rotated over to Jacuzzi with the hop breachers, Iconic as well, Diaz rather. So this is made it closing in from all angles, plus they have Monty Grant into it, start that mini execute to get into the bomb side. This is going to be a very difficult round for Sonics. They got no C4s, no impacts, no nothing, no smoke. It's just all guns and that's it. Up against the Monty, up against 5 enemies, and they're playing so close to one another. They have no space to work with. They're completely clumped up into a ball. When they made it into this building, it's gonna be chaos.
There's damage being done to Gomez as the vault comes in from M80. They win their duels, all right. It's only Rexon left. No flawless round for M80. Rexon could still save his team, but M80 are prepped and ready for it. They cover all the angles, and the howl let out by Iconic tells you the full story. M80 answer back on that gym bedroom execute from above. They tie the game.
It's very clean. All it took was to clear off Gio on the cattle rafters. Now is really it. Gunnar tries to support, but couldn't really find any value in the round. And again, when your 4 defenders stuck in very close proximity on the bomb side in that scenario, you just don't have a lot of angles to work here. Didn't have bar control, couldn't go for a flank, and Tigers just close in. Clubhouse is going to give you very specific ways to kind of play on defense, very specific areas of the map that you can't really have in your control. And typically for gym defense, the one thing you can do is that you can extend into that cache CCTV side of the map. We saw Gio go for a further extension playing that catwalk rafters, but the one operator you really don't want to deal with there is the Monty, because you can't do anything about it. Gio's playing Melusi, no impact grenades. What are you supposed to do? No teammates, no backup, you just die. Just lay down. It's over. That was really it. Immediately build off that early lead in man count and just take it all the way to the side and storm it down. Good entries and a great collateral there for my Iconic to start things off.
Yeah, absolutely. Kino playing a more conventional operator. We were on Kino watch. Uh-oh. I got an opportunity to do this. Laxing talked about it on the desk, so I'm going to do it. Breaking news. Kino's playing a normal operator.
That's your, huh? Alright. He's got a gun? That's crazy. He's got EMPs, soft breach, he's got drones? Okay. Seems like a pretty strong operator to me. There's a mute on the board. Decent value to be had here, but Thatcher is more of like a what if operator, What if the enemy plays Kaid? What if the enemy plays Bandit? Because you don't always know. You can hide those operators on the bomb side and make sure they don't get droned out. And by picking up the Thatcher, you just basically ensure that the walls that you want to get opened up, they will get opened up. And that's Clubhouse for you. You're always going to deal with hard destruction relatively early in the round on every single bomb site besides basement. Because that's those exterior walls on Jacuzzi, connector / construction, on CCTV. That's the first step always. The walls get open up, they get what they want. Midi can set up now, watch those rotations on the side and look for a free kill, while the Retero drones goes in and do the self-destruction work. Gio once again, the first man in battle.
Oh, poor Gio.
Round?
He persists. It's bold. He gets droned out, pops up. They don't punish him for it though. Gio actually could have very easily been picked off from that position in bathroom. Instead, he lives to see another day. Second attempt now for Sonics to win this bomb site of Gym. Oh my, Spoit. Not good enough, and you're gonna pay for the fact that you let Gio stay in this position for as long as he has. He's still prone underneath the exploding wall. Oh. Maybe that's why they put him on Monty. Never mind.
No, push. Yeah, it was in there. Oh no! Oh, poor Kino.
Poor Kino, man. What a matchup this is. Despite that, he's still retrievable. Gunnar is gone. But the 3 most potent threats for SQ still remaining. Grixer spotted one of them. That nearsightedness cannot stop M80 from getting into position. Grixer will see the heals, a bite away. Diaz is still standing. Flashbangs going out. There's a bit of a pause as Rexon gets gets in on the action. Taken out by Iconic, he's feeling one. Sonics sweep through, and they will do what they couldn't do the first time. Win Jim! They regain the lead.
I was gonna praise Geo. I mean, the wall gets opened up, he has no ADSs, he gets thrown down, he sticks around, fights the breach, gets a kill, prones once again, and yeah, he dies eventually, but then he also kind of technically gets a second kill by somehow hypnotizing Kino to walk into a frost mat that kind of obvious that is there, and at the same time it's not, and it's just like the chaos in the comms, right? The drone out Geo, he swings, he gets a kill, bounce, wow, and then, you know, Kino does the intro job, he gets in on the safe angle, and it's like, it's safe, right? Let me just reload, I'm dead, and he knows it sucks. They made it fall apart. They seem very dependent on getting the opening kill and having that early lead in Mankind. It kind of makes sense because when you attack the bombs directly like they currently are, it comes down to the crossfires, always favoring defense. If you're playing that 4 versus 5 on attack, it's even harder to break those lines. Back downstairs to basement we go. M80, they're looking to change it up. They've been trying this Monty so many times. We've been talking about it, criticizing it, making fun of it a little bit. Sorry, Kino. But Iconic on Blitz usually means it's a banger of a round that we're going to see. It can be fast-paced, chaotic, when that issue comes in. And Iconic loves being in the middle of those. Leading the charge for his team, playing, you know, on the enemy lines, always kind of stepping in and stepping out. Of course, first that hard destruction, dirt tunnel gets opened up, roam clear commences as well. Soft destruction, well, just a buck, no sledge, that means no grenades for all the attack and lineup. It can be difficult to deal with some of these player positions on defense, given the fact that there are no nades. Kino's got the fireballs and Cavitao, just like last time on basement, but that didn't really do all that much.
It's a nice cam view. Lots of places that you can put these Valkyrie cameras inside a kitchen, inside of a bar area as well. You know the default's gonna get shot away at. Diaz having one of his slowest starts over the last, God, it's gonna be like what, the last 7 or 8 maps that we have seen. If he can turn that one around, especially on defense, then that will obviously be win to the sails of M80.
A bomb has been
Because of the way that this matchup has gone, Sonics have only needed to show 2 single bomb sites so far. They've succeeded on both. They look much better first time that they went on to church than probably either of the times they defended Jim. A lot of that was because of the lethargy shown by M80. M80 making good pace here, though. It's a little over a minute to go. Citizen will assume the same position behind boxes that he was at before. A failure to get rid of him from that spot will be the undoing of M80, as he was stellar the previous defense, picking up 3 kills, completely destroying whatever opportunities M80 had at their disposal.
Tried to play against that kitchen hatch, but Citizen falls off it. Here we see Iconic on the blitz with no backup, and he's all alone. Can be a trouble position for him.
Nope. Oh my, Iconic ripping right now through dirt. A drop from Diaz. M80 just cleaning up. Diaz had an opportunity. The smoke will take him away. All right, well, that one was done flawlessly. Seems like these teams relatively evenly matched. 2 defenses of Church, 4 Sonics, only 1 going their favor. 2 defenses of Jim, only 1 going their favor. Tie game yet again. Now, if you're Sonics, do you go back down to Church or do you roll the die on one of the other 2 sites we haven't seen?
Good question. I mean, I think out of White Basement, they haven't really changed much up between the first and second time they played it, and you can tell now that they got different ways of figuring things out, right? They bring the blitz that time, it's much more successful, they clean out dirt, they get the follow-up kill on AKs, and the overall execute is much more coordinated. I personally am a big bar enjoyer, you know, a bomb set where you can like really play the map around and roll down and extend up. When it comes down to preparation here, if Sonics think that maybe they are significantly weaker at attacking a specific bomb site, that's what you should go for. So the comments from Citizen calling out the shots there. But this start in Joe position C, yep, CCTV will be the place to be. We saw Geo play Catwalk Rafters last time against the Muncie. It didn't go so well. Matey, they're done with their shield shenanigans for this round. Capitals are stable. And the thing is, normally when you look at professional play of Siege, or competitiveness even, when you see a Sami and like a Wamai or a Jaeger, you're always almost going to avoid that Catwalk Rafters attack as much as possible. It is so hard to deal with. The thing is, Sonics, they do have the Asami keeper barriers, but they don't have anything to stop any grenades or fireballs from just completely destroying that position of the map. So maybe they are pretty much fit to attack the Catwalk Raptors if they so want to.
Raptors opened up briskly, but Spoit, in the same circumstances as when he stared down that breach on Jacuzzi wall, will die without affecting much beyond that. Despite it all, 5 kills for Spoit through 5 rounds is very respectable. I remember you and I were talking about Shaiko at one point where he had something like he averaged 1.1 kills per round, and we were just agog at that, about how good that number actually is. The fact that Spoit has 5 kills through these 5 rounds and has had very limited impact outside of his utility work through 2 rounds is quite impressive. And of course, I don't want to undercut how impressive it is just to get the wall open, period, but I mean, there's no denial from Sonic. So in this instance, opening up a wall with 0 denial doesn't really take a world champion, let's put it that way.
He should be able to get the job done. But again, playing a man down at CCTV, and you see Sonics, they're just looking for these engagements constantly. Yellow pings come out, we'll put with cameras. We saw Geo swing out, Gurkshaw swing out, see if they can get those cheeky kills. They already got 1 though. Do they really need another? Not entirely sure, but they get anyway. It's Kino off the board. Those capital fireballs not gonna clean out Rex any longer. It's gonna be safe in this Scout Raptors now. Almost impossible to clear out his position.
Yeah. I mean, at this point, you have to get the diffuser. That's the bigger issue. Unless you want to go for kills. You're going to be running against the fact that there are Valkyrie cameras. This round for M80, if they're able to be competitive in any way, shape, or form, it will simply be because of the skills of these players, not because of the structure of their attack. Sonics have an absolute chokehold on this round. Now goes Grixer to Gomez. Right now is fighting on the breach. Rexon's still in this very powerful position. Look at the shadow. He knows you're there. You can see the shadow. What? Oh, Iconic somehow wins the duel. Hold on a second. I just said it's going to come down to your ability as players. You tie things up in terms of man count. Leave it now to Diaz and Gomez. We're going to die from a single huff of that gas. The last one being thrown out by Geo. Diffuser retrieved, but running up those red stairs,
5 seconds left.
Impossible. There's no way you're going anywhere close to that. He'll hit the barbed wire looking for a pick, but SQ lock them out. Back and forth we go on this map. Neither team able to shake one another. The first time defending CCTV cash, and the only time, as it will be locked for the final defensive round of the Sonics, proves to be a success for the defense.
Those Valkyrie cameras really proving to be very useful here. And classic Citizen again. I mean, he loves to just pick up the Valkyrie, go into custom games, finding cheeky camera positions. And a good Valkyrie player will know the good camera locations. A great Valkyrie player will have different locations to put the camera that will grant you the same kind of intel, especially for like a certain room or a flank or an area of the map. And it just allows Sonic to kind of sit back, use the camera intel, and then make an active play instead of dry peeking, areas and taking those risks. If that's an attacker holding you, they usually know. And that's the thing. When you're defending CCTV, you can choose what you care about. Again, the main breach, heavy on intel. Catwalk Rafters, heavy on intel. And downstairs and lounge slice bar, heavy on intel. So it means the 3 areas that the defense of Sonics cares most about, they have information. And they could pretty freely roam around the map because M80 are pushing from just one side. There's no flanker or lurker right now from M80. They could heavily benefit from playing the Nook, for example. Go for a flank, go in strip, go into bar, backstab Diaz or Gomez downstairs, for example, or something along those lines. Instead, it's Geo getting very active on this map. He's roaming, he's extending out, now he's playing the Vigil, go for a spawn peek. He's everywhere right now on Clubhouse. I love to see it from him.
Gio loves that strip club part of the map on defense. On TSM, that was where we remember him very fondly playing with the castle, but times that Sonics have gone here before, he likes it, doesn't matter the operator. He'll be well attuned to waste some time. Citizen controlling a relatively easy to use gun. And down goes Iconic as there's a run out from Citizen inside a freezer. Debilitating. But if there's an operator that isn't particularly consequential in terms of utility, it's a Jackal. I mean, this is a downstairs defense. When you're going after Church Arsenal, you know where most of them are going to be. And right now, it doesn't seem like there's any significant issues that a Jackal might have to deal with. There is a roamer upstairs in Gunner, the kill hole over the hatch. Whether it's to kill a player or to kill the utility, that remains to be seen. At the halfway point of the round, Sonic's looking to go out 4-2 on their defense.
Oh, that got both the Selma charges. Of course, Diaz does Deus Ex Cairo, so it shouldn't be a problem, but again, just further stalls out the round in favor of Sonics and Gunner with the flank. Gio inside up bar again. Jackal could have been useful here to find the roamers because of flank. It's coming right now. It's a free kill for Gunner.
Oh my, and Gunner running down the stairs. Down goes Gomez. Maybe the Jackal would have helped. Hold on a second here. Kino breaches on in. Citizen picks up his second kill. Diaz and Spoit, both inside a dirt tunnel. Citizen has this cross. These could be kills 9 and 10. Does he get them? No, he's slaughtered by Spoit. And Spoit does it again onto Gunner. Ahead of the Azami, just narrowly evading his gaze. Gio is there for backup. They've got some marks inside the site. Spoit holds the diffuser. 40 seconds left. Not dire that the plan isn't going down yet. So we'll have to get in on the action. What happened?
Swung through the door and died first.
Terrible end to that round, and a bit of an interesting predicament. I would have loved to have seen, is that just a misplay, or did Diaz get spooked by, his teammate? I don't know. That's something that we just don't have information on. Not entirely certain that Sonics won the final moments of that round, as you can see long faces on the side of M80, but I mean, hey, a win's a win. You're going to take it either way. First half goes in favor of Sonics 4-2.
Surprise start. I mean, this is M80's pick. Not the most confidence-inspiring attacking side from them. A little bit of sloppy and back and forth. But I will say, the early engagements here is Citizen, Rexit, Gio, Gunner, always just looking for kills. Like whether it's a run out or a spawn peek or just seeking those fights, stopping maybe from achieving their plan. Phenomenal stuff. The team kill looked like Spot was trying to cross those third box / dummies to try and go for a plant because Blue was double reinforced. And the second Spot started sprinting, one of the defenders swung the blue single door and Diaz was inside the dirt holding the exact same angle. Unfortunately though, Spot put himself between his teammate and the enemy that he was supposed to be covered from. He dies first, it looked like. Maybe they had a great, attempt salvaging that round, and it came close, to be honest with you. But not close enough. Sonics in their first attack, they bring the IQ. They saw how strong the Valkyrie was in their hands. That was very funky, actually. He shot backwards. So they pick up the IQ now, with the counter intel, and I love this from Citizen. I was like, M80, send the plane through strip, go for those flanks with the roam clear. Yeah, it's a basement. There's not gonna be a lot of roamers necessarily. We know that there aren't really any. But it speaks to a good philosophy from the attacking side of Sonics. They like to go for those 4-1 sides. 4 people going for that structured roam clear across the map, taking top of control. And one lurker somewhere else who can kind of capture if there's a guy who's gonna drop a hatch, walk down or up a stairs, etc. And again, it's what Citizen does best. When you're playing the IQ as well, you know if there's intel on you, any cameras or anything of the kind, Fenrir, Melusi, etc. and gadget will give away your position. Now you see Citizen going, there's no cams, guys. We're good. There's a Jaeger, ADSs, we're my disc, we're chilling. And really, really quick pace. 1 minute 45. Self-destruction started up. Halfway to fall next to those hatches. And maybe I'm not really contesting anyone in the map, they're just waiting on the bomb side for that execute start. I'm not sure I like this, because you're almost basically saying, we don't think you can attack correctly, Sonics, we're just gonna chill on side. But Sonics, looking good so far. I think they know how to do this.
This map was picked by M80, and you think that for most clubhouses, the defenders will win 4-2, so Sonics do what is essentially the bare minimum / the expected result for you. As we watch this church wall assault, what do you think went well for M80, or do you genuinely think that Sonics were the better team through that first half?
Mix of both, right? Maybe they didn't really manage to capture the exact execute, and it seemed like they didn't know exactly what they wanted to do. I like the talk from Sonics, right? Proactive, quick pace, they got the ways in, but this floating below the barricade, I'm not sure that's the angle they want.
Oh my, Rexen with 2 before going down. 3v3 Gunner inside the bomb site, he drops Gomez. Finished off by Grixer. Diaz to try and save this. Things going bad in a hurry, and Citizen comes in for cleanup. M80 getting blown out on their own map at the moment. Sonics running away with this match, successful on their very first attack.
And that's what I mean. It looks like they just have this clear vision of what they want to do, and it looks so much more confidence inspiring because M80, they're trying to drop down a hatch and they kind of like hope for the best. Okay, it started off rough for Sonics, right? They're proning below a keep a barricade, and at first it looked like, what are they doing? But it made sense. They had made the call, drop down the blue hatch, go for this execute, the same second that Keeper came out, and there's no time to break it. Just prone below it and get in there and distract the defenders. Citizen, such a phenomenal player in this best of 3 series so far. On Skyscraper, sure, Sonics didn't do the greatest on their attack inside, but after a tactical timeout and Citizen just started taking control in the entry, they're finding so much success. And same here in Clubhouse, he's everywhere. He's there for the roam clear, he's there for the entry, and he's there for the cleanup. Sonics, they fully commit to what seemed like a bad start to the round, and it pays off for them. Nothing they can do. 1, 2, and 3 with Citizen. Easy cleanup.
Yeah, I don't doubt you, Diaz. I think that face is probably the one that most of you and your fans are feeling. Sonic's not looking to go quietly into this good night, not one bit. And maybe have found themselves in this spot before. It may be a bit troubling for them, but I mean, hey, at the end of the day, adversity is just a word. You can always overcome it. Not surprised to see them call their timeout and maybe level their heads now as M80 goes with a relatively standard lineup on defense, and I honestly like the Azami pick as well. I've always liked the Azami pick on this map. If she escapes the operator ban phase, the amount of power and control that you get, well, it was witnessed by Rexen actually, when he was in that same position earlier. Of course, he lost a gunfight to Iconic, but that's not because of the setup. That was just because, well, I suppose he just wasn't able to shoot as well. If you don't have explosives, if you don't have any type of fire, so a Capitao, for example, on the board, or coordinating flashes and then somebody pushing up those rafter stairs while blind because there's no magnets or ADSs, in this particular case, just magnets as there's a Wamai on the board, no Jaeger, then you have total control over this bomb site, especially if there's a rotation leading into CCTV, which I have every right to believe there is. We'll get a good look at a second if that's the case, as now the breach is open, and yeah, it looks like you're going to be able to get through that wall relatively easily.
Yep. Maybe just shoot the bottom left panel, but you can do that with any gun. You get on in. In worst case, the wall is soft, so you can make your own hole if you need to. But that's the thing, you're right. If you get garage control, it's an easy way in towards the bombs, and it applies a ton of pressure. And often you also get that opening kill on the catwalk itself, so you get that 5 versus 4 if you're successful. M80, I want to see them be a bit more proactive here, and I like this. They're roaming around, setting up, playing multiple areas of the map. Bomb site, garage rafters, inside a basement, in master bedroom, and construction. They got this triple layer. The middleman helping the 2 areas. Often it's Diaz or Gomez. Kino the anchor, of course, on smoke. Right now it's Gomez on the catwalk rafters. He's the man of the hour. If he can hold on, he can single-handedly win the round for his team. But at the same time, if he dies for nothing, it's going to be a lot easier to attack this round.
The HUD has disappeared on you, but don't worry, rest assured. It's still there. Somebody, somewhere can see it.
Just not us.
It's just not us, and that's fine. We don't need it. Because we got the player cams. And unless we go to the Polygon wireframe fighting team from Super Smash Bros. Melee, then Well, we know exactly who it is. For example, that's Rexon. That's Gomez. Keep testing me. Rexon will walk up. Oh, that's not supposed to happen. How are you not looking in that direction? Gunner inside now, choking on the gas. Citizen falls, but he's the only casualty so far from SQ. Sonic's looking to push this to the brink. Spoit gets a pick, tries to head out, but Gunner seals the deal. Sonics, where did you come from? Where was this on your own map? 6-2 right now on Clubhouse. M80 in serious trouble. Cafe looking like a certainty at this point.
I don't understand what's happening in these rounds from M80 because like nothing's happening on the map. So they know they're going to be attacking like the main breach and garage, etc. most likely. And you're sitting on Cattle Grafters with a key barrier in your hand, just kind of waiting. Nobody has to cross from green box. No one's playing first floor garage. No one's playing lounge. No one's playing pit downstairs. Even though Iconic wasn't blue in the basement early in the round previously. So possibly, like, look at this. Rexon just walks up. That is so free. Do mind you though, Gunner and Geo, they hit the bomb site entry as well from that primary at the same time. So even if Rexon wasn't successful, his teammates surely would have cleaned it up. But that prompts the question, with that kind of team play from Sonics, where is the match from M80? Why are they not playing close together? Okay, let's say they were playing very far off the bomb site. They were. Connector, master bedroom, etc. So their line looked like one catwalk, one side, two master bedroom, Iconic roaming in the basement, off by himself. But still, when you're spread out so thin, you should realize, hey, there's nothing happening in master bedroom. There's nothing happening in the basement. So surely something's gonna happen somewhere, right? You gotta rotate accordingly. Maybe start playing the Valkyrie, you know? Yeah, I know Citizen brought out the IQ, but they need intel. They're walking around blindly right now. It's punishing them heavily. They're down 2-6. Good news for them, I guess. They won the first map, so they can go to a third, but it's not what you want to do on your own map here. It's just, it doesn't look great.
No, not whatsoever. We know that's Geo because, again, the Polygon Man. Iconic fighting for his life now on blue, backing away. Phone calls ringing out. Diaz having a bad game, but the rest of the team doing relatively okay in terms of kills, I suppose. These are pretty usual numbers for some of the supporting cast of M80. They just have been outmuscled by Sonics through and through on every single part of this map.
Loading new mag.
I'm excited to see how these teams go about fighting on Cafe. I'm also very excited to hear how the desk discusses their expectations for Cafe and what they thought went awry here. Because if you're M80, this is your map pick. A lot has gone awry to arrive at this scoreline.
And looks like Sonics are not slowing down again. Their pace very, very quick. Maybe not really putting up any obstacles in the early phase. It's not roaming on staircase, not killing a couple of drones. They've killed a single drone in this round so far. Third tunnel walls are soft. They'll be opened up very easily. Kino, of course, with the Jaeger shotgun, I believe. Yep, there it is. He does have that instead of dirt. He's gonna hold on strong. There's no blitz in the attack inside to deal with that, so once they realize that Kino is playing in that dirt position, they might not want to go for it. But they got so many other avenues. Blue, motor, drop, kitchen hatch, main staircase. Shoot, you know, take your pick.
Down goes Grixer to Spoit. M80 still very much keeping in this. They're gonna need 4 more picks. And Rexon next one, nearsighted. Sees the Dreadmine, shoots it. Magnets confounding the Capital of Citizen from above. Spoit's put on the ground. Rexon taking damage. Geo also being beaten as Citizen holds from above, but if he doesn't hurry, he and Gunner are gonna be the last 2 standing. Now it's Gunner to lose vision as he gets swung upon by Kino, who doesn't have the shotgun out, but the secondary is good enough. Rexon from above, sidearm, M80 doubling up on numbers as Citizen goes for the drop, picks off Diaz, but it's the depth from M80 as they trade back. And M80 still stays in this. They'll need to win 4 rounds in a row to provoke overtime. If not, we go to Cafe.
That's the basement bombs at 1 from them. That's like the easier one because you have all the tools on your side. You don't have to worry about that much map control. Yeah, you can roam to stall out the attackers, but you don't care about master bedroom in the end. When you go to these other bomb sites, bar, gym, and CCTV, it's going to be a bit more difficult because there's just more things you have to worry about. Again, I want to see them play some intel. Whether it be the Valkyrie or the Echo or something along those lines, simply just more bulletproof cameras and those secondary intel. That can also be good. Iconics in the Valkyrie, that starts off on a good note. See what Sonics can do. Don't know if Dio's gonna stick that glass. We don't tend to see that in play very often, but there's a time and place for it. If you wanna get funky with it. You can of course argue for Sonics, you know, you're up 6-3. Might as well go for a crazy one-off round where you just do something absolutely absurd and it's not the end of the world if you lose. Or you're gonna say the complete opposite. Hey, you're so close to winning, just keep playing that same way. Keep playing it nice and tight. Don't make mistakes, don't take any risks. The thing is, when you attack in germ, some risk has to be involved. You're always gonna deal with the roam clear. If you're just gonna stand back and watch the defenders look back at you, you're not gonna get very far. You gotta, like with this drone, you gotta get into garage, take out all control, get that CC breach opened up, deal with the roam, and in a lot of scenarios, you can really build the lead early on here. There's commonly gonna be 2 roamers. There are 2 roamers indeed here for me. They're fighting back, but that they're gonna fall off. Play that second line. But let's say they kill both DS and Sport from Sonic's side. You can get a possible 5 versus 3 in your favor. That's gonna bode very well. Question is, how long are they gonna stick around for? Oh look, I guess that's it. They're out. 45 seconds.
And now you go back onto the Rotero drones as Rexon has control of Rafters or Catwalk. We use the terms interchangeably, and I expect you to be smart enough to understand that, even if I sometimes am clumsy with my words. Rexon will continue to hunt this down. As you saw the drone go all the way up, they know that Cash is wide open, and there goes the single panel that leads into construction as well from the Selma. As we see all the time, you gotta clear out the other side of the top floor if the bomb site is up here. That means if it's CCTV Cash, you gotta clear out Jacuzzi, you gotta clear out bedroom, and then construction. The complete opposite of its CCTV Cash. You gotta clear out garage, you gotta clear out CCTV, then Cash, then construction. There's an exothermic charge now to open up the Jacuzzi breach as you've seen Sonics cut through construction in that side of the map relatively quickly and with little challenge from M80 outside of that little skirmish that we saw involving Gunner earlier on.
Not quick pace. Still minutes to go. And maybe they're, again, just kind of waiting for the attackers to come to them. I'm not sure that's what they want, though. So Iconics, you know, far off the side, roaming, but the 4 members are staying here. You see they're all in office right now. They're all trying to find the playable position, a safe corner, because there aren't that many spots here. And you're playing so close together. You have to fight for the favorable spots. Sonic's the first strike. 40 seconds left. Grixer now rotating downstairs. Might meet Iconic though in just a second. No.
They're wise to him. Grixer picking off Iconic. And now Grixer can potentially continue up that main set of stairs. Spoit drops Gunner. Now it's Citizen fighting inside of Logi. He doesn't seem to see it. Skewered by his site housing. No, M80 on the board with 3 kills. Geo on the window, trying his best, but Spoit shuts him down. That's 2 in a row. Suddenly, we've got ourselves a match between these teams.
Sucks to suck, you know, so to speak. When you're playing the 4-3 with a zoom scope, you can't see very much on your screen. And of course, if you're zoomed in like Citizen was, you're going to be focused at where the center of your screen is, not the edges of it. Ultimately, I don't think that kill position would have mattered all that much. There were still 3 more defenders left in that round, and his teammate Geo was outside the building on the windows, who couldn't really help him. They couldn't quite help each other. The only thing that Sonics are missing in these rounds is what I would like to say, like those like initiation what do we call them? See, I want a term for this, right? The Yings, the Lions, etc. I call them like the execute enablers or execute starters, etc. And they're not running a whole lot of it. Yeah, sure, they played Lion that round. But Ying is banned all the time these days. And Ying used to be the go-to for every single team to start things off. And it's, you know, pretty simple, straightforward. You get 4 containers, 2 smoke grenades, or hard breach. It's such a great operator to bring. But since it's always banned, what do you bring instead? It's where we see the Capital, the Blitz, the Munty likely have this getting a higher pick rate because of Ying's ban rate this season so far. We simply don't get to play for right now. Valkyrie, of course, we saw a lot in the series from both teams. Maybe finally starting to play her as well. The Citizen and Sonic aside when they're defending, always bring that operator, get the camera set up. Sonic, they really play well around it. Happy to see maybe adapting to their own stratbook right now. As well as Iconic playing the captain of all things and the CCTV defense. Not a lot of doorways in the map except for the Roman master bedroom side of things, and that is also where he'll be playing. But Sonic's last time they attacked, it was just in the garage door, in the main breach, and that was it. They won the round. It was so easy for them.
I was worried that the second match, Nick, was going to be a bit of a snoozer when we saw the scoreline go 6-2 for Sonics, but I mean, teams failing to close out games happens. It happened on Skyscraper. M80 was up 6-3, a very similar scoreline, only separated by a single round, and well, that one ended up going into overtime. Again, just speaking to how evenly matched these teams are. A 2-0 is unusual, to say the least. And I don't expect a 2-0 between these teams whatsoever. Right now, just as we saw from a similar point of view, oh my goodness. The only way for M80 to win this 2-0 is through overtimes. They've got quite the run that they're going to need to go on. Excellent job by M80 to bait out one of these players from Sonics. Now it's Citizen waiting for the gas to linger. Gunner goes down. Citizen will win the fight, but at what cost? Gino falls too. Numbers keeping relatively even. This is good for Sonics. They've got more work to be done if they want to find these 3 remaining defenders and win outright without a 3rd round in a row going to their opponents.
Locked out of the site, though. I mean, surely you just gotta get in here and take it back into your control. Iconic's in the basement, even. Sonics don't know this, but if they did, they could just walk in and start playing down that diffuser. Nothing's really gonna stop them right now. Matey might have made a mistake on that deep roam, and they want it so badly, but in this case, it's not gonna be the answer that they need.
There's the diffuser going down by Geo. Can Citizen and Grixer cover well? That's good for Citizen. He gets one. Iconic knows, but now he's pressured on red stairs, leaving Diaz to clutch. Big kill from him, but there's so much more to be done. 2 more players. Diaz has been a clutch machine. Not this time, though. Citizen leveling up his game. The comeback for M80 almost there, but that's the key word. Almost. So close, but ultimately a couple rounds too far. These 2 teams steal each other's maps, which means that we go to a 3rd map to watch the conclusion of M80 versus Sonics. One of these teams will be the best in North America. Cafe will determine it. We'll be back in a couple minutes.
I want M80 to be one of the most successful and dominant esports organizations in the world.
When the manager Golden reached out for a coaching position, I thought, why not? What could hurt?
You just got to take their soul away. You just got to destroy them.
It's definitely better to let the player do the talking, but tend to stay clear of the people that have big egos.
Energy carries everything into winning.
This is Rainbow Six at its best.
Try not to hold on to revenge too much the past. If we were to play them again, it would just be like just that urge of competitiveness to beat them.
We know our potential, we know what we are capable of.
The opponents could definitely take the title from us.
The past is the past, but in the moment you have everything you need to do to be better.
The answer to who will become Stage 2 North American League champions will have to wait at least one more map because the Sonics decided they weren't going to roll over and die after just losing Skyscraper. They take M80's map Clubhouse 7-4. Good map overall, but it does raise some questions about why M80 picked this bad boy in the first place, because it seemed like Sonics on Clubhouse is still a beast you don't want to trifle with.
Yeah, personally, I would have gone Nighthaven. I don't think this was the right map pick at all from M80. I'm not surprised that Sonics tied the series, especially with how close Game 1 was. For SQ to come out on one of their favorite maps, they played extremely well. M80, I don't know. I do think that there were some mistakes in their attacks, right, Gabe? Yeah. But all in all, it was a little bit surprising that they were just so weak on that first half on their own map pick.
No, their attacks looked super weak. Overall, for me, personally, I would have cleared Gunner on the roam. If you watch this every single game, Gunner loves to roam. He is a nuisance. Why allow him to do what he does? And he punishes you for it every single time. Here's a prime example of it. Kudos to Gunner to get away with it, to play it perfectly still. Overall, just the sloppy attack rounds from M80 was a little bit surprising for me. Then they switched sides immediately. Sonics did look better overall, and what, they are now 7-1 record?
Yes, 7-1 in official competition this year. Ridiculously good scoreline for Sonics here on Clubhouse, and I think we do have to credit them as well for abusing some of those sloppy attacks. I thought Citizen had an amazing game here on Clubhouse. Definitely. The way he played on the Valkyrie, utilizing that information. We saw him go for runouts. We saw him even start the game with a big 3K. We saw Citizen doing so well. And then even in that final round, in the 3v3 execute, Citizen covering the plant perfectly when M80 were all off-site. Very weird positioning in that final CCTV cache defense.
2.4. I mean, it just goes into what you're saying.
I mean, exactly, right? He popped off a great round or great game from Citizen here on Clubhouse, pushing his team over to map 3.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I just still love seeing Gunnar being that IGL, putting his team in positions where he needs to be and still performing extremely well. I love to see it.
Is there anybody here who's exceeding expectations, or is everybody kind of in line with where you thought they were going to play coming into the series?
I think it's tough to exceed expectations in a grand finals game. I expect all 10 of these players to be showing up and gunning. Some of them have had maybe a rough map or two, a rough couple of rounds for sure, some sloppiness. But all in all, like, I think everybody who has been popping off, that's what I expected, and I'm happy we're seeing it.
No, and that's fair. I think you make an excellent point with that. I think it's not uncommon to see a lot of the players that we're seeing where they're stacking up or where they might be falling a little bit short. But we're going to map 3, so you're going to want all 5 across the board performing at their highest level if you want to take first place, more money, bragging rights, everything as a whole.
Let's take the things that we've learned from both Sonics and M80 from these first 2 maps and apply it to map 3, because Cafe may raise eyebrows in much the same way that M80 picking Clubhouse also raised some eyebrows, because it's the same team that decided, yeah, we want to play this as opposed to playing Chalet for map 3. So talk to me about how you think this one's going to go.
I mean, M80, with this current core, have never in their history won Cafe. This season, they've tried it twice. They lost to G2 at Gamers 8, and then they lost to Oxygen in the NAL. So they've been experimenting with it more. Obviously, a big reason why they've never won this map is because throughout last year, they really didn't touch it at all. So I think this is them in a somewhat low stakes game. I mean, it matters because it's first place in the NAL, but also you're already going to the major. I think this is them trying to work it back to their map pool, get some practice on a map if they're not comfortable on. Sonics as well, historically very poor on this map, but they do have wins in recent history. It's not like they've completely been on a drought like M80 have.
I'll say this, whoever gets the ground running, whether it's on attack or defense side, I think once that round swaps, they're going to just have that momentum from that original half, and they're going to run away with the game.
Yep.
All right. This is the last map of the North American League for the year. Because if you don't count the last chance qualifiers in the midst of everything, then yes, technically that sentence does hold true. Do the Sonics become our new North American League champions, or do M80 become back-to-back champions and qualify for the 6th Invitational in the same breath? We go to Moscow to figure it out, and it's Penguin Parker with the call.
Well, it's quite the match, isn't it? And it's been quite the match up to this point. A terrific showing between 2 great teams, but we will crown a North American League champion. Sonics were the champions back in 2021, back when we had the actual finals, toppling DZ by a score of 2-0. That team at the time had a different look. M80 won stage 1. The only stage they've played in under that organization name. They used to go by XSET. No longer. New identity, new team, new year, new me. Very correct. Cafe we go. I want to hear your predictions on this map.
Oh boy. I mean, this spoke about, right? It's just a matter of, like, you know, testing the playground for M80 specifically and just trying to work out the map pool kinks. Might be. I think if Sonics, they play the same way they did on Clubhouse, they're gonna look to be the favor. Besides, Sonics also start on the defending side, and I think they can rack up some rounds, build a nice lead for themselves, and all they need on attack is just that, you know, the playmaker of Citizen. And back in Citizen's time in Europe, he loved playing Cafe. On defense, you can do that same thing. Play the Valkyrie on defense, run around the map, have intel to work with, play Reticle with the C4. And that's the first half of the books. Then on the attacking side, you got the Iana, you got the Nuke, get some nades on the Citizen, and I think you can make wonders happen. Operator bans not gonna be targeted towards that direction. Valkyrie will be left open. Grim Oh boy, a serious Grim ban in professional play. I didn't think we'd get here, but we are. Grim's play rate on Cafe specifically has skyrocketed this stage in various regions. On multiple bomb sites, we saw DC in the game prior to this one, with NGR just using the beats, to gain intel, run into the building, knowing what areas were and were not clear due to how those beats they work now, how much of a ground they actually cover. You spread out very far now from where you actually pop them. We'll see a Grim ban. Let's go! Woo! Woo!
Terrific stuff, isn't it?
I love when things change and, Grim came out, everybody was like, mid operator, bad, don't like it. Ubisoft, they were like, you know what, fine, we'll buff it twice, 2 patches in a row. And all of a sudden, he's played, he's banned, and I like this. I understand that not every single operator should be viable and should be playable at the highest level of play, because that's just like an impossible balance task. But I do like when you have like few individual operators who goes from never being played to having their moment in the game. Big fan.
Oh my god.
I know. It's a Monty star.
Rest, man. Another Monty? Come on. That's not what I want to see.
I mean, given how Clubhouse went, I don't really blame him. And Cafe, it's a hard map to play on the attacking side. If someone can take the easy way out as playing Monty or Blitz, I say go for it. And at the very least, you get an incredibly quick pace to take map control because you always have direct access. For example, Bakery. Monty walks in and you're fighting opponents. Sure, it's gonna playing there, but he is the Echo. He can't both be using the Echo stunts on the Yokais and fight at the same time. It's just the wrong play from Sonic in that front 4 position because those Yokais are now rendered useless.
Well, there's your first pick. Down goes Geo. Spoy with the opening that they need for M80 after a frustrating clubhouse for this squad. They look to bounce back and they'll get another on the gunner. Slaughtered inside of the site. Force the Citizen to get active. Get back into place. He's gone too. What is going on here? This does not look like the SQ team that showed up on Clubhouse one bit. Rexon far off the site. Grixer with 1 pick, but Rexon good enough as Diffuser goes down. Gomez 3 kills. Could a 4th be his? Rexon is a couple ways back into the site with marks as well, but Monty proving to be successful again. Every time this Monty works for M80, it's because somebody else is the main point of the spear. Don't put Kino in harm's way. Get a pick or 2. Monty will pay dividends. And there's Iconic to get it. M80 on the board first.
That's a pretty simple round, isn't it? Walk in, take vehicle control, walk in, get 2 kills, walk in and plant the diffuser. Easy like that. But that's the thing, when you play the Echo, we see those teams playing very far back, sometimes even off the bomb site in a very safe position so that they can spend time on the Yokais. But Sonics, they put Gunner in the front lines. He was the person holding Bakery, and that's bad. Because when the enemy is playing Monty, and you can almost, predict that Kino will in most of the rounds, at least it's a safe assumption, you want Gunner to be in a position to use the Yokais to stun the Monty, to force that shield to go away from his body, and then have the Bakery player be an active gun who can follow up on that. That's how you counter him if you're to play the Echo. The other way around this is play more versatile bomb sites. You can play on various floors, self-destruction, verticality, like mining and dining bomb site, and dining and reading bomb site. Because it allows you those other layers. The kitchen bomb site, the most linear bomb site on this map. You can walk in basement, fight basement, and end the round in basement. Sorry, on the first floor. But on here, you can't do that. You gotta now take top floor, deal with the verticality, then go primary floor, try and get the diffuser down. And while doing so, you gotta deal with those Valkyrie cams, the C4s from downstairs, toxic babes going on, frost mats everywhere. It's a lot more difficult as a Monty player to deal with these bomb sites than that of kitchen. So I like this bomb site rotation swap. I hope they stick to it. Kinda leave the kitchen bomb site rest for now.
There's the rappel play. Gomez, the star of the show. He's been very quiet through these maps. dependable player. Honestly, Gomez and Diaz don't get anywhere near the attention that the other 3 players on M80 do get. But they're just as deserving of it. Diaz has been starting to get more praise with the clutches he's pulled off, especially over the last couple days. But this M80 roster was assembled for a reason. You don't keep those 2 players on the squad if they can't keep up with Spoit, Iconic, or Kino.
Activating Selma.
What was that noise?
Someone just gonna be goes boop. It's another boom. I don't know. It's explosive devices, Parker. I'm not an expert in this area. But with the wall being opened up, so will the path in towards piano. But that's again where the danger comes from Monty, because all that soft floor, so Cigar might be the safer option. Gotta check the corners, Kino. Okay, that's it. We're back to being disappointed. He doesn't check the hard left corner. Like, come on.
Steps to success. Number 1, try not to get Kino on the Monty. However, if he needs to play Monty, ensure that he's not the first person on the team to see an enemy. If you can get Spoit in there, if you can get Iconic in there, if you can get Gomez in there, get the first pick, play Kino in maybe a bit more of a sheltered way, things will go in your favor. Gunner is punished as M80 gets their first pick. Now a grenade from Iconic is tossed in as he follows up. Is cleared Cocktail. Gomez and him are working together, but they don't have much information. 4 drones on the board. And there's the Warden. Rather, that's a Wamai, actually. Silhouettes, they confuse me from time to time. Citizen down below, taking an awful lot of damage before heading back to the reading bomb site. 30 seconds. That's the time that M80 has. Now they've got that top floor control. Great. Get downstairs. Spoit's got the diffuser. Rexon looking to retake. He can't hit that air jab, and as such, the jig is up on top red. Iconic will govern over that as he now engages with Grixer. This is all just aerial superiority. Spoit with the cleanup, but there's only 10 seconds left. Not a lot of time. Geo now narrowed down. Gomez a 4th kill, no deaths. Spoit getting the diffuser down. It's all up to Citizen to clutch this. He knows exactly where he is, but Iconic gets the final kill, coupled with the earlier down. M80 are off to a hot start, perfect through 2 rounds.
Impressive attacks as well. That's with, losing the one to early on, playing that 4 versus 5, and Iconic getting fired up. I mean, it was an excellent round. The roam clear, the vertical play, fishing for those kills inside of both lobby and the bomb site itself, and getting that diffuser down, or at the very least attempting to get it down, forcing the hand of Sonics. And it's not the style I thought. I mean, Cafe normally is relatively defender-sided and got good tools to work with. You got import numbers up, like the Mira, like the Valkyrie, etc. And they're being brought. Valkyrie last round, Mira this one. So far, it's very much made it in the driver's seat. Citizen yet to wake up, 0-2 right now. Yeah, it's only been 2 rounds, but he's been so great throughout the first 2 maps. Usually always finding value every single round. Just can't get it done right now. Big difference between Mira being open on this map and being banned off is that mining and diamond bomb side tends to see play most often when Mira is available. Gives you a bit more stability, I want to say. Mirror the upstairs of blue that we see currently gives you piano control. Piano control gives you bomb site control, so that's pretty logical what happens there. You need one to help the other. And the second mirror often goes on the bomb site itself, watching in towards mining. So this gives you a starting point to work with on the defensive side. Whereas if you didn't have the mirror, you gotta somehow replace that with valuable intel and strongholds on the map. And the thing is, there's just not really any other operators quite like the mirror windows. Yeah, the Asami key barriers are great, but you can't see through them, so you gotta still swing dry off, no intel. See what maybe they choose to do here. See the first mirror into the drone. Keen on the IQ, looking for those Valkyrie cameras, but they're not gonna be here in this round. Still be valuable though. You can find the goo mines, the Fenrir mines, the My discs. Always value to be had on IQ.
Well played by the entry guns of M80. Iconic 4-0. Gomez also 4-0. They hold all but 2 of these kills for M80. Kino off of the semi-unconventional operators. No Amaru, no Monty, even Capitao. Odd. Saw him play Thatcher earlier. Now on to the IQ. They're worried about possible Valkyrie cameras, which is a very real concern. Solus and Azami are banned, so you don't need to worry about those. Valkyrie now will show up at some point. We saw it earlier. Not in this round. But you've got the IQ. What are you going to find? The goo mines, the Wamai discs. And more importantly, and something that we've been seeing a lot of over the last map and a half, is Fenrir. On Clubhouse in particular, how many times did we see somebody get nearsighted and then get pushed from a direction that they didn't expect? IQ's an excellent counter to that.
It's a fair point. Question really is though, I mean, to find them, you also gotta get into the building, and this has been a very slow round for Matey. Kino though is still alive, upright. Can use the scanner, breach the hatch. But the clock is going to be a big issue, and so will the bigger windows. But a misstep from Rex and leads to his demise that enables him to get inside the building here.
Oh, Gunnar was prepared for that. That's a duel that Iconic usually wins. Sonics will go down in numbers, though, as M80 continues to trade blows. Now it's Grixer long range to drop Kino and transfer over to Diaz before dropping away. That's what we come to expect from Grixer. Kino is still retrievable, but neither player that particularly close. I suppose Gomez is, but time being the way it is, there's no way to go for it. And Gomez gives himself away with the cam. Spoit has to shuffle on up to pick up Kino. And now it's an even fight. Doc still on the board with stim pistols for Grixer. Citizen finishing off Gomez. M80 were so good through those first 2 rounds, but their luck runs out in this third. SQ on the board.
That was a disgusting shot from Grixer though. He was waiting patiently for the one-tap inside a piano, and then it gets missed, right? It sprayed down into an injure, but then the flick practically one-tap on the rappel in on Cocktail. Disgusting. It started off great from M80, but Iconic walking in alone? Well, nobody can really help him, and here it is. Oh, that is beautiful. Such a good read from Grixer. M80, very lopsided attack. I mean, very heavy on piano side, very weak on Cocktail, but that Cocktail rappelling was so important, and it got shut down immediately. It's not all bad though. M80 already picking 2 rounds up in the first 3 on the attacking side is exactly how you want to start things off. And let's say Sonics were to pick up every following defending round for this first half. It's still a 4-2 half. Again, not the end of the world for the attack compared to what we come to expect to control.
No, honestly, it's not bad. It's not bad for either team, I would say. I think there's positives that we can discuss. I did say something similar on Skyscraper, and I'm pretty sure I said it with Wildcard versus DZ as well about how there's positives for both of these squads. Back on that IQ. More gadgets now, though, that work in his favor. You've got a Valkyrie on the board, which was the operator in the previous round that I said IQ is the hardest counter for. Obviously, you've got Razor Balloons, you've got Magnets, and then you've got those Dread Mines. The only gadget that you're not going to see here are going to be those mirror windows. But I mean, those will be very easy to spot visually and will be droned out probably quite quickly. Back to reading they go. The only bomb site that has worked in favor of Sonics is on the same floor, and again has that adjoining site of dining, as you've got mining, dining, and reading, if that doesn't get confusing for newer viewers.
Try kitchen and kitchen. Why are there bombs up in the same room?
No, it's not called kitchen, it's called bakery. We don't have to go through this again. I refuse. I refuse to adapt.
Stuck in the past.
You can't teach an old dog new tricks. And I might as well be an ancient dog.
And yet you blame Kino for playing the Monty. I don't know, man. That's how he came to be. That's how he's going to continue with things. But not this round, as you mentioned. It's going to be the IQ. Sometimes, though, I do think old dogs can learn new tricks. Gotta adapt to survive. This round, though, it's Amazing trying to find a stable position. They've been low on time lately. Look at this, the punishment from Gunnar. He almost dies, but he gets the kill. That's very important.
It's disgraceful. And now it's Citizen taking the heat to M80. This time over on White Stairs. Geo dies as Kino drops. Spoit taking some damage. Iconic going on the run out. Gunnar tries it again. It's not going to work the second time, Buster.
Habits die hard. I mean, it's a good reactive play from Gunner, and if you gotten that kill into Iconic as well, it puts Sonics in a great position on this map, but he got the one, so it's a 1-for-1 trade effectively, but it leaves the bomb set a little bit weak here. Citizen half HP. Sledge still alive from Iconic and break that floor apart really quickly. And that last phone call just went out, so you know there should be no roamers now. Kino will help. Stompers is going out. 2 more in pocket. Double check for cameras, right? Very important to combat the intel. But we see that Diaz is outside the building, just holding out wide stairs because he can't help Execute right now. So maybe are effectively 3 versus 3.
Still smashing from above. That loss cost both Gomez and Iconic and those kill streaks that they were on. Now it's Iconic taking some damage, but Kino drops, will head for the hills. 5 seconds left to get Diffuser down. Grixer will stop it. Play keep away over towards Pillar. Now it's Iconic to go down, but oh, that was sloppiness by M80. Just a bit too long, and Iconic did not trust his teammates to have the coverage over towards Laundry. He falls off, takes matters into his own hands. Maybe it was the right decision, maybe not. But it costs M80 the round nonetheless. Sonics take 2 in a row to match M80's streak to start off this map. And now we're tied up. This is not going to be a quiet nor quick night. Let's put it that way.
Oh, gotta go distance. Of course, 3rd map, and round by round, no one's really getting the lead. Yeah, maybe they get 2 in a row, as do Sonics. And it felt like once Sonics figured out their bomb set rotation, it's going a lot better for them. They started downstairs in Kitchen, and it was basically a flawless, very one-sided round favoring the attack of M80. But ever since they went to that mining and then reading to follow up, it's been going better for them. They seem to figure out their struggles, try and contest the attackers early on, because if you look at the lineup here, no matter what kill you get, it's a very valuable attack and operator. IQ, Dokubi, Sledge, Ace, or Buck. Either gonna get grenades, soft destruction, the IQ to find the Valkyrie cameras, or the only harbage removed from action. So, you know, when Gunnar throws himself out of a door, out of a window, looking for those picks, you can always think, oh, is that really worth it? Well, the thing is, in these scenarios, absolutely. I think if you're Sonics right now, trading 1-for-1 is going to be worth it down to like a 2 versus 2 or a 3 versus 3. Because every single attacker is oh so important. And on defense, I mean, half the gadgets you put down in third phase, and that's it. You can't do much with them. Those stay alive, those stay passive, those still do things. If you're Gunnar now, you know, playing the Echo, probably don't want to do this. And it's a bit disappointing seeing that it's Gunnar once again playing that Baker position, because the moment he saw the Monty, he immediately runs away. But no one's taken his spot yet. You see the silhouette, but it's Gunnar once again back in Baker, so those Yokais, they can't be used against the Monty.
There go the Selmas as Gunnar will hold down the fort inside of Bakery. No bomb site here any longer. But I don't need to say it again, but that's what I always consider it. Some soft destruction being done around. Nice shot by Gunnar. Just heads Gomez. Good lord. Now it's the Monty's turn to follow up. M80 are listening to what we said, which is, well, you got to make sure that Kino's not the first one in. He's going to lose some HP now as the Nitro Cell goes out. The one Yokai got into position to try to knock the shield down. It's not as well coordinated for SQ as they wanted. Geo will swing. Desperate attempt to exploit eyes to Gunnar, who picks up his 2nd kill. Sonics are just playing a full frontal defense here. They know how quickly they can lose this site to M80 with the lineups that M80 has, a Capitao, a Nomad, and a Monty left remaining, with Capitao still having utility and an air jab as well. So M80 could very quickly overrun a part of this site, and there it is. Gunnar swinging, but Kino was prepared for it. Down goes Grixer. M80 now has the advantage. 1 minute left.
Let's proceed slowly.
Kino attempting to bait out by lowering the shield. He's got the diffuser in his back pocket. Citizens in sight. There's a flank from Rexin on the table. Potentially. Or he could hop through the wall in the kitchen. He's making sure that nobody will come through that small bake. Citizen, the only one left. Nice shot by Iconic, and there's Citizen to die to Diaz. M80 allowed Sonics those 2 rounds, but the very first take on the kitchen goes in M80's favor. And the next time they go back there, they get it as well. That's 3 rounds. M80 regains the lead, but They know what needs to be done. They know that this won't be an easy match.
Love that adaptation there in playstyle as well. Sonic's like fighting and taking the fight to M80 and fighting them with the Yokai drones that are bakery, swinging that back and forth. We kind of wish Gunnar had a little bit more help in that round, but it came down to that, 3 versus 3. But either way, it came down to the wire. But the Monty's an issue because they can just free plant later in that round, like we witnessed. Nobody can really stop it. No C4, no smoke on the board. Disgusting shot from Iconic though. And despite M80 actually winning that round, they took a tactical timeout. We don't really typically see teams win a round and then call it. Normally it's the losing side. But again, this comes down to if there's relevant things to talk about, probably for this upcoming attack, and then for the side swap when they go into defense, you might as well hit it right now. Just go into this, full swing. But when one team calls a timeout, this other team can also talk amongst each other and their support staff as well. So you gotta play that fine line of, okay, do we have enough valuable things to talk about? Because maybe the enemy does. Try and match it 1-to-1 so that they both benefit in their own way. I think for Sonics, I think you keep things the same. I think you keep fighting the opponent. Keep bringing those obstacles early in the round. We do have a game crash though, so a quick re-host and we're right back into action. So a little bit of an extended tactical timeout, except that you can no longer talk to your coach. And I don't think they can talk to each other, but I don't know for sure.
Gio's game client crashed, so we're just going to blame it on him.
Yeah. God damn it, Gio.
What can you say, right?
Yeah, I mean, it happens.
Wait to get everybody back in, but yeah. Just a long day. Most maps going the distance. You go back to map number 1 of DZ versus Wildcard. That was 15 rounds. Map number 2, 12 rounds. 10 rounds for Cafe. Go back to Skyscraper. First matchup of this series. All 15 rounds. 11 rounds needed on Clubhouse. And I'm feeling that we're going to need 10, 11, 12 here too.
Oh, yeah.
Very long day.
I think it's very likely. Fun fact, a while ago, this is like 8 months ago, I got myself a concert ticket, right? Go hear some music. Very fun stuff.
To who?
NF, a rapper.
I do know of that.
Oh, you do? Oh, okay. I thought you would.
Yeah, you've talked about them before. Well, him, right?
Yeah, him. Yeah, it's I was a big fan before he kind of blew up, and now he's a big boy, right? But the point is, I bought the ticket 8 months ago, and it's tomorrow, and I didn't have the casting schedule, right? Because we didn't even know what stage 2 was going to look like back then. We were like barely casting stage 1 at that point. Well, I'm gonna finish this cast. I'm gonna take a 1-hour power nap, drive an hour and a half, and then basically try and nap some more, and then go get lunch and go to a concert. Why would you just not sleep all the way through and then just drive so that basically once you get there, you're good to go instead of dividing it? That makes no sense to me. I can't drive, right? You know this. I can't drive. So my girlfriend has to drive. She works. She has to get up at 6 a.m. local time to drive an hour and a half to her workplace. And I gotta come with her because that's also where the concert is. We're far from that location. So I get taken with, I get dropped off, I take a nap, she gets off work. We go to concert,
What time's the concert at?
I mean, we meet for lunch with some friends at probably at 3 p.m. and then concerts at 6 or something like that.
It is presently 3:24 in the morning for you.
Yep.
So you have to go to lunch in 12 hours. The only thing standing... Sorry?
Yeah, 12 hours from now, 12
hours from now, exactly.
Yeah, we're going to finish this
for about, imagine another 20, 30 minutes. Okay.
Yeah.
If you go to bed right away, say realistically, you're probably in bed by 4. She has to leave for work at 6:30 or she gets up at 6:30?
Oh, we're leaving at 6:30.
Okay, so so if you're leaving at 6:30, realistically, you should be able to get at least 2 hours sleep. You could try to nap in the car. Once you arrive at wherever you're going, just try to sleep more and then wake up for 3 o'clock.
So can you sleep anywhere, Parker? You're the type that can just you're in a car, you take a nap. You're in a flight, you take a nap. Can you sleep anywhere?
If I'm tired enough, yes.
Yeah.
If I'm tired enough, I can. I will tell you right now that sleeping on airplanes is a challenge because the seats are usually uncomfortable, but airplanes are also very, very loud. You don't realize how loud an airplane is until you get used to using this noise canceling, the white noise headphones.
Oh boy.
The moment that you forget them or they shut off or you run out of battery, then you're like, oh my God, airplanes are way louder than I remember. I can sleep on trains like nobody's business.
Okay.
I can sleep on buses. Cars are a challenge, usually just because it's hard to recline in a car, I suppose, until you start. I was just taken by what Kino was doing. That's like I think that's a lint roller.
Yeah, it looks like a lint roller.
And he's just. We are robbed of Grixer content right now. For some reason, after giving us some of the best highlights yesterday that we've had all stage, he either doesn't have it plugged in or doesn't have it turned on. So there's now no Grixer cam.
That's so unfortunate, honestly.
Anyway, if I was in your situation, what I would do, obviously not knowing the intimate details of your trip, get a 2-hour nap, wake up, try to sleep in the car. If you can't, the absolute moment you get to wherever you're going, assuming you're staying at a hotel or at a friend's house or whatever, I would immediately try to sleep, and I would try to sleep as close to 3 p.m. as possible, because there's few things worse than being tired and then being at a concert.
Yeah. Like I said, that's my game plan, and a bunch of caffeine, of course, to go as well. And it's, way back when, I went to the NF concert like 4 years ago with Easy, our usual NAL observer. And I didn't know him back then. I was there for the Milan. He was a head of like Ubisoft Benelux back then. Now he works for Red Bull. And he invited me along. He's like, oh, I got a spare ticket, want to come with? I was like, yeah, of course, let's do it. Let's hang out, let's do something. Because we had worked Benelux before. And then he was like, can I take a friend with me? And that friend who was there with us, third wheeling, so to speak, was Easy. And I didn't realize it was him until we worked like SI, this or last year. And I was like, oh my God, that was you. So this random kid, teenager, like we both were back then, we went to this concert together, didn't speak a single word. I didn't think he spoke English. And now we worked together in Pro League like 4 years later. World is so small sometimes.
Easy's a really nice guy.
Hey, he's all right.
I like him. He's a nice dude.
He's
devastatingly handsome.
He's very handsome.
Effortlessly handsome. More handsome than Medics.
That's rude because
Medics just said he agreed. Nobody can hear the observers or production, and every now and then we have like little funny quips. All right. Is Gio's computer running on dial-up? What is going on over here? It's been like 5 minutes. Because I remember when we first started talking about this, I was like, yeah, it's like 9:23, or it was like 3:23 or 3:24.
Damn. Well,
Gio, what if these people have places to go? Okay? Not us. Because we're working. But what about the other players? What about the viewers?
They're like, this game is so exciting, get us back in the action. And Gio's like, nah, I am holding everybody hostage right now. That's what he's doing.
I was going to make a joke about, I've had lobbies be held hostage before in certain other games when people refuse to surrender, but I'm not going to get into that.
Oh my, I know exactly what game you were referring. That happened to me a few days ago. I actually gave up on that game. I play it, I get so mad. Like, I'm not a toxic boy, but I would definitely get in trouble if I keep playing that game. It is not good for my mental health.
For the people who aren't aware, Rexon just tweeted 2 minutes ago, by the way. It looks like that we're all using the downtime here.
To tweet?
Yeah, Super posted a tweet. I can absolutely not describe this tweet on broadcast. There is no way.
Okay, I'm gonna check. Wait, I gotta listen to this.
Planting toxins. Reloading. 10 seconds remaining.
Oh, I see.
5 seconds left.
Okay, I just saw the comment. Oh my days. Okay.
I did not bring that up. I do not want people looking at the
Oh
tweet.
my
It is
God.
very inappropriate. I'm just using it simply as a point that we are now like in the depths of this match to the point where during the tech pause, people are just actively using Twitter because they were waiting for Geo, including one of the players in the game.
Oh my God. That is something, yeah.
Do not look at the tweet. I beg you. Do not. It is not suitable for any broadcast. It is not suitable for any broadcast. Do not look at it. The point is not to look at the tweet. Point is that Richie was tweeting during the break. I actually had somebody screenshot me Twitch chat, and it was somebody was like, it was during the, I think it was the wildcard DZ match. And it's like, if they lose this, I'm divorcing my wife because I bet all my channel points on this outcome. Started cackling with laughter. By the way, the round has gone underway. Grixer and Iconic are both dead. 1 minute into the action. M80 with the lead. This will be the final round of Sonics on defense and M80 on attack. This is neither team's map. This is the tiebreaker. So, which team has the advantage? So far, it is M80 in terms of score, but Sonics love this reading door run out, by the way. They've done it multiple times. It pays off for them, and it pays off again. With half the round to go, Sonics doubling up on the players of M80. There's a nade. Citizen is just too good. Diaz will need a Herculean effort. He's got the ARX. Only 21 bullets, though. And guess who's going to be the one to probably catch him if Diaz goes the wrong way? It was Citizen anyway. There were Capcan traps on the laundry door. Sonics equalize 3-3 the score line after that long of a break. Both teams not tilted, which is very good.
Yeah, everyone's laughing, having a good old time here. I mean, yeah, it's a decider map, so very fitting it goes 3-3, completely tied up series here. The big question, of course, is the side swap. It can really change things around. If one team is going to struggle on either defense or attack, you know, now could be that time. If Sonics, they did a good job on defense, but then struggled to attack things up, maybe they take it. As vice versa. Operator-wise, I expect the Valkyrie to see play in most of these rounds. The big question is, are the attackers going to do anything about it? Twitch, the Brava, the Dokkaebi, the IQ, all decent counter picks in their own respective ways to deal with that Operator or Valkyrie. He has an in-game banter or some, I don't know, he said run up the white stairs. Not sure it's referring to maybe a drone or something, either way. One thing though, runouts. M80 definitely struggled with that. It was Gunner and Citizen flying out windows, running out of doorways and finding pick after pick after pick. I like the Nomad here being both from Geo. Citizen, there it is on the IQ as well, respecting the intel game from M80. We're gonna start things like reading bomb site. Not surprised to see that start at all. It is statistically the best defending bomb site for a long time on Cafe, because you can work, again, the verticality, roam up above, play downstairs in kitchen, and just use the entire map to your advantage.
DMR meta underway. There's only one DMR on the board, though, and it's Rexon. The Lion using it for some caliber-based destruction. Good caliber-based destruction. Not Caliber Jacob, though. No Caliber Jacob-based destruction. He's a Denver Broncos fan, so there's already been enough Caliber Jacob destruction so far this NFL season. I know you don't watch the NFL at all, so you probably don't get that reference, and that's fine. The Denver Broncos suck. They are so bad.
As much.
And that's his favorite team. And they lost like 70 to something against the Dolphins last week, which is like a basketball score. So it's not. This is like you're not in the NFL anymore. Like that's what if a team scores 70 in the NBA, you're like, all right, they didn't really have a good game. Anyway. 1 minute off the board, still in the discovery phase here. We are in the bowels of the evening at this point. 6.5 hours, and we still have multiple rounds to go.
Here, we can find this opening kill. Bird destruction happening right now. Again, Sonics have been so quick at their pace so far, both on Quad Pass and now also on Cafe. Floor getting broken at 1 minute 25 seconds left. And this is not 5 versus 5. Defenders got men to spare. They can look for these flanks, and Citizen got a good read on it. Worrying about both the red and the brown staircase in case the defenders come up. It's all about timing right now between these two teams. When they walk in, when the plan comes down, and when that flank it also approaches.
Interesting trying to keep tabs on which players had and hadn't died. Hold on a second. Grixer's going for the diffuser right now. Spoit dies, Geo dies. Kino taking damage. Citizen is excellent at this point. A rare revolver kill from Gomez to eliminate Grixer, but not before the job has been done. Gomez is a little bit too slow to get the IQ. Man, Citizen is just making it all his own. Gets one pick up. Iconic shuts him down. Rexon will need to clutch. Iconic is all on his own. Gunner there as well. And look, they've got the holes from above. It's over. Jover, some would even say. Oh, American politics. Sonics, their 4th round.
So with the help of our lovely observer of medics, I got whispered into my ear, take a look at the goo mines from Iconic as that round was basically ending. He had 6 goo mines in pocket when the round finished. 6 goo mines.
It's very important that you pick it. Very important that you pick Legion for not the utility.
Yeah, we got a good gun, right? Secondary shotgun, you know, why not?
He has 8, if I remember correctly, 8 goo mines in total.
I think it's 8 now with the change. I'm not entirely sure.
I think the change as well as 8. Yeah, we used to be 7. I think it's up to 8 now. And you just only put 2 of them down. Then you're like, you know what? I've forgotten about these. I'm playing for the T5, and it's like, you want to play an operator with a T5 that literally has no utility. If only there was one of those in the game.
Who's also happens to be the fast operator in the game.
He is indeed the fastest operator in the game. Thank you.
Oh, I missed that. I love that line.
Yeah, well, they took the 1.5 away from him, and then that operator just stopped being played. So,
and look at that 6.
Now Wamai is my best friend because he is the 1.5.
As is the Warden, as is the Thorn, and they get to see a fair bit of play themselves. But yeah, I mean, the thing about Iconic is that lately on the defense, he finds himself roaming very far off the bomb side. And again, when you are the Legion, yeah, you could put down the goo mines in kitchen, but like that's not gonna do anything for you. So he keeps them for himself. But I feel like either swap out who plays Legion or put Iconic into a different position that allows him to use that utility. Otherwise, again, as you mentioned, like why not just play the Oryx, right? You still get a secondary shotgun, you still get that same T5. You might as well at that point. Of course, it's not going to be the reason why, you know, it made them lose that round. It's not like 6 goo mines would just instantaneously make them win or anything like that. Okay, I thought he had that. Just gotta wait for the recharge. That's really awkward. Yeah. Oh well. But yeah, just one of those small details where those 6 goo mines, they can make a difference. But here we go. Rushing the bomb site. We're in.
Geo's into the races. You gotta run for the hills, Diaz. Punished by Grixer. That's the Fink on the board. You got a Finka, you got a Lion, you got a Blitz, you got a Dokkaebi. I believe we call this one. Here comes the pain! There's Geo to take down Iconic. M80 stood no chance here. That shield will act as a bullet magnet for Spoit. Gomez now drops. Grixer with Diffuser. He was successful in the previous round. How about going 2 for 2? Nope. Spoit stops him in his tracks. Not all hope is lost, but you do go all in at that point. Full send, I believe, is what you said. Spoit was talking about Kino on that. Monty. So why not have Sonics go full send as well? Gomez cannot.
Yeah.
Tried to go through the rotate, couldn't make it. Drone in front of him as well, so instead, why don't you reposition? The Dokkaebi of Gunner was not too far off of Gomez's sight lines. He's out-dueled by Citizen, and now Geo will succeed where Grixer failed. They imported him because they knew what he could do. But in this round, nada. Gunner with the final kill. Sonics running away with this matchup. After they won their 3rd round in the first half, M80 called their timeout. They have no way to prevent themselves from getting back, or they have no way to stop the free fall and get themselves back into the matchup outside of round by round action. Attackers eating well on Cafe, and at the moment, it's M80 starved for a round.
Such a nice execute. It's just a clean execute. Open up the window, pop the line charge, or just run on in. And yeah, the first person that they find is the Warden, and he runs away. Diaz got scared. Gio finds one, Grix with the other, and that's it. Full bombs under control, and it's such a beautiful way to showcase just how simple a round of Rainbow Six Siege can be when you actually have everything covered. Normally as an attacker, you gotta go top floor, do the vertical play, breach the hatches, clear out the roamers, go downstairs, such a hassle. If you got the drones in prep phase, and you got the setup and the right operators and the confidence to go for those plays, you can just end rounds in 20 seconds. That's it. Easy. Iconic gonna bring out the Clash once again. We saw him play that operator a single time on Skyscraper. He had a pretty good clutch in that 1v1. Shielding his back, went for a defuse. Didn't even need to use his gun in that one. Of course, the Clash counters the Monty, the Blitz, any sort of rush imaginable. And the thing is, Gio is playing Monty in this round, so it's a very good read from my matey. Oh,
what a shot by Kino.
Good night.
You don't have the smoke on the board, that's fine. He'll play another operator, give him the 1.5 of Warden. And he picks off Gunner. Gunner, whose enthusiasm is so infectious through those cams, well, he's going to sit there sad. And that is indeed very sad. But honestly, a big pick too. The buck is gone, so all the soft destruction that you would do on this site, providing that you wanted to take that middle floor, which is where Citizen is now, you're pretty much out of luck other than the Zofia. I guess you technically have breaches in the back pocket of Grixer if you want the Nomad to open up 2 sight lines, but that's all you're going to get.
Yeah, it's not a lot, but it's what you got, and against the Clash especially, you do want to go on this vertical path. Fighting the Clash horizontally, it's kind of hard. You know, she's got a big shield in front of her entire body, covering her, protecting her. So destroying this floor vertically would be the way forward. Gio did bring the secondary heartbeat canister, so they can get the hatches open as well, because Gunner did also bring a settlement buff, which is of course dead. So Sonics technically can do their entire strategy still, but with limited soft destruction. They can't break the entirety of the floor. They gotta pick and choose which areas to leave untouched rather. But a C4 from defense will help them open up a second lineup side from them. Also see these Valkyrie cameras. The intel is there. No IQ this time around. That could be a problem. The defenders know exactly what you're doing. It's a lot easier to counter it.
2 shields. Just waiting very patiently for them to grace the presence of our screen. Iconic doesn't need to go anywhere. Not exactly the same for Gio, especially since he has the diffuser. The only hard breacher as well was that Monty with the 2 can openers. I think you actually coined that term way back in the day. I can't recall who was the first to say it, but the first person I heard say it was you.
Citizen told me and I told the world.
Sometimes you don't need to say it first, you just need to say it loudest. Look at Spoit and Kino in particular with 3 kills. It's all up to Gio in this round. M80 looking to try to close the gap, and Kino will get a 4K. Play a conventional operator and then kill everybody. Pretty simple steps, really. 4th round for M80.
Didn't see that much value from the Clash there, sadly, but, you know, it's always good to bring as a backup. The kitchen bomb site, you know, it's one of those, like, it can be really easy and it can be very difficult all at the same time. It really depends on the small nitty-gritty details, and losing the buck early in that round, of course, is one of those very big reasons as to why that was so much harder than it should have been. They couldn't open up all the lines of sight, the roam clear took a lot longer, and they're simply down a gun. It's never easy to deal with. But yeah, back when Citizen was in G2 and the secondary heart breach came out, we were like, what do we call them? Because saying secondary heart breach gadget is a bit of a mouthful, both for broadcast and especially as a player. And then Citizen was like, it looks like a can opener. And it's like, what? So we just called them can openers, basically. Does the job.
Snipe the drone.
Same with Maestro's cam. Obviously, the real name is like the Evil Eye. We call them bubbles. Bubble here, bubble there. Again,
I remember bubbles. Yeah, that one was pretty common.
Small things like that, just to streamline the communication, as there's a lot of comments going on, and want to simplify as much as possible. Same with callouts of positions, staircases, etc. There are so many small tricks that players and teams they have, and they're quite different as well, both between teams, but especially between regions.
right, well. One potential round away from us going the entire distance. Again, these teams not taking anything for granted. M80 bringing the Goyo and the Mozzie, two operators that are not necessarily entrenched in the meta. Certainly their pick rates don't come close to what we see of the top 3 operators on this lineup right now, which is Mute Warden and Legion. Top operators is in top physically on the right side of your screen, not as in like the top pick rates of operators, just to clarify. I didn't want somebody to but me, that's fine. Like, actually, Mute's not the top pick operator. I misspoke. I don't know how you're doing. It's 3:45 in the morning there, and I heard you have a concert, so.
I'm staying awake. We're here. Watching the game. And the thing is, it's been some mighty good games tonight, so that always helps, of course. It's been a pleasure working this late evening. Geo gets the job done. This time on so iconic. These early fights happening across the map right now, and everyone's kind of getting to be a part of it. Sometimes Geo, sometimes Citizen, often Gunner.
SQ looking to put this one away. Match point could be theirs. They get great info off of that Lion scan as well. 2 separate players from M80 revealing their position, even if it's a snapshot. That's something that Sonics can definitely play around. So they have to assume they know where the position of these M80 players are. We'll come to blows with Kino on the stairs. No! Kino looks the wrong way! I know Geo, and I can tell you right now, he was shocked with that kill. Scared him, I bet, more than anything. Nobody from Sonics has died. Geo could be the first to go if Gomez has anything to say about that. Very high rate of fire weapon. Nitro Cell goes out. Geo actually almost runs into it by going back up the stairs. 30 seconds. Gunner the first to fall for Sonics, but still such an advantage on their side of things as they close in on this bomb site alongside closing in on the championship for the North American League. But wait a moment. Gomez, never mind, was putting together a nice body of work. Now it's Diaz to clutch. Sees the Hibana, fails to get Grixer. Geo moves Sonics to championship point.
We're so close now, and it's looking so good for Sonics. The early game, the mid game, the late game, they're hitting all their marks right now. Finding opening kills, a follow-up is there, the executes are clean. Smiles across their faces, they know they're doing good right now. It started off kind of shaky on Skyscraper. Things, really heated up on Clubhouse. And now on Cafe, I don't want to say final form for Sonics, but certainly proving a point here. And then I know people are going to go, oh, maybe they're holding back, they're already qualified, and so are Sonics, but, they don't care about first place, whatever. I don't want to hear it. When it comes down to these things, the champions of North America, fighting to lock in for invite guaranteed, of course this game matters. Both teams are trying it here. And you can play this and not show any new strats, just do the good old basics, right? Or just play a game of adaptation, so the enemies can't take too much away from this. Sonics looking like the better team in this matchup, and I like how they're approaching these rounds. Their team play really shining through. They've had a long stage. But Sonics have played so many overtime matches. I think yesterday before this started, it was like out of 10 maps, 7 of them were in overtime. Nowadays, well, they're still kind of going there, right? They still go the distance. They're not decisive games in like 7-2, 7-3 fashion, but they're winning more often than not. That's all you need.
The stats that were sent to me by Jesse. And I hate to say he's technically correct here. As he said, SQ have never finished first in the North American League. And that is technically correct because while they won the NA finals, they were not the #1 team in the NAL at the time. It's pedantry to me. It's a very silly distinction that is just done like one of those things where it's like, wow, this is the first time that a team with, 3 players of Brazilian origin has gotten 6 rounds on Cafe while it's 22 degrees outside. And it's just like one of those stats where it's like, it doesn't matter. The Sonics were the NA League champions back in 2021. Obviously, changes to the structure of the North American League have made it harder for us to track an actual champion. In this case, Stage 2's best team will be either Sonics or M80. There's no way around it. Sonics were champions back once. It looks like they're about to do it again. 1:45 unless M80 can win 2 rounds in a row and then exit victorious through overtime. But Sonics at the moment, edging out M80 as the better team. They lose point. M80 in trouble.
It's impressive. You'd think that match point you slow down. No, they're speeding up. They get the pick. They're storming the bomb site door right now. And they're staying alive for most of this. The C4 is perfect from Gomez. It takes off Frickson off the rappel. And it grants the defenders a bit of map control to work with here. And more importantly, it slows down Sonics. It's halted to execute right now for a moment at least.
Just a brief pause. Gomez still in the spot. Look at that. Gunner answers back. So far, Sonics just slightly ahead. They find Keynote. All up to Iconic and Diaz. Stage on the line here. Not season. Stage on the line. Diffuser plant going down. Gunner gets off of it. There goes Iconic. Where are you, Diaz? Your team needs you. Finds Geo. Gunner keeps bailing off of it. Diaz had the right idea the first time, but now turns around. One upstairs. He can hear the footsteps. Citizen will drop towards reading door. Diaz sees him. This will be a tough fight. Down goes Gunner. Do we have another Diaz clutch cooking? Is it simmering on the stove? Citizen into fireplace. Going for the plant. Diaz trying to bail him off of it, but Citizen sticks. Pros don't fake. Citizen pops up, Diaz knows, and it's Citizen to give Sonics a victory. Diaz so close. But that's heartbreak on his face as Sonics are your North American League champions for Stage 2.
So impressive. He saw how much that meant to Citizen. He individually got that final round for his team, but it's Sonics as a fully 5-man roster and support staff that did that together. Every single member doing their job all the way through. Even Gio, who gets that drive, that back seat in the supportive roles, he got super active in this series, and I love to see that from him.
Well, it was a battle of the beasts, but ultimately, it's Sonics who win the whole thing. Honestly, hats off to both of these teams. M80, they were the champs in Stage 1. Very, very close in Stage 2, but close doesn't count. Sonics, your champions. Back to the studio we go.
6th place coming out of groups to winning the whole darn thing. Congratulations to the Sonics for becoming NAL champions. Feels the first time they've been able to say that since they won the league back against Dark Zero at the back end of 2021. Am I crazy?
No, Jacob. I mean, Parker said it on the cast as well. They've not won a single stage of the North American League. They've won the season overall, but they've not won a stage until just now, making it over M80. And again, what a crazy good series we saw from the Sonics. Their attacks today, oh my goodness. They're so fast on Cafe. A map that we talk about being so slow. They're in with the blitz. They're in immediately without the blitz. Really impressive stuff coming through.
Just a tremendous effort from this team as a whole. The bounce back from the beginning of the stage, clawing all the way back in to make playoffs, then to secure playoffs, make it as far as they did, and now securing first. Amazing performance from all 5 of them, and a big step up to Gunner too, saying that he did come in because, as you were saying, we saw their attacks look better, and that's where we saw them struggling, was those mid to late rounds. I know we've talked about it a million times, but you really have to talk about it because it's been a constant piece of progress for this team, and I think Gunner has helped tremendously to improve and get them to this first place finish.
Yeah, we saw them go throughout the first stage of the North American League, right? They didn't make it through playoffs. They had to do those LCQs. They won the LCQ in Stage 1. They go to the major. They make it to the semifinals, farther than any other North American team. They're the first NA team to qualify to the 6th Invitational. Now they're going to be going to Atlanta with the #1 seed from NA. They just look so good right now. They are North America's best representative headed to international competition. It's an amazing journey that Sonics have been on. I think people were a little critical of the Citizen pickup when it first happened at the beginning of the year, but I think even this game showcased just how far he has come as a player working along with the team. He's been so good. That final clutch, the 1v1 over DS, to deny the savior of M80. I think it's just poetry.
I just love throughout this stage, too, with all the players, all the 5-man roster, you've seen each and every single one of those players pop off in different moments. This last game, you saw Citizen again carrying over from Clubhouse, and then Gio stepping up and really making big plays. And Kino, if you're watching, I'd recommend taking a few notes from Gio on the shield play. Gio's he's beautiful on it. He's a little maestro in there with that shield, leading, pointing people out, how to do this, take this kill. Gio's phenomenal on the shield.
Sonics taking the dub. Let's go ahead and talk to the man who we've been talking to more on the Sonics than anybody else so far this stage. It's Gunnar. Bro, in the grand scheme of things, Sonics definitely gave us a bit of a scare to start things out, but talk to me about how it feels now that the whole thing is done and you're walking away as champs.
I mean, it feels great. We beat the best team in the world, so, I mean, well, I'm on top of the world right now. Yeah, I mean, there's not much to say. I mean, I'm just proud of everyone. We played great.
Yeah.
Gunnar, I want to talk to you especially about going into that second map. You lose your own map pick, but you're still going to a really comfortable map. You're going to Clubhouse. What was the kind of mindset, what was the team talking about when you were heading into that map when you're already 1-0 down in the series?
I mean, nothing crazy. Just, I mean, they ego-chilled our best map for some reason. Like, we knew we were going to win Clubhouse. So we just said, hey, keep playing like some soldiers. Like, our main thing this week is just being a soldier. Like, if you need to dive someone, go dive someone. Stats don't exist to us right now. I think that's really propelled us because we are playing to die for our teammates instead of playing to live and playing not to lose. And we literally just said, play aggressive and fight them. Show zero respect. Show literally zero respect to them.
So I've been giving you tons of credit, coming in, stepping up, trying to fix the mid to late round, which clearly has been working. Do you think that you playing that stat game on top of you fixing into that role of then leading the charge has really helped significantly with the overall improvement, or has there been more that has played into that?
I mean, I think there's definitely been more that's been played of it to the fact that our teammates, like, yeah, I'm calling, but it's the fact that everyone is going. Like, there's no hesitation anymore. Like, that last round, hit the site, we all just ran. That's what happens. Like, there's no hesitation in this team right now. We're just going. We're flying. It's just we have so much trust with each other right now. We're playing off each other. I'll tell you what, that cafe pick, defense is the hardest thing in the world playing that map, and we showed out. Like, we really have struggled, and that's our game day, and we played how we were supposed to do it. And we're playing really good right now. Let's just.
Oh no, man! You were looking elusive on that echo in that bakery round. That was insane. I didn't think a one-speed could move that fast. You were in small bakery, then you were behind Tetris. No, you were moving, dog. Congratulations, nonetheless, man.
Thank you so much.
At this point, obviously, this is a competition, but it's also a video game, so you're supposed to have fun. Before we let you go, what was the most fun thing you did this stage? The most fun moment you can think of from beginning to end so far?
Fun?
Oh, come on, dude.
I mean, no, I'm just like, I'm trying to think. Like, dude, I don't know. It's really close. Either beating DZ to make the major, because that's always funny, or M80 and the DZ games are close, dude. I don't know which one I think was better. M80 just because they ego picked our best map. And that to me is just like insane if you really want to get first place.
Sure.
So I think I had a really fun time seeing that Clubhouse was the second map, and I knew we were going to go to third map, and that was going to be a brawl.
Sure, it had to be a good feeling going into that band phase thinking, wait a second, we can actually do this. You did. Everything pays off, dude. Again, gave us a bit of a scare at the start, but everything happens for a reason. Congratulations again. And the next time we talk to you is going to be in Georgia. Take care.
Thank you. Thank you.
Genuinely, everything worked out for him. Again, congrats to the boys. Not much really else to be said. I think they did all the talking in the server.
Yeah, I mean, played fantastic. We've been talking about it throughout the series. Sonics really coming through and showcasing why they are the best team inside of North America. I'm glad he touched on those attacks as well, the speed at which they were going through, because I think that's really what stood out to me. You just don't see that on Cafe, and Sonics really putting up a good show for us today.
Well, and I said, whoever took that first half, granted it did go 3-3, but then they just ran away with that attack half. They looked way more dominant on those attacks, and as he was saying, like, they sped it up. You can clearly see that there's no hesitation in the call being made from any of those players. They hear Gunnar say something or Gio say something, you would see them all commit, and that's what you got to love from this roster. And I'm glad, because we did put them on that pedestal in the beginning of the stage, and they fell short of that, but here they are, right at the top, at first place, looking like the best team coming out of North America.
I think I saw a Reddit comment over the past day or two that said, Sonics making things difficult on themselves with the hardest major path. It couldn't be Sonics if it wasn't anybody else. Because if you look at the bracket again, they probably had the hardest path to get there. OXG were looking really good. They were the 3rd seed overall coming out of groups. Dark Zero had a bye straight up, and it looked like they might be able to walk away with that series. And M80, Gunnar said himself, that's the best team in the world, and they beat all 3 of them, and now they're here.
I just want to say this. Sonics obviously had to fight their way tooth and nail to get to where they are now. And the beauty of that is, and from personal experience, when you are coming into that hurdle of trying to figure out these mid to late round, and you fix that now and look almost flawless throughout this entire playoff, you're going to Atlanta. That's massive. That is so big for your just everything going into that. You don't have any problems now. Now it's just fixing little things you might need to do, but getting that big hurl out of the way, that's so huge going into Atlanta.
Yeah, 3 really tough series for Sonics. M80 as well, you know, we should touch on them just at the end here because they got that big win over Wildcard yesterday. They fall to the Sonics here today, but they're still going to the same spot. They're still going to that Swiss stage against the international teams in Atlanta. So, you know, I'm sure they'll be cooking up some strats. Maybe they got to work on Cafe a little bit longer. They still have yet to win that map ever in their history, but I think they'll be working on it, and I expect to see some good things from Georgia.
Yeah, and we had to give praise to SQ. They deserve it. They put in tons of effort, tons of work to get back to it, but I do see M80 still being a very strong opponent going into Atlanta.
Well, even though the Atlanta discussion for right now might be over, it's not completely done for. There is 1 spot left for North American teams to qualify for the hometown major, and it comes through the cruelest mistress of all, the most important and the most dangerous tournament of some teams' years. The last chance qualifier for Atlanta is a 3-day gauntlet, and it starts next week. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, 1 team out of 8 will qualify for the Atlanta major alongside DZ, Sonics, and M80. At some point, we'll figure it out, but for right now, make sure to get your tickets for Atlanta if you haven't already, and we will see you next week for the last chance qualifier. Good night.